Chapter 852. Black Baron along the way. Zhuowen was extremely cautious. Coupled with the effects of the 100 transformations technique, Zhuowen was able to pass through layer after layer of dungeons without any mishaps. When Zhuowen used the transformation technique to transform into a guard on the 10th level of the Imperial City dungeon, the other guards finally realized that something was amiss. Hurried footsteps sounded continuously in the dungeon. The first 10 levels of the dungeon were in chaos as the guards realized that some of the guards that they were familiar with had disappeared for no reason. Thump, 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 thump. The crisp sound of armor colliding with the ground was immediately heard from the passageway in front of the 10th level. Zhuowen, who was among the guards on the 10th level, looked calmly in the direction of the passageway. Very quickly, a group of cultivators dressed in black armor arrived at the hall of the 10th floor. The person in the lead was dressed in black armor with strange beasts carved on it. His aura was extremely terrifying, and he was at least a supreme being. There were more than a dozen guards on the 10th level. At this moment, when the guards saw the group of martial artists coming in, their eyes were filled with fear and respect. Even the Black Beast army has been mobilized. What happened in the dungeon? The surrounding guards' eyes flickered and caused an uproar. They were obviously familiar with the group that had suddenly appeared and were even a little fearful of them. Among the guards, Zhuowen also knew the origin and identity of the Black Beast army from the surrounding conversations. The Black Beast army was a powerful army that specialized in guarding the Imperial City dungeon. There were 4 teams with a total of 100 people. These 100 people were all at the Sovereign Realm and above. The 4 captains of the 4 teams were even powerful Golden Venerables. The reason why the Imperial City dungeon had always been impregnable was mainly because there was such a terrifying army hidden within. The guards outside the dungeon were only external personnel. The Black Beast army was the core strength of the dungeon. I am the captain of the 2nd team of the Black Beast army, Black Baron. Did any of your guards on the 10th level disappear for no reason? Black Baron was tall and strong. He looked around at the dozen guards with cold eyes and asked, "So it is Lord Black Baron. No guards on the 10th level have disappeared. I wonder what happened in the dungeon. Even Sir Dark Noble is here?" One of the guards asked cautiously, "In the Imperial City's dungeon, apart from the 5 Celestial Venerables, the captain of the Black Beast army had the highest status. How could these guards dare to offend him in the slightest? Oh, are there no missing guards on the 10th floor? Looks like the intruder hasn't reached the 10th level yet." Dark Baron lowered his head and pondered for a moment before continuing. "There are more than 10 guards missing from the first 9 floors of the dungeon. I'm afraid someone has broken into our dungeon. You don't have to worry about this anymore. Just continue with your own business." When the surrounding guards heard this, their eyes revealed a trace of shock. They did not expect that there would actually be someone who dared to trespass into the Imperial City's dungeon. Wasn't this courting death? Zhu carefully observed the surrounding guards. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he divided the 25 Black Beast army soldiers into 2 teams. One team was to block the exit of the 9th floor, while the other team was to block the entrance of the 11th floor. "I'd like to see what ability you have to enter the 10th level." Zhu muttered in a low voice. He silently leaned against a stone pillar next to him. His eyes were filled with a deep coldness. He dared to conclude that the intruder was most likely an expert who was extremely adept at concealing his aura. Since no guards had gone missing on the 10th floor, it was very likely that the intruder was on the 9th and 10th floors. After returning to his post, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and sized up the Black Beast army soldiers who had blocked the entrance and exit of the 10th floor. His mind was constantly thinking of countermeasures. The Black Beast army was not simple, especially Dark Baron. His strength was probably more terrifying than Grand Haohai. With Zhuowen's current strength, it was very unlikely that he would be able to kill Dark Baron in an instant. However, if he did not eliminate the Black Beast army. Zhuo Wen would not be able to continue deeper, let alone enter the 17th floor to save Lu Hantian. Boy, with your current status as a guard, you can silently approach Dark Baron. While he is not paying attention, if you erupt with your full strength, there is a great chance that you will be able to kill Dark Baron instantly. Xiao Hei's voice slowly sounded in his mind. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's eyes flickered. He nodded and lifted his feet to walk towards Dark Baron. Dark Baron, who was resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes at this moment. His cold eyes stared indifferently at Zhuo Wen and said, "What's the matter?" Zhuo Wen stopped in a timely manner, and a panicked expression appeared on his face as he said in a low voice, "Sir Dark Noble, there are some things that I didn't tell you before, and they may be very important to you." "Oh, what is it?" Black Noble's interest was piqued, and he asked, This matter is very important. If you say it publicly, I'm afraid." Zhuo Wen was very timid, as if this matter was too important, so he had to be cautious. And it was precisely because of Zhuo Wen's behavior that Dark Baron became more and more interested. He nodded and said, "Then come closer and tell me." Zhuo Wen sighed softly and walked timidly to Dark Baron's side. At the same time, he carefully looked around as if he was afraid that someone would eavesdrop. Looking at Zhuo Wen's appearance, Dark Baron was a little amused. He waved his right hand, and a surge of yuan qi poured out, turning into a small barrier between the two. He continued, "Just say it. In this small barrier, no matter how loud you are, no one can eavesdrop." Zhuo Wen nodded gratefully and immediately approached Dark Baron and said softly, "Lord Dark Baron, in fact, what I want to say to you is, whoosh!" A bloody light suddenly swept out from Zhuo Wen's palm, and then an extremely terrifying aura burst out. At this moment, Zhuo Wen used 4 heads and 8 arms, waving 8 spears and using the Azura blood spear at the same time. At the same time, he also summoned the divine sun cauldron. The terrifying fire of the sun burst out and turned into a fire dragon that enveloped Dark Baron. Azura blood sea, fire of the sun. A terrifying sea of blood swept out from the void, enveloping the entire 10th floor of the dungeon. Apparently, Black Baron didn't know that Zhuo Wen was going to do something like this, so he wasn't prepared for it at all. He shouted loudly, and a terrifying yuanli gushed out. Waves of black energy swirled in the air and turned into a black barrier in front of him. It was to block Zhuo Wen's attack. Unfortunately, after Zhuo Wen's cultivation reached the supreme realm, his strength was many times stronger than before. In addition, this attack was planned by Zhuo Wen, so Dark Baron was completely unprepared. Even this defense was only used temporarily. Kacha! The black barrier was as fragile as a piece of paper and directly shattered. Then the fire of the sun and the Azura blood sea swept out and intertwined, enveloping Dark Baron in an instant. Dark Baron, a golden supreme realm powerhouse, didn't even make a sound. Under the combined attack of the fire of the sun and the Azura blood sea, he died without a trace. From Zhuo Wen's sudden attack to Dark Baron's death, only a blink of an eye had passed. In the 10th floor, whether it was the other guards or the Black Beast army that blocked the entrance, they all stood in place in a daze. They all saw He Ju being killed in front of them, so cleanly and neatly. Perhaps they still couldn't believe that Dark Baron, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Black Beast Army, a mid-stage golden venerable powerhouse, was instantly killed by the guard who appeared. Among them, the most surprised were the guards who were in their positions. Wasn't the one who killed Dark Baron their companion who guarded the 10th floor together with them? When did their companion become so powerful? He actually killed Dark Baron, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Black Beast Army, in an instant. Why did he kill Dark Baron? Just as the surrounding people fell into a strange silence, Zhuo Wen had already taken out the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. He then formed a seal, and suddenly the Supreme Dragon Cauldron emitted a dazzling light and a terrifying dragon's roar was heard. A huge dragon's power drilled out one by one. A total of 81 draconic powers were revealed. Kill them all. Zhuowen waved his right hand. Suddenly, 81 draconic powers roared towards the sky and rushed towards the guards and the Black Beast army, who were still in a daze. Ah, ah, ah. Screams were heard continuously. Whether it was the guards or the Black Beast army, they were all defeated by the draconic powers. They were all killed in an instant. Thud, thud, thud. The commotion caused by the draconic powers was too great. Suddenly, Zhuowen could hear orderly footsteps coming from above the dungeon. They were rushing towards the 10th floor at an extremely fast speed. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He was extremely calm at this moment. With a wave of his right hand, the fire of the sun gushed out and burned all the corpses on the 10th floor to ashes. Then Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived at the prison on the 10th floor. Ding, ding, ding. Without hesitation, Zhuowen opened all the cages in the prison and released the prisoners on the 10th floor. There were many prisoners on the 10th floor who were quite powerful. Most of them were at the ultimate 8-wheel emperor realm and above. The stronger ones were even at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm. Moreover, there were many of them. There were probably hundreds of them. With so many powerful prisoners, it was enough to create a big commotion in the Imperial City dungeon. Thank you, brother. Thank you. After these prisoners were released, they all cupped their hands gratefully towards Zhuowen. Then they took a step forward and flew towards the top of the dungeon. They wanted to leave the Imperial City dungeon completely. Chapter 853. Arriving at the 17th level. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of heavy objects falling to the ground could be heard. The prisoners who were trying to escape the dungeon did not manage to get far before they were thrown into the hall of the 10th level. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of footsteps finally reached the 10th level of the dungeon. Then 3 Black Beast army troops, led by 3 men in black armor, walked into the hall. The 3 Black Beast armies were the 1st, 3rd, and 4th squads, respectively. The 3 men in black armor were the captains of the 3 squads. Their names were He Yao, He Yu, and He Shi, and they were all golden venerables. Among the 3 of them, the most powerful one was undoubtedly the captain of the first team, He Yao. His cultivation was the highest among the 4 captains, and he should be at the later stage of the Golden Honored Realm. At that moment, He Yao stared coldly at the prisoners in front of him and said coldly, "Who let you out? Where are the guards of the 10th level and the 2nd team of the Black Beast army troops?" D*MN Dungeon. D*MN Emperor Qing. Now that we have finally been released, you dare to stop us? Die. Although the strength of the Black Beast army in front of them was terrifying, the eyes of the prisoners who were beaten back were filled with madness. They had been trapped in the dungeon for so long that they had almost forgotten what the outside world was like. This kind of life was worse than death. Even though they knew that the Black Beast army was powerful, they were still fearless of death and longed for freedom. After being trapped in the dungeon for so long, life was no longer important to these prisoners who longed for freedom. Even if they had to die, they wanted to escape from the dungeon. Kill! Kill! The prisoners who had fallen to the ground had crazy looks in their eyes. They shouted and charged towards the Black Beast army troops. "You are courting death. Kill all these prisoners." He Yao's eyes were cold as he waved his hand and said indifferently. The Black Beast army behind him wore black armor. Their eyes were cold as they carried out He Yao's order without hesitation. They held their black spears and charged forward. Uft! Uft! Instantly, the 2 sides engaged in a fierce battle. Shouts of killing and the sound of blood splashing continuously rang out. Terrifying Yuan power even spread out in this prison that was not considered spacious, causing the space to become much more stagnant and heavy. Fresh blood, miserable cries, and the clanging sounds of weapons clashing continuously spread out in this narrow space. adding a trace of mournful feeling to the prison. It seems like these prisoners are quite powerful. Black Dazzling narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. Hey you! Hey sure, attack with me. Let's kill these traitors. Saying that, Dark Light turned into an afterimage and joined the battle. Hey you and Hey sure nodded. They followed Dark Light's lead and joined the battle as well. With the addition of Dark Light and the other two, the battle immediately tilted towards the Black Beast army. The three of them were too powerful. The strongest prisoners were only from the Xuanzuan realm. They were no match for the three of them. In 10 breaths' time, the prisoners on the 10th level of the prison were basically wiped out by the Black Beast army. However, Dark Light did not show any joy because they still did not know who the enemy was. They had not even seen the enemy's face. Boss Dark Light, the person who broke in this time might be Zhuowen, whom Emperor Qing wants to catch. This boy is not simple. Why don't we report this to the 5 holy masters? He sure frowned and suddenly said. Dark Light shook his head and said no need. Zhuowen is just a mere holy master. There is no need to ask the holy masters for help. Moreover, Emperor Qing's worries are groundless. Although Zhuowen is not simple, it is not enough for the holy masters to take action. Our Black Beast army is enough. However, this boy's concealment ability is very strong. He was actually able to enter the 10th level of the prison without being discovered. In fact, Dark Light did not put Zhuo Wen in his eyes at all. However, Zhuo Wen's strange concealment ability gave him a headache. Even now, he still could not find Zhuo Wen's shadow. However, the 10th level of the prison is already in chaos. Moreover, everyone is in a panic. If we don't inform the holy masters, will he blame us? Hey Yu asked worriedly. Dark Light shook his head and said, that Zhuowen is just a junior. Are you afraid? Moreover, if we can directly capture that Zhuowen, it will be a great merit. If we are captured by the holy masters, I'm afraid we won't even be able to drink the soup. Hearing Dark Light's words, how could He Yu and He sure not know what Dark Light was thinking at this moment? He probably wanted to take all the credit for himself. However, such a temptation was indeed unbearable for them. From Emperor Qing's actions, it could be seen that they valued Zhuowen far more than they had expected. If their Black Beast army could capture Zhuowen, Emperor Qing would not be stingy with their rewards. Who is it? Just as He Yu and He Shi were about to make a move because of Dark Light's idea, Dark Light suddenly turned his head and shouted towards the depths of the prison. The two of them were shocked and quickly turned their heads to look. From within the gloomy prison, a staggering figure slowly walked out. In the end, he arrived before the three of them. Black Jew? Looking at the figure that appeared in front of the three of them, their expressions changed from vigilance to surprise. The figure that appeared in front of them was the leader of the second squad, Dark Jew. At this moment, Dark Jew's entire body was covered in wounds. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His footsteps were weak, as if he could be blown away by the wind. Black Jew, why are you in such a sorry state? What happened in the 10th floor of the dungeon? He Yu and He Shi quickly stepped forward to support Dark Jew, while Dark Light came to Dark Jew and asked with a frown. Dark Jew shook his head and sighed. The person who broke into the dungeon has appeared. He is very strong and terrifying. The Dark Jew in front of them was obviously Zhuowen in disguise. At this moment, Zhuowen was very good at pretending and told them everything that had happened. Of course, the truth was naturally made up by him. What? The second squad was annihilated? Even you were almost killed. Dark Light, He Yu, and He Shi were shocked when they heard Dark Jew's story. They did not expect the second squad of the Black Beast army to be annihilated. Only Dark Jew was left. This person should be Zhuowen. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Even Dark Jew was seriously injured by him. Dark Light frowned slightly. After listening to Dark Jew's story, He no longer underestimated Zhuo. He knew that the latter was quite a difficult opponent to deal with. "Brother Dark Light, what should we do now?" He Yu and He Shi looked at Dark Light and asked. After thinking for a moment, Dark Light said, "Since Zhuo is strong enough to injure Dark Ju and has a powerful hiding ability, it will be difficult for us to capture him alive." Dark Light paused for a moment and continued, "How about this? Dark Ju is seriously injured now. He needs to recuperate. Hey, sure. Bring Dark Ju to the 17th floor of the dungeon and inform Sky Lord about this matter. Also, let Dark Ju go to the 17th floor to recuperate." Dark Ju's eyebrows trembled slightly when he heard Dark Light's arrangement, but he quickly calmed down. Dark Light and the other two did not notice the abnormality that Dark Ju showed just now. "Okay, then I will bring Dark Ju to the 17th floor of the dungeon to look for Sky Lord." He Shi nodded and came to Dark Ju's side to help him up. "You two go first. Hey, you and I will continue to patrol these floors. Maybe we can find Zhuowen's trace." Dark Light nodded to Dark Ju and He Shi. He then led He Yu and the Black Beast Army to search the dungeon above. They knew very well that Zhuowen's target was Lu Hantian on the 17th floor. If the Lu Hantian was not rescued, Zhuo would not leave the dungeon so easily. Therefore, they were not worried that Zhuo would escape from the dungeon. After Dark Light and He Yu left, He Shi supported Dark Ju and said, "Let's go as well. We need to reach the 17th floor as soon as possible so that Sky Lord can make his move. At that time, Zhuo will not be able to escape. Yes, once Sky Lord makes his move, Zhuo will have nowhere to run." Dark Ju replied in a low voice. He then followed He Shi in silence. However, he was very happy. It seemed that he had made the right choice to disguise himself as Dark Ju. Because of Dark Light's words, he did not need to waste any energy and vigilance to reach the 17th floor of the dungeon. Looking at the silent Dark Ju, He Shi's eyes flashed and revealed a trace of doubt. He always felt that Dark Ju was a little strange today. Usually, Dark Ju was very talkative. He was the most active one among the four of them. But today, Dark Ju was very quiet, which naturally aroused He Shi's suspicion. However, thinking that Dark Ju was seriously injured, He Shi's heart was relieved. Perhaps Dark Ju was so depressed because of his injuries. Along the way, the two did not talk much. He Shi silently led the way, while Zhuo followed behind him. Zhuowen's attention was always on the surrounding environment. As they went deeper into the dungeon, Zhuowen's face became gloomy. He found that after the 10th floor, the Imperial City's dungeon was heavily guarded. Even he felt a little cold. Even with the help of the 100 transformation technique, Zhuo had doubts about himself. He wondered if he could successfully sneak into the 17th floor of the dungeon in such a heavily guarded environment. After passing through many corridors and doors, the two finally reached the exit of the 16th floor and arrived at the 17th floor. Chapter 854. Search in this vast world of ice. There were 4 air cages made of solid ice that deeply attracted Zhuowen's attention. A figure sat in each of the 4 cages. These figures were wrapped in black chains at the same time. Clearly, they were the prisoners of the 17th floor. Moreover, these 4 people faintly exuded an extremely powerful aura. Although they were imprisoned in the ice and snow cage, the pressure generated by their breathing could always sweep up a terrifying whirlpool. The 4 of them were all Empyrean Exalts, and they were extremely powerful existences among Empyrean Exalts. Originally, the 4 of them should have been existences that could call the wind and summon the rain in the outside world, but now they had been thrown into the dungeon and were living the life of a prisoner. As Zhuo swept his gaze across the cages, his gaze quickly fixed on a cage in the sky to the west. Within it, a ragged figure was silently sitting cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. After seeing this figure, Zhuowen's body trembled unnoticeably. Soon after, he forced himself to calm down. Needless to say, this ragged figure was Zhuowen's target this time, Lu Hantian. In this world of ice and snow, apart from the 4 cages floating in the air, the most eye-catching thing was a pit that was several dozen meters wide at the very center of the space. The pit was pitch black and bottomless, as if it led to the deepest abyss of the earth. It was deep and mysterious. Swish! A figure suddenly emerged from the surrounding ice and snow, appearing before Heisher and Zhuowen. A pair of cold eyes stared fixedly at the two of them. He said, "Why have you come to the 17th floor? Didn't we say that if there's nothing important, don't trespass here?" The man who had just appeared had long black and white hair. His eyebrows were as white as snow. He was the Emperorian White Brow who had chased after Zhuowen in the imperial capital. Heisher hurriedly bowed respectfully and said carefully, "Lord White Brow, even if you gave me 100 times the courage, we wouldn't dare to trespass here. However, we do have something important to report this time." Seeing Blackstone say it in all seriousness, Emperorian White Brow nodded his head and said with a snort, "Tell me about it. If it's not important enough, you know the consequences." I know. Right now, the first 10 floors of the dungeon are already in chaos. This lowly one suspects that someone has already infiltrated our dungeon, and this chaos is caused by this infiltrator." At this point, Blackstone's gaze turned serious. "Oh, did someone sneak in? Is it Zhuowen?" White Brow heavenly exalt's eyes narrowed when he heard this, and he hurriedly asked. Blackstone said bitterly, "My cultivation base is low, and Zhuowen's concealment ability is terrifying. That's why we still haven't found that person's real location. It's just a guess." The first 10 levels of the underground prison are in a mess, yet you haven't even seen a shadow of a person. Your Black Beast army is truly a bunch of trash, the White Brow Heavenly Venerate said somewhat coldly. Blackstone's expression changed slightly, but he didn't dare to refute the White Brow Heavenly Venerate. He could only brace himself and say, "Forgive me for being incompetent, but Zhuowen's concealment technique is extremely brilliant. With our strength, it's simply a fool's dream to catch him. That's why we've come to ask for your help." The White Brow Heavenly Venerate snorted coldly and waved his right hand. Suddenly, a rather strange and ear-piercing sound resounded in this space. Bang, 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 bang. For figures appeared from different directions and landed where the White Brow Heavenly Venerate was. The aura of these 4 people was extremely powerful, and the White Brow Heavenly Venerate was slightly weaker compared to these 4 people. Needless to say, these 4 people were the other 4 Heavenly Venerates of the imperial family. Among them, a middle-aged man in a purple robe was the strongest of the 5 Heavenly Venerates, Ziyang Tianzuan. Ziyang Tianzuan's eyes were purple, and he looked exceptionally strange. At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan directly ignored Blackstone and Zhuowen. Instead, he looked at the White Brow Heavenly Venerate and asked, "White Brow, what happened?" In front of Ziyang Tianzuan, the arrogance on the White Brow Heavenly Venerate's face was greatly restrained. At this moment, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Ziyang Tianzuan, the first 10 floors of the dungeon have become chaotic, as if someone has broken into the dungeon and caused chaos." What happened? Ziyang Tianzuan narrowed his eyes and asked without batting an eyelid. The White Brow Heavenly Venerate did not hide anything and repeated what Blackstone had just said. Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3 frowned when they heard this. "Someone has already broken into the 10th floor of the dungeon, yet you haven't even seen the enemy's true face. Your Black Beast army is getting more and more outrageous." Ziyang Tianzuan's voice also became cold. His demonic gaze indifferently glanced at Blackstone and Zhuowen, his face full of displeasure. Blackstone and Zhuowen hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to say anything. The 5 people in front of them had a special status in the imperial family, and the leader of their Black Beast army was indeed inferior to them, so they did not dare to refute. Forget it. White Brow, go to the first 10 floors of the dungeon and inspect them. With your strength and perception, you should be able to detect Zhuowen's tracks. Ziyang Tianzuan turned his head and said to the White Brow, Heavenly Venerate. Ziyang Tianzuan, don't worry. I will definitely capture that Zhuowen and bring him to you. The White Brow, Heavenly Venerate, seemed to have a card up his sleeve as he patted his chest and said, HM, then you go. Empyrean Purple Sun nodded and said. Hearing this, the White Brow, Heavenly Venerate no longer hesitated. With a step, he left the ice and snow space and rushed towards the top of the dungeon. Once the White Brow, Heavenly Venerate left, Xing Tianzuan and the other 3 looked at each other, then quietly floated in the air. They sat cross-legged and began to meditate silently. They completely ignored Blackstone and Zhuowen. Seeing the 4 Empyreans' ignoring attitude, Blackstone did not care. Instead, he said to Zhuowen beside him, Black Noble, for the time being, you should rest and recuperate on the 17th floor. This place is guarded by the Empyreans, so it is safe enough. Zhuowen nodded, a look of gratitude on his face as he said, Blackstone, thank you so much for this time. Blackstone waved his hand and gave Zhuowen a few words of advice before leaving the ice and snow space. After all, the Black Beast army under his command was still in the dungeon above. If he left for too long, they would be in a situation where they would be leaderless. Looking at Blackstone's departing figure, Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He stared at the 4 Empyreans floating in the air with some fear as he silently sat on the ground. Zhuowen naturally did not sit on the ground to cultivate. Instead, he sank his mind into his sea of consciousness and carefully communicated with it. After Zhuowen sat down cross-legged, Ziyang Tianzuan, who was floating in the air, glanced indifferently at Zhuowen. His eyes revealed a trace of contemplation. Then he closed his eyes again and ignored Zhuowen. Xiao Hei, if I want to send a message to Big Brother Hantian and inform him of my true identity, will it work? Zhuowen asked. Then you are courting death. Now that the 4 Empyreans are above you, if you openly send a message to Lu Hantian, you will undoubtedly be courting death and exposing your identity. Xiao Hei said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. Empyreans were much stronger than him. If he used a message in front of them, the chances of him being exposed were too great. The gains did not make up for the losses. However, what made him feel rather helpless was that the 4 Empyreans had all appeared in this ice and snow space. He did not dare to act rashly. After all, if he made any strange movements, it was very likely that he would be discovered by the 4 Empyreans. At that time, there would be no way for him to escape. Let's wait and see. You are no longer in the first 10 levels of the dungeon. No matter how hard Empyrean Whitebrow looks, it is unlikely that he will be able to find you. When Empyrean Whitebrow returns, perhaps the remaining Empyreans will not be able to hold back and will also make a move. Xiao Hei shook his head and said. Upon hearing this, Zhuowen could only agree with Xiao Hei. What he needed to do now was not to act rashly, but to wait patiently for the best opportunity. Thinking of this, Zhuowen no longer let his imagination run wild. Instead, he closed his eyes and began to silently meditate and cultivate. Sure enough, after about half an incense stick of time, Empyrean Whitebrow returned. His expression was slightly ugly and even a little unlucky. The arrival of Empyrean Whitebrow naturally attracted the attention of Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3. Ziyang Tianzuan hurriedly asked, Whitebrow, how is the progress? Did you find Zhuowen? Empyrean Whitebrow's expression became even more unsightly. After ridiculing for a while, Empyrean Whitebrow helplessly said, Zhuowen's concealment ability is indeed very strong. I searched above for half an incense stick of time and almost searched every corner of the first 10 levels of the dungeon, but did not find anything. You actually didn't find anything? Zhang Tianzuan asked in disbelief. Indeed, I didn't find anything. Emperor, white brow, shrugged helplessly. Zhang Tianzuan, then what should we do now? His Majesty Emperor Qing attaches great importance to Zhuowen. Now that this child has broken in, are we just going to sit here and wait for death? The only female Empyrean of the 5, Empyrean sunset moon, suddenly asked. Zhang Tianzuan frowned slightly. It seemed that they had underestimated Zhuowen. They did not expect the latter's concealment methods to be so good that even Empyrean white brow could not find any trace of him for a while. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Tianzuan said coldly, "Let's go. Let's go to the first 10 floors of the dungeon to take a look. I don't believe that we can't find a little junior from the Xuanzuan realm with all 5 of us here. Zhang Tianzuan, if the 5 of us go up together, there will be no one guarding the 17th floor of the dungeon. If Zhuowen takes advantage of the situation and enters this place, it will be terrible." The yellow-haired Empyrean Yellow Necklace suddenly suggested. "Then let Whitebrow stay. The 4 of us will go up together to take a look. I don't believe that with our 4 great Empyrean's abilities, we still can't find that Zhuowen," Empyrean Purple Sun said decisively. When Empyrean White Brow heard this, his eyes were full of helplessness. He knew that after Empyrean Yellow Necklace made this suggestion, Zhang Tianzuan would let him stay. However, he did not care. After all, he was the weakest among the 5 of them. Moreover, he did not find any trace of Zhuowen, so he did not complain about Zhang Tianzuan's arrangement. Chapter 855. Waiting for 2 days soon. Only Empyrean Master Whitebrow, Zhuowen, and the other 4 Empyrean prisoners were left in this space. Empyrean Master Whitebrow was rather depressed at this moment. He had gone out with great ambition, thinking that he could find Zhuowen and capture him in one fell swoop. He did not expect to return empty-handed. Although Zhang Tianzuan and the others did not say anything, they knew that the other 4 Empyreans were somewhat dissatisfied with him from the fact that Zhang Tianzuan had left him alone on the 17th level of the dungeon. Landing not far away from Zhuowen, Empyrean Lord Whitebrow waved his sleeve. Instantly, terrifying origin energy formed a shockwave that blasted Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen to involuntarily retreat dozens of meters before barely stabilizing himself. "Scram! Don't stay in front of me. You're an eyesore," Empyrean Master Whitebrow said coldly to Zhuowen. Zhuowen did not expect that Empyrean Whitebrow would suddenly vent his anger on him. He was thrown into an extremely sorry state by this wave of air. He stopped a dozen meters away and stared at Empyrean Whitebrow with narrowed eyes. "What, you're not convinced?" Empyrean Master Whitebrow stared coldly at Zhuowen. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen cupped his hands and said, "No, I accidentally offended you, Master Whitebrow. It's only right for you to teach me a lesson." With that, Zhuowen quietly found an inconspicuous corner and sat down cross-legged. Empyrean Master Whitebrow glanced indifferently at Zhuowen and ignored him. Instead, he waved his sleeve and left the open space, returning to the stronghold cave where he had been in seclusion. Seeing that Empyrean Master Whitebrow had returned to the stronghold cave, Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner, revealed a glimmer of light in his eyes. "Xiao Hei, Empyrean Master Whitebrow has entered the stronghold cave. If I use a voice transmission now, he shouldn't be able to detect it, right?" Zhuowen asked Xiao Hei cautiously. "Sure. However, after 10 breaths of time, Heavenly Venerable Whitebrow will have just entered the cave. I'm afraid he won't be able to enter a meditative state so quickly," Xiao Hei said calmly. Nodding, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to send a voice transmission. Instead, he waited for 10 breaths of time. When he saw that the Whitebrow Heavenly Master had completely stopped moving after entering the stronghold cave, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He flicked his finger, and an imperceptible white light shot toward the cage Lu Hantian was in. Inside the cage, Lu Hantian silently sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed. However, he soon sensed something strange and slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw that there was a faint white light in the cage. This is... Lu Hantian's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. He looked around and found that the other 3 celestial venerables in the other 3 floating cages had no reaction at all. They sat in their cages like dead people, not moving at all. Other than the 3 celestial venerables who were also prisoners, there was only the unfamiliar man in black armor below. Could this thing be passed on to me by this person? Lu Hantian naturally recognized the armor on this man's body. It was the symbol of the Black Beast Army that guarded the Imperial City's dungeon. However, what he couldn't understand was why this person, who was clearly the captain of the Black Beast Army, would pass on this mass of light. And what was inside this mass of light? Lu Hantian's eyes flashed as he finally accepted this mass of light. Then, a familiar voice drilled into his mind from the mass of light. Big Brother Hantian, I am Zhuowen, the captain of the Black Beast Army. Black Noble is me in disguise. Hearing this familiar voice, Lu Hantian was stunned. After regaining his composure, Lu Hantian's eyes lit up. It was Zhuowen. This voice really did belong to Zhuowen. Moreover, the captain of the Black Beast Army wouldn't be so bored as to pretend to be Zhuowen's voice to deceive him. There was no need for that at all. Thus, he directly believed that this person was Zhuowen. Zhuowen actually didn't die. At this moment, Lu Hantian's heart was exceptionally excited. When Zhuowen had fallen into the dragon vein, Lu Hantian had been captured by Emperor Qing and imprisoned on the 17th floor of the Imperial City's dungeon. Thus, he didn't know anything about what Zhuowen had done in Muqin County after leaving the dragon vein. After calming down, Lu Hantian was still somewhat worried. Are you really Zhuowen? What do you have to prove your identity? Although this voice was indeed Zhuowen's, Lu Hantian still acted extremely cautiously. Could it be that Big Brother Hantian has forgotten what happened to the 2 of us in the land of the Blood Demon? Zhuowen didn't feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction because of Lu Hantian's doubts. Instead, he calmly told him everything that had happened in the land of the Blood Demon. After listening to Zhuowen's narration, Lu Hantian nodded. His heart became even more excited. The black-armored man in front of him was indeed going to kill Zhuowen. What had happened in the land of the Blood Demon was indeed only known to him and Zhuowen. After all, the 2 of them had met in the land of the Blood Demon and had become close friends. Moreover, this person's narration was extremely detailed. Apart from Zhuowen, Lu Hantian found it hard to believe that anyone else would know about these relatively secretive matters. After confirming Zhuowen's identity, Lu Hantian frowned slightly and said with some displeasure, Zhuowen, this Imperial City's dungeon is too dangerous. It's really inappropriate for you to barge in alone. If you're discovered by the 5 great Empyreans, you'll really be in trouble. Brother Hantian, don't worry. If I can rescue you, I can use your strength to release the prisoners in the dungeon and completely muddy the waters in the Imperial City's dungeon. The 2 of us can use this kind of human wave tactic to escape. Once we escape from the dungeon, Elder Shiyuan and Moyan Wushang will come to our rescue. At that time, even if Emperor Qing comes personally, he may not be able to stop us. Zhuowen's voice was filled with confidence. He had already discussed this plan with Moyan Wushang and Elder Shiyuan for a long time. At this moment, he seemed to have a well-thought-out plan. Lu Hantian shook his head and said, Emperor Qing is not as simple as you think. If Emperor Qing really takes action, the chances of us escaping are very slim. After hearing Lu Hantian's words, Zhuowen frowned. Previously, Elder Shiyuan had also said that Emperor Qing was hiding his strength. Now, even Lu Hantian had said the same thing. Could Emperor Qing really be so terrifying? Let's not talk about this first. I'd better let you out first. Brother Hantian, do you know how to open this floating cage? Zhuowen asked in a deep voice. Lu Hantian said helplessly, The 17th floor and the 18th floor below were sealed in ice by Emperor Qing himself. Especially the cage that trapped me, it is extremely sturdy. Experts at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm will not be able to break it. If you want to break it, only experts at the Emperor Realm can do it. What? Only experts at the Emperor Realm can break it? Is this floating cage so terrifying? Hearing this, Zhuowen was shocked. Originally, Zhuowen thought that if he could transform into the Dragon Man state, he might be able to break the floating cage with a full blow. However, now it seemed that it was simply a pipe dream. Even experts at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm could not break the floating cage. Even if he transformed into the Dragon Man state, it would be difficult for him to break it. Then what should we do? Isn't it impossible to rescue you? Zhuowen asked with a frown. Haha, don't worry, I have my ways. You also know that I have been stuck at the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm for many years. Lu Hantian did not say much, but his eyes revealed a hint of pride. However, Zhuowen's eyes flashed. Although Lu Hantian did not finish his words, how could he not know that Lu Hantian had probably comprehended something and was very likely about to break through to the Emperor Realm? How long will it take? Zhuowen asked in a low voice. 2 days is enough. At that time, I will be able to break through these shackles and completely escape from this floating cage. Lu Hantian revealed a hint of joy at the corner of his mouth. 2 days? All right, then I'll wait for 2 more days. Zhuowen nodded and replied. Zhuowen, be careful for the next 2 days. Don't let them discover you. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you at all. I'll continue to cultivate first. After Lu Hantian finished speaking, his voice became intermittent and finally disappeared. Sensing the silence on the other end, Zhuowen gently stroked his right hand. The white ball of light in front of Lu Hantian slowly dissipated as if it had never appeared. Then I'll wait for 2 more days. Zhuowen silently muttered the sentence, then closed his eyes and silently sat cross-legged. 2 days later, once Lu Hantian broke through, there was a very high chance that he would completely escape from the dungeon. At this moment, because the 4 heavenly masters had appeared on the first 10 floors of the dungeon, the chaos had gradually calmed down. However, Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3 were not happy at all. This was because they had searched the first 10 floors of the dungeon several times, but they didn't find any suspicious places or people, let alone traces of Zhuowen. Ziyang Tianzuan, could it be that Zhuowen has already left the dungeon and escaped because he realized that something was wrong? Heavenly Master, Shiyu said with a frown. Ziyang Tianzuan's eyes flickered as he said, His Majesty the Qing Emperor said that Zhuowen and Lu Hantian have a very deep friendship. Even if this is a dragon's lair or a tiger's den, Zhuowen will still barge in. He probably won't give up halfway like this. Now that the 4 of us have moved out, we haven't found any traces of Zhuowen at all. Is Zhuowen's concealment ability really that terrifying? Heavenly Master, Shiyu said in disbelief. Heavenly Master Huang, Jiao suddenly said. Didn't they say that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body? The Blue Dragon Hall has many methods to detect dragon souls. If Prince Aoki comes to the dungeon with a dragon soul detector and searches floor by floor, then even if Zhuowen hides very well, I'm afraid that his true form will be revealed. Ziyang Tianzuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. He said, Heavenly Master Huangjiao is right. It seems that we have all misunderstood and actually forgot that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body. I'll go to the Blue Dragon Hall and ask Prince Aoki to come here. With that, Ziyang Tianzuan did not wait for the others to speak. He turned into a purple shadow and disappeared from the dungeon. The purple shadow streaked across the sky, and Ziyang Tianzuan soon arrived at the Blue Dragon Hall. Ziyang Tianzuan did not encounter too many obstacles when he entered the hall. Aoki was still sitting on the throne in the hall. When he saw Ziyang Tianzuan arrive, he hurriedly stood up and greeted him. Ziyang Tianzuan, why have you come? Chapter 856. Black and white detection dragon. What? That Zhuowen broke into the Imperial City's dungeon so quickly? Could it be that you 5 heavenly sovereigns couldn't catch that Zhuowen? Aoki was shocked at first, but soon after he asked in confusion. He was very clear about the layout of the Imperial City's dungeon. Even if he broke in, it would be extremely difficult for him to escape. That Zhuowen was only a cultivator from the Xuanzuan realm. How could the 5 heavenly sovereigns not be able to do anything to him? Ziyang Tianzuan shook his head and gave a simple account of what happened in the Imperial City's dungeon. Aoki nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Even you 5 heavenly sovereigns couldn't detect that kid's location. It seems that his concealment ability is really terrifying." After pondering for a moment, Aoki continued, "The dragon's soul detection device has already been damaged. I'm afraid it can no longer be used." Ziyang Tianzuan's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, "Your Azure Dragon Subhall is a super faction second only to the Imperial family. I believe that you have more than one method of detecting dragon souls in your hands, right?" Aoki smiled and said, "Of course. The 2 great elders of our sub-hall practice extremely special cultivation methods. If a dragon soul cultivator is within 100 meters of them, they can sense it. I can bring the 2 great elders to your dungeon. If the one who broke into the dungeon is really Zhuowen, then he won't be able to escape even if he grows wings." Ziyang Tianzuan was ecstatic when he heard this and hurriedly said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, Prince Aoki." Aoki waved his hand and said, "That Zhuowen killed many experts of my Azure Dragon Subhall. I've long wanted to settle this score with him. Ziyang Tianzuan, please wait for a moment. I'll go invite the 2 great elders." With that, Aoki went deep into the hall and his figure disappeared into the darkness. After about half an hour, Aoki stepped out from the depths of the hall. Behind him, 2 old men with surging auras followed. The 2 old men were dressed in black and white robes respectively, one black and one white. Standing behind Aoki, they looked rather unique. Ziyang Tianzuan looked meaningfully at the black and white behind Aoki. The cultivation of these 2 old men were not weak. Although they had not reached the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm, they were very close. In other words, the 2 old men should be late-stage Empyrean realm powerhouses. Coupled with Qing Mu, who was a peak Empyrean realm powerhouse, the combined combat strength of the 3 of them was probably not weaker than the combined combat strength of the 5 Empyreans of the Imperial family. If the Imperial family did not have Emperor Qing, the Azure Dragon subsidiary palace might be able to confront the Imperial family head-on. Unfortunately, with Emperor Qing, the Azure Dragon subsidiary palace would always be suppressed. Ziyang Tianzuan, let's go. Aoki came to Ziyang Tianzuan's side and said with a faint smile. Ziyang Tianzuan nodded and left the Blue Dragon Hall. Aoki followed, closely behind with the black and white. His eyes were full of coldness. This time, he would not let Zhuowen go. Although the Azure Emperor had stipulated that he could not kill Zhuowen, Aoki could still make Zhuowen suffer a fate worse than death. Whoosh! Soon, the 4 of them entered the Imperial City's dungeon. Outside the dungeon, the other 3 heavenly sovereigns were already waiting. The 3 of them were waiting at the entrance of the dungeon. Firstly, they were waiting for Empyrean Ziyang. Secondly, they were waiting to prevent Zhuowen from escaping. "Prince Aoki, everything depends on you," Ziyang Tianzuan said to Aoki. Qing Mu nodded in understanding. Immediately, he whispered a few words into the ears of the black and white elders behind him, after which the black and white elders stepped forward. Their hands formed a seal as black and white qi was formed. They entwined with each other between the 2 of them and actually transformed into a small black and white dragon that was a few feet in size. This is the black and white detection dragon. It's a secret technique used to detect dragon souls. Aoki explained to Ziyang Tianzuan and the other 3 heavenly sovereigns with a faint smile. Black and White held the black and white detection dragon with both hands and slowly stepped into the dungeon's first floor. Aoki, Ziyang Tianzuan, and the others silently followed behind Black and White. Their eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. If they could find Zhuowen, then everything would be a success. They would no longer have to stay in the Imperial City's dungeon with such a poor environment. Black and White searched very carefully and did not miss a single corner. After an hour, Black and White had inspected every corner of the first floor. He frowned slightly and shook his head at Aoki. Looks like he's not on the first floor. Let's continue to look. Aoki also understood Black and White's intention. He was not discouraged. The first floor of the dungeon was too exposed. It was obvious that Zhuowen was not hiding here. Ziyang Tianzuan and the others also nodded. They also did not think that Zhuowen would be hiding on the first floor. They then silently followed behind Black and White and Aoki. At this moment, they placed all their hopes of finding Zhuowen on Black and White. Time passed minute by minute. Black and White searched very carefully and did not miss a single corner. After a day, they had only reached the 10th floor, but they didn't find anything. They even carefully searched the 10th floor several times, but they didn't find anything at all. The Black and White probe dragons didn't react at all. What's going on? We've already searched the 10th floor. Why haven't we found anything? Prince Aoki, can your Black and White detection dragon really detect Zhuowen's location? Ziyang Tianzuan frowned slightly and asked doubtfully. Aoki's gaze gradually turned cold. He said, Ziyang Tianzuan, this king hurriedly rushed from the Blue Dragon Hall to the Imperial City dungeon in order to capture Zhuowen. I can clearly tell you that this Black and White detection dragon has an extremely strong reaction to dragon soul cultivators. However, we've already searched the 10th floor, and there is no reaction at all. This can only mean that Zhuowen is not in this dungeon. Hearing Aoki's words, Ziyang Tianzuan's expression turned slightly ugly. How could he not understand the meaning behind Aoki's words? Ziyang Tianzuan was saying that Aoki was fooling him. The so-called intruder was not in the Imperial City dungeon at all. For a moment, Ziyang Tianzuan and Aoki were in a deadlock. After a while, Ziyang Tianzuan shook his head and said, Prince Aoki, Izing will not deceive you at this juncture. Perhaps Zhuowen has already hidden below the 10th floor. Yes, the Imperial City dungeon has a total of 18 floors. We've only reached the 10th floor. There are still 8 floors below. Perhaps Zhuowen is hiding in the 8 floors below. Celestial Venerable, she quickly came out to smooth things over. Aoki's eyes flickered. He nodded and said, What Celestial Venerable, she said, makes sense. Let's continue down and take a look. With that, Aoki led Black and White to the 11th floor, while Ziyang Tianzuan followed behind Aoki with an ugly expression. In fact, Ziyang Tianzuan himself was a little uncertain whether Zhuowen was still in the Imperial City dungeon. After all, ever since the Celestial Venerables came out to investigate the dungeon, the intruder seemed to have evaporated into thin air. There was no trace of him at all. Logically speaking, no matter how good Zhuowen's concealment ability was, there would always be times when he made a mistake. It was impossible for there to be no clues at all. However, they were very careful in their investigation. Although they found some traces of fighting and the destruction of corpses, Zhuowen's traces had inexplicably disappeared. Starting from the 11th floor, Black and White searched even more carefully than before. Of course, it took a lot of time. By the time they reached the 16th floor, more than half a day had passed. It's already the 16th floor. If we go down further, we'll reach the 17th floor of the ice prison, where the 4 Celestial Venerables are imprisoned. When they reached the 16th floor, Ziyang Tianzuan's expression had become quite ugly. The others were not any better. They even guessed that Zhuowen had probably escaped from the dungeon long ago. The one with the worst expression was Aoki. He rushed over in a hurry and specially asked Black and White to use the Black and White detection dragons. However, the result was so cruel. They did not even find Zhuowen's shadow in the dungeon. continue the investigation." Seeing Black and White look over, Aoki nodded with a dark expression. They had already checked the 16th floor. He would not give up halfway. 2 hours later, Black and White returned to Aoki's side. The Black and White detection dragons in their hands were still soft and did not react at all. Obviously, there was no dragon soul on the 16th floor. Slowly turning his head, Aoki stared coldly at Zhang Tianzuan and said word by word, "Zhang Tianzuan, I think you should give me an explanation for this situation." Zhang Tianzuan's face was slightly pale. He sighed softly and said, "How about this? There's still the 17th floor of the ice prison. If we still can't find it in the ice prison, I'm willing to hand over my Zhang cultivation technique with both hands as an apology." Zhang cultivation technique. Aoki was stunned at first. Then his eyes lit up. Zhang cultivation technique was amazing. It was a top venerable rank armor skill with terrifying power. It was also Zhang Tianzuan's life cultivation technique. Zhang cultivation technique was the reason Zhang Tianzuan cultivated to the peak of the Celestial Master Realm. His strength was even stronger than Aoki's. Since Zhang Tianzuan is so sincere, Aoki will not be unreasonable. "I'll follow you to the 17th floor of the ice prison." Aoki cupped his hands, and his expression eased a lot. Zhang Tianzuan's expression was cold. He nodded and led Aoki and the others to the 17th floor of the ice prison. Aoki followed behind indifferently. In his opinion, it was unlikely that Zhuowen would be able to hide in the ice prison. After all, the ice prison had been guarded by 5 celestial masters. Even if Zhuowen had great divine powers, it was impossible for him to hide in the ice prison without the 5 celestial masters knowing. On the other hand, Emperor Xiang had an unlucky look on his face. In fact, he was only trying his luck, but he didn't have much hope in his heart. However, he was the one who invited Qingmu over after all. He couldn't possibly let Qingmu's efforts go to waste. Chapter 857. Expose the black and white light on the body of the dragon became more and more dazzling. Eventually, the entire tunnel was filled with this strange black and white light. At the same time, the dragon's roar became louder and louder. At this moment, the dragon was extremely excited, as if it had found its favorite food. It roared continuously. The dragon is reacting? Aoki, who hadn't been paying much attention to it, said with a glint in his eyes. Zhang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables' eyes were also filled with excitement. Since the dragon was reacting so strongly, did that mean that Zhuowen might be hiding in the 17th level of the ice hell? However, what puzzled Zhang Tianzuan was that the ice hell had always been guarded by the heavenly venerables. Even if the 4 heavenly venerables had left, wasn't Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow still there? Could it be that even Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow couldn't detect Zhuowen's presence? Although they were filled with doubts, they were more interested in finding out where exactly Zhuowen was hiding in the ice hell. After searching for so long, such a large group of heavenly venerables had yet to find any trace of Zhuowen. Zhang Tianzuan and the other heavenly venerables had been suppressing their anger for a long time. Let's go. Let's enter the ice hell. Zhang Tianzuan was the first to charge into the ice hell. The others followed closely behind Zhang Tianzuan, unwilling to be outdone. The ice hell was still filled with white fog, and the cold air was oppressive and bone-chilling. The 4 ice cages hung silently in the air. Zhuowen sat quietly in a corner and looked up at Lu Hantian's cage. 2 days had passed, and Lu Hantian had lived up to everyone's expectations. The withering qi in his body was gradually growing stronger. Now, his qi had formed countless vortexes around him. Fortunately, Lu Hantian was deliberately suppressing this aura. Since Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow was cultivating in the Stronghold Cave, it didn't attract Heavenly Venerate Whitebrow's attention. Looks like Lu Hantian is about to break through. However, the gap between the Emperor Realm and the Heavenly Venerate Realm is huge. I wonder if he can successfully advance. Xiao Hei's voice sounded in Zhuowen's mind. Lin Ming nodded. Ascending from Empyrean to Imperial authority was the most important watershed for a martial artist. The difference in strength between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. If one really wanted to compare, the difference between Empyrean and Imperial authority was as great as the sum of all the realms before Empyrean. There was a saying in the heavenly venerate Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm. Emperor Realm, Emperor Realm, Realm. I hope, Brother Hantian. Zhuowen's Hei was Hei Hei, translations. To Hei's Luan. He I. Hey. Hey hey God. Translations. Hei's chin was. Hey. Hey attention Lehman. Hey he. He I attention. Attention. He. TT attention. Hey he I. Translations TTTT as ha hey. Dang. Suddenly, a series of footsteps came from outside the ice prison. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He turned his head. What he saw made him curse inwardly. He quickly sat in a corner without saying a word. Ziyang Tianzuan was the first to step into the ice prison, followed by Heavenly Venerate Xiu, Heavenly Venerate Guanghan, and Heavenly Venerate Huang Jiao. What surprised Zhuowen even more was that behind the four Heavenly Venerates, Aoki and two old men in black and white robes followed them silently. The two old men were holding a palm-sized black and white dragon in their hands. At this moment, the little black and white dragon was staring at Zhuowen with shining eyes. It was as if Zhuowen was a delicious delicacy in the little dragon's eyes. Oh no, it's a black and white probe dragon. Boy, I'm afraid your identity will be exposed soon. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly changed, and she said worriedly. Zhuowen's eyes darkened. He naturally knew about the black and white probe dragon. It was also a method of probing a dragon soul. He didn't expect Ziyang Tianzuan and the others to invite people from the Blue Dragon Hall to help search for Zhuowen. Zhuowen is in the ice prison. Black and white, you should be able to make Zhuowen completely reveal himself. Aoki said with a sinister smile. Black and white nodded and immediately formed a seal with his left hand. He stared at the black and white probe dragon. Suddenly, the black and white light on the surface of the probe dragon became even more intense. Finally, with a deafening dragon roar, the probe dragon broke away from black and white's palm. Whoosh! The black and white probe dragon was extremely fast. After it broke away from the two elders' palms, it instantly shot out. Needless to say, its direction was where Zhuowen was. At this moment, Zhuowen's expression was extremely unsightly. The black and white probe dragon had indeed discovered him. Ziyang, Tianzuan, Aoki, and the others also followed the trajectory of the black and white probe dragon and saw Zhuowen's location. They saw a cold man in black armor, sitting cross-legged in the corner. It was the Black Beast Army's 2nd Division Captain, Black Baron. Who is this person? After discovering that the black and white probe dragon was flying towards a man in black armor that they had never seen before, the smile on Aoki's face faded. He turned to look at Ziyang Tianzuan and asked, This person is the Black Beast Army's 2nd Division Captain, Black Baron. He is a capable general who guards the Imperial City's dungeon all year round. I would like to ask Prince Aoki if there is a problem with your black and white probe dragon. This person is a member of the Imperial family. How could he be Zhuowen, who broke into the dungeon? Ziyang Tianzuan's expression also became a little unsightly. He had already investigated the Black Baron in front of him. Whether it was his appearance or aura, he didn't seem to be a fake, so he had some doubts about the black and white probe dragon. Aoki coldly snorted and said, The black and white probe dragon is extremely sensitive to dragon souls. now that it is rushing towards Black Baron so actively. It goes without saying that the latter must have a dragon soul in his body. This person is probably Zhuowen in disguise. Ziyang, Tianzuan's voice was a little cold as he said, long before Black Baron entered the ice snow prison, this venerable had already investigated him. Whether it is his aura or appearance, this person is definitely not Zhuowen. If he is in disguise, it is impossible for there to be no traces at all. Whoosh! A figure suddenly shot out of the barrier cavern. It was the white-brow heavenly master who had come out after noticing the commotion outside. Ziyang Tianzuan, have you found Zhuowen? The white-brow heavenly master first looked at Aoki in confusion, then immediately asked Ziyang Tianzuan. Ziyang Tianzuan shook his head and said, "We haven't found him. I'm afraid that Zhuowen has already escaped from this dungeon." Hearing Ziyang Tianzuan say so, the white-brow heavenly master felt a lot better. He hadn't been able to find Zhuowen before, and now Ziyang Tianzuan was the same. At this moment, the black and white probe dragon had already arrived in front of Zhuowen. Its pair of dragon eyes stared at Zhuowen with great confusion. Just now, it had felt an extremely strong dragon soul aura from this person. Why did it suddenly disappear? Zhuowen was extremely nervous as he looked at the black and white probe dragon in front of him. The movements of the probe dragon had undoubtedly pushed Zhuowen to the forefront of the storm. If Ziyang Tianzuan and the others found out that the black noble was a fake, then Zhuowen would really have no way out. After all, there were 8 heavenly venerates in front of him. It was simply impossible for him to escape from 8 heavenly venerates. Fortunately, Ziyang Tianzuan's words made Zhuowen feel a lot more at ease. However, what Aoki said next once again made Zhuowen's heart jump to his throat. The heavenly armor continent is so huge. It's not like there aren't any secret techniques that can completely change one's aura. Perhaps Zhuowen obtained such a secret technique by chance? If Ziyang Tianzuan really believes the Black Noble's words, then let him come over. Black and White has mastered a secret technique that can completely stimulate the dragon soul in a dragon soul martial artist's body. If the Black Noble doesn't have a dragon soul in his body, then this secret technique will naturally have no effect on him. If he does, he... At this point, Aoki's face became a little ferocious. Everyone knew that if there was a dragon soul, then the Black Noble in front of them was definitely a fake. Ziyang Tianzuan's eyes flickered. Aoki's suggestion was undoubtedly the best. However, the Black Noble was, after all, personally appointed by the Qing Emperor to guard the dungeon. If they let the Black Noble come over just like that, it would undoubtedly disappoint the latter. Ziyang Tianzuan, he's just a captain of the Black Beast Army. Why do you care so much? I'll capture the Black Noble first and let Black and White examine him. If he doesn't have a dragon soul, then it'll be fine. If he does, then it'll be a great merit for us. Celestial Master Whitebrow said to Ziyang Tianzuan and strode toward Zhuowen. He was in the Celestial Master realm, while the Black Noble was only in the Golden Venerable realm. Celestial Master Whitebrow looked down on the Black Beast Army from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, he didn't care what the Black Noble thought. Ziyang Tianzuan and the others didn't stop him. Instead, they silently watched Celestial Master Whitebrow's actions. Obviously, they tacitly agreed with Celestial Master Whitebrow's actions. Looking at Celestial Master Whitebrow striding over, Ziyang Tianzuan and the others silently watching behind him, Zhuowen felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that they really intended to force Zhuowen to hand him over and let Black and White examine him. I can't sit still and wait for death. Zhuowen's eyes flashed. He knew very well that if he really followed Celestial Master Whitebrow to Black and White's side, his life would be completely in the hands of others. If Black and White's secret technique could really detect the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body, there was no doubt that Zhuowen would die. Even if it couldn't detect it, if Aoki was flustered and exasperated and used him as a venting bucket, then there was still a high chance that Zhuowen would die. As a member of the royal family, Celestial Master Whitebrow, is this how you treat your own people? Zhuowen took a deep breath and shouted coldly. At this moment, Celestial Master Whitebrow was already 10 meters away from Zhuowen. When he heard Zhuowen's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he sneered and said, "Ridiculous! Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to be one of us? You think too highly of yourself. I'll only give you one chance. Come with me to be examined. If you can't detect the dragon soul, we won't make things difficult for you." Chapter 858. Lu Hantian's Breakthrough. Are you planning to refuse the test? The white-brow Empyrean narrowed his eyes and revealed a cruel smile. To him, Heiju was just an ant-like existence, yet he dared to refuse in front of him. He really didn't know what was good for him. However, you have to go even if you don't want to. It's better for you to die. After coldly throwing down these words, the white-brow Empyrean suddenly slapped out with his right hand. Terrifying origin energy poured out and turned into a huge origin energy palm, wanting to capture Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen's gaze was ice-cold. This white-brow Empyrean was truly shameless. He actually attacked the weak as he pleased. He didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all. With a wave of his right hand, Zhuowen immediately took out the jade cauldron armor soul. He released a terrifying dragon's might that soared into the sky and blasted towards the origin energy palm. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded. Following that, the unstoppable origin energy palm actually froze in midair, unable to move at all. It actually formed a stalemate with the 81 dragon's might. You actually dare to resist? The white-brow Empyrean narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. He pressed down with his right hand again, and the power of the origin energy palm increased by several times. Its aura was terrifying, and it actually completely suppressed the 81 dragon's might. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and flicked his finger. Immediately, the divine sun cauldron slowly appeared from the void behind him. Soon after, the sun runes on the surface of the divine sun cauldron lit up. Waves of sun fire burst out and swept towards the origin energy palm like fire dragons. In an instant, the dragon's might and the sun's fire complemented each other, and their power increased explosively. With a cracking sound, the white-brow Empyrean's origin energy palm was broken just like that. After breaking the origin energy palm, Zhuowen waved his right hand, and 81 dragons' might and sun's fire surrounded his body. He then retreated continuously as he stared at the white-brow Empyrean in front of him with fear. Back then, although Zhuowen had been powerless against the white-brow celestial sovereign, Zhuowen was only at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm at that time. Now, Zhuowen's cultivation had risen to the supreme realm, and his strength had increased by more than several times. The current Zhuowen might not be a match for the early stage Heavenly Venerate, white-browed Heavenly Venerate, but Zhuowen was still able to block the palm formed by Heavenly Venerate, white-browed's casual strike. He was not as pathetic as before. White-brow Heavenly Sovereign was stunned. Even Ziyang Tianzuan and the others who were standing in the distance fell into silence. Although Empyrean White-brow was the weakest of the 5 Empyreans and his cultivation was only at the early stage of the Empyrean realm, he was still a genuine Empyrean powerhouse. Even with a casual strike, capturing a martial artist like Heiju should be a piece of cake. However, not only did Empyrean White-brow fail to capture Heiju, but his palm was also easily shattered by Heiju. How could these lofty Empyrean masters not be surprised? Ziyang Tianzuan even thought that Empyrean White-brow was deliberately going easy on Heiju. Empyrean White-brow seemed to sense the strange gazes of Ziyang Tianzuan and the others behind him, and his cheeks suddenly burned. He was a dignified Empyrean master, but not only had he failed to capture Heiju, but his palm had also been broken by Heiju. Boom! Just as Empyrean White-brow was about to strike again and completely capture Zhuowen, a terrifying vibration resounded throughout the entire icy hell, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to tremble. What's going on? Emperor White Brow couldn't help but stagger as he asked hurriedly. Not only Emperor White Brow, but Ziyang, Tianzuin, Aoki, and the others who were standing not far away were also shocked. They immediately looked up. What a terrifying aura! How can there be such a terrifying aura? At this moment, Ziyang, Tianzuin, and the others were shocked as they stared straight up. Above the icy hell, endless yuan power formed a terrifying whirlpool. Under the influence of this whirlpool, the surrounding snow and ice formed an extremely terrifying snowstorm. Under this terrifying snowstorm, the entire icy hell trembled violently. Under the effect of this terrifying snowstorm, dense cracks appeared on the surface of the surrounding solid ice barrier, as if it would collapse at any moment. The 4 solid ice cages floating in the air shook violently under the snowstorm. The other 3 Empyrean prisoners in the cages all woke up from their meditation. Their gazes converged on a cage in the corner. The terrifying snowstorm was transmitted from this cage. Moreover, they had some impressions of the prisoner in this cage. He was a prisoner who had just been imprisoned in the icy hell not long ago. Moreover, his cultivation was very high. He was actually an expert at the peak of the Empyrean realm. As soon as he came in, he cursed Emperor Qing. Therefore, the 3 Empyrean prisoners had a deep impression of Lu Hantian. Moreover, this terrifying aura was transmitted from Lu Hantian's body. What a terrifying aura! This aura is even more terrifying than the Empyrean realm. Is this person going to break through to the Imperial Power Realm? Very quickly, the 3 Empyrean prisoners thought of a possibility. They were all Empyrean realm experts, so they naturally had a certain understanding of the Imperial Power Realm. Now, the aura that erupted from Lu Hantian's body clearly far surpassed that of an Empyrean realm expert. This aura was already close to that of an Imperial Power Realm expert. They all knew that this person was probably going to break through here. Thinking of this, their gazes became much more fervent. If Lu Hantian really succeeded in breaking through, then he would be able to directly break through this ice cage. At that time, it wouldn't be difficult to let the 3 of them out. Oh no, that Lu Hantian is preparing to break through to the Imperial Power Realm. Damn it, we must go and stop him. Ziyang Tianzuin's attention was also focused on Lu Hantian, who was in the center of the snowstorm. This terrifying snowstorm was too powerful. It was like the might of the heavens. Even Empyreans like them couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. With that, Ziyang Tianzuin took the lead and used his movement technique. He rushed towards the sky and approached the terrifying snowstorm, wanting to stop the power of the snowstorm from spreading. In addition to Ziyang Tianzuin, Empyrean Sunset Moon, Empyrean Huangjiao, and Empyrean Guanghan were also moved. They followed Ziyang Tianzuin without hesitation and rushed into the sky. Aoki, what should we do? Black and White came to Aoki's side and asked in a deep voice. Let's go. We'll go help Ziyang Tianzuin and the others. We can't let Lu Hantian successfully break through. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Aoki's eyes flickered. He gave an order, then brought Black and White and rushed towards the snowstorm. If Lu Hantian really succeeded in breaking through, he would pose a great threat to both the Imperial family and the Blue Dragon Hall. Therefore, Aoki had to stop him. Empyrean White Brow frowned slightly, but he didn't move. Instead, he stared at Zhuowen and said, "Little bastard, you're going to die today." With that, Empyrean White Brow took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuowen. He released his Empyrean aura without hesitation, causing the surrounding space to collapse. Zhuowen looked at Lu Hantian worriedly. He didn't know if Lu Hantian could successfully break through with so many Empyreans joining forces to suppress him. However, Zhuowen soon noticed Empyrean White Brow. He cursed inwardly and turned to run. It seemed like Empyrean White Brow was targeting him. "Little bastard, let's see where you're going. Come back." Empyrean White Brow was very fast. He arrived above Zhuowen in an instant. With a clap of his right hand, two huge elemental energy palms condensed and pressed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen no longer held back. He instantly grew 4 heads and 8 arms. He held the divine sun cauldron in his left hand and the supreme dragon cauldron in his right. Under the fusion of the flames of the sun, the 81 streaks of dragon's might turned into an extremely terrifying fire dragon. Zhuowen did not hold back. He waved his 8 arms and used the Azura blood spear. Boom! The 2 huge elemental energy palms immediately collapsed under Zhuowen's resistance. However, Zhuowen didn't have it easy either. He groaned and retreated a dozen steps. His gaze was extremely gloomy. It's you? Empyrean white brow narrowed his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen, who had grown 4 heads and 8 arms and used the Azura blood spear. Wasn't this black noble the young man in white who had killed Huang Fuudao? Although Zhuowen now had the appearance and aura of black noble, this kind of attack had left a deep impression on Empyrean white brow. Therefore, this person was definitely not black noble, but the young man in white. It seems that you are Zhuowen. I didn't expect that we, the 5 Empyreans, had always thought that you sneaked into the dungeon by relying on concealment techniques. I didn't expect you to be able to change your appearance and aura. White brow, heavenly master, wasn't a fool. After seeing Zhuowen's move, he thought of many things. He knew that the Dark Baron in front of him was definitely a fake. The real Dark Baron had probably been killed by Zhuowen. It seems that you're not stupid. You can actually think of me. Since he had been recognized, Zhuowen no longer hid it. The muscles on his face squirmed, and he immediately restored his original appearance. He stared at Empyrean white brow cautiously. Sure enough, Empyrean white brow snorted coldly and then shouted, Xiang, Tinzuin, this black noble is a fake. His real identity is the Zhuowen we're looking for. Empyrean white brow's voice was very loud, like rolling thunder that resounded through the ice hell. At this moment, Xiang Tinzuin and the others naturally heard Empyrean white brow's voice. They all lowered their heads and saw Zhuowen, who had restored his appearance. Unfortunately, the 7 of them had entered the snowstorm in order to prevent Lu Hantian from breaking through. The snowstorm was extremely terrifying, and the suction force it contained made it impossible for them to escape. They could only barely resist it. Even though they knew that Black Noble's real identity was Zhuowen, they were powerless. White Brow, quickly capture Zhuowen and help us prevent Lu Hantian from breaking through. Xiang Tianzuin made a prompt decision. Chapter 859. Blood of Heaven and Earth Boom. White Brow Empyrean stomped the ground, and a terrifying power spread out, causing the ground to shake violently. Relying on this terrifying power, White Brow Empyrean turned into a shadow and rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's expression was extremely ugly. With a wave of his 4 heads and 8 arms, a sea of blood swept out. At the same time, the divine sun cauldron released an extremely surging sunfire that surrounded him, forming layers of defense. Zhuowen knew that since White Brow Empyrean had targeted him, he could only fight. Although the gap between him and White Brow Empyrean was huge, as long as Lu Hantian successfully broke through to the Emperor realm, he would be completely safe. Kill! With a low shout, Zhuowen rushed towards White Brow Empyrean without fear of death. The sea of blood overflowed into the sky, accompanied by countless sunfire, forming a magnificent spectacle in midair. Insignificant skill. White Brow Empyrean's eyes were filled with disdain as he looked at Zhuowen rushing over. White Brow Empyrean reached out into the void, and terrifying origin energy condensed into a claw. He grabbed at the void in front of him, and the void in front of him instantly shattered inch by inch. Blood of heaven and earth. Reincarnation of Ishur. With a soft shout, endless amounts of viscous jade green liquid gushed out from the void that White Brow Empyrean had grabbed. This liquid emitted a pungent smell that was extremely similar to the smell of blood. Boom! As soon as the blood of heaven and earth surged out, it swept towards the sea of blood that was rushing over. The blood of heaven and earth collided with the sea of blood, and instantly, countless white smoke emerged. Following that, the sea of blood was slowly devoured by the blood of heaven and earth. What a terrifying liquid! Seeing the sea of blood being devoured by the blood of heaven and earth bit by bit, Zhuwin's expression changed. The sea of blood formed by the Azura blood spear was extremely terrifying, but in front of the blood of heaven and earth, it was actually useless and even suppressed. At the same time, the Queen of the Sun behind the blood sea instantly swept out, wanting to engulf Celestial Lord Whitebrow behind the blood of heaven and earth. The Empyrean Whitebrow's eyes were sharp. He stomped his foot, and an even greater amount of green blood surged out from under his feet, completely enveloping the sunfire. In just an instant, the sunfire that had been so aggressive gradually wilted. Clang! A blood shadow rushed out from the flames of the sun. Zhuowen held 8 long spears in his hands, and the sun furnace behind him revolved around him. He took a step forward, ignoring the blood of the world around him, and headed straight for Empyrean Whitebrow. Zhuowen's sneak attack was perfect. He wrapped himself in the sun's fire. Empyrean Master Whitebrow didn't even notice that there was someone inside the sun's fire. At this moment, Zhuowen's sudden appearance greatly exceeded Empyrean Whitebrow's expectations. He actually forgot to move at this moment. However, when the blood-red spear reached his body, the Whitebrow Celestial Master roared angrily and crossed his arms in front of his chest. Wisps of green blood gushed out and formed a green shield. Ding! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out, followed by a terrifying wave of air. A figure retreated several dozen steps in a rather wretched manner, and with each step, a ring-shaped energy ripple was produced. The one who retreated was Empyrean Whitebrow. Zhuowen's sneak attack was just too unexpected. Empyrean Whitebrow was careless and actually fell for Zhuowen's trap. He was now in a rather wretched state. A dignified Empyrean powerhouse only has this much strength? Zhuowen said coldly as he stood with his spear, his long hair draped wildly behind him. Is there any reason for a sneak attack? Little bastard, I'll let you know what true fear is very soon. The Whitebrow, Heavenly Venerate's expression was ugly. He took a step forward and shot toward Zhuowen again. Boundless blood of the heavens and the earth appeared in the void, dyeing the entire sky a strange green color. Zhuowen's expression was solemn. He was not afraid at all, and there was even a hint of excitement in his heart. He had long wanted to challenge an early-stage Empyrean powerhouse. He wanted to see just how big the gap was between him and an Empyrean powerhouse now. Boom! The sea of blood surged, but Zhuowen was not afraid. He once again clashed with Empyrean Whitebrow, and extremely terrifying shockwaves erupted between the two. Boom! 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 In an instant, the two of them exchanged several dozen blows. Although Empyrean Whitebrow's cultivation and strength were much stronger than Zhuowen's, Zhuowen's physical strength was extremely terrifying. In addition, he had an extremely terrifying recovery ability. Although Zhuowen was completely suppressed by Empyrean Whitebrow, due to Zhuowen's powerful physical body, he could not take down Zhuowen for a while. At this moment, Xiang Tianzuan, Aoki, and the others joined forces in the snowstorm. They were slowly advancing through the snowstorm, constantly approaching Lu Hantian, who was in the center of the snowstorm. As long as they reached Lu Hantian's side, the 7 Empyreans would interfere. Lu Hantian's advancement would definitely be affected. At that time, there was a high chance that he would fail. We're too slow. If Empyrean Whitebrow joins us, our speed will be much faster. We'll be able to reach Lu Hantian in the center of the snowstorm as soon as possible. Aoki frowned slightly. Looking at their current speed, he revealed a displeased expression. Hasn't Empyrean Whitebrow captured Zhuowen yet? Zhang Tianzuan agreed with Aoki's words. Right now, the 7 Empyreans were advancing too slowly in the snowstorm. If Empyrean White Brow joined them, their speed would increase by a lot. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianzuan and the others looked down. When they saw Empyrean White Brow and Zhuowen fighting, they were actually evenly matched. Although it seemed that Empyrean White Brow was firmly suppressing Zhuowen, one had to know that Empyrean White Brow was a dignified Empyrean and Zhuowen's aura was only in the sovereign realm. Under normal circumstances, Empyrean fighting a sovereign would result in a crushing defeat. However, the scene in front of them was really unbelievable. Empyrean White Brow could not take down Zhuowen at all. How did this Zhuowen grow so fast? Even Empyrean White Brow can't take him down. Aoki's eyes flickered. He was the most surprised among the 7. During the War of the 9 Counties, Zhuowen was just a junior. Aoki had never even looked at him seriously. However, this junior, who he had never paid attention to back then, not only had his cultivation reached the sovereign realm, but his strength was so strong that even an early-stage Empyrean realm warrior could not take him down. Boom! Suddenly, the snowstorm where Zhang Tianzuan and the others were in became even more terrifying. The power of ice and snow was constantly rotating in a counterclockwise manner. The power of the snowstorm is increasing. Lu Hantian's breakthrough has reached the most critical moment. We must stop Lu Hantian, or it will be too late. Aoki's face changed slightly as he roared. Zhang Tianzuan also knew that the situation was critical. With a roar, a huge purple sun slowly rose behind him, causing his strength to soar several times. Everyone, don't hold back. Use your strongest moves. If Lu Hantian succeeds in his breakthrough, he will never let us go. After releasing the purple sun, Zhang Tianzuan shouted. The others nodded and no longer held back. Each of them used their best moves. For a moment, the combined power of the 7 people became even stronger than before. They began to move towards the center in an orderly manner. No, we're too slow. It's going to be too late. Zhang Tianzuan quickly asked Celestial Master Whitebrow to come over. If he joins us, our 8 Celestial Masters can join forces and increase our speed by 50%. There's still time. Aoki said cautiously. Zhang Tianzuan nodded. Their priority now was to stop Lu Hantian from breaking through. After all, if the latter succeeded in breaking through, he would become a true Emperor Realm expert. Then these Celestial Masters would be no match for him. Zhuowen was just an ant. It wouldn't be too late to capture Zhuowen after they finished dealing with Lu Hantian. Whitebrow, quickly come and help us. Thinking of this, Zhang Tianzuan hurriedly shouted at Celestial Master Whitebrow. His voice was like thunder. Boom! Celestial Master Whitebrow suddenly threw a punch, immediately striking Zhuowen. Zhuowen retreated several dozen steps, and Zhuowen grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. However, the beating heart of the underworld in Zhuowen's body gave Zhuowen boundless vitality, causing his internal injuries to slowly heal. At this moment, as long as Zhuowen wasn't killed in a single blow, Zhuowen was like a cockroach that could quickly recover from his injuries. Although Celestial Master Whitebrow was much stronger than Zhuowen, it was useless even if he injured Zhuowen because Zhuowen would quickly recover and continue to fight him. Whitebrow, quickly come and help us. At this moment, Zhang Tianzuan's voice rang out as expected. Celestial Master Whitebrow's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the snowstorm. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Zhuowen also noticed the snowstorm in the sky. He was also worried that if Zhang Tianzuan and the others got too close to the center of the snowstorm, Lu Hantian might be disturbed by them and fail. Zhang Tianzuan was currently moving very slowly in the snowstorm. If Celestial Master Whitebrow joined in, their speed would immediately increase. At that time, Lu Hantian might really be affected by them. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen blocked in front of Celestial Master Whitebrow. Like a sticky candy, he entangled Celestial Master Whitebrow, preventing him from entering the snowstorm. Scram! You little bastard! Celestial Master Whitebrow was furious when he saw Zhuo sticking to him like a sticky candy. He roared and waved his sleeve, wanting to send Zhuo flying. Unfortunately, Zhuo was very slippery. He actually spread out 3 pairs of lightning wings and quickly dodged Celestial Master Whitebrow's attack. When Celestial Master Whitebrow was about to ignore Zhuo and rush into the snowstorm, Zhuo continued to pester Celestial Master Whitebrow, causing Celestial Master Whitebrow to be badly battered. He wanted nothing more than to cut Zhuo into pieces. Whitebrow, are you still not done? Ziyang Tianzuan spoke again with some displeasure. Seeing Ziyang Tianzuan urging him, Celestial Master Whitebrow was finally angry. He coldly said to Zhuo, "Little bastard, you forced me to do this." Green Blood Demon Fire Form. Chapter 860. Green Blood Demon Flame CI. Ear-piercing sound spread out in this space. The green blood under the feet of the Empyrean Whitebrow began to burn. Strands of strange green flames ignited and spread throughout the entire space. What a strange flame! The moment the green flames appeared, the sea of blood that spread out completely dried up under the terrifying temperature of the flames. Zhuo retreated again and again, his gaze extremely solemn. This strange green flame was extremely powerful, even much stronger than the earth fire. Little bastard! Go to hell, green blood demon flame. Defy the heavens and become a phoenix. The Empyrean Whitebrow formed a seal with both hands. Immediately, the countless green blood demon flames in the air churned and turned into a several 100 feet tall green fire phoenix. A melodious phoenix cry resounded. The green fire phoenix swooped down and flew straight toward Zhuo. It brought with it a torrential green flame that looked extremely magnificent and terrifying. Zhuo's expression changed drastically. He immediately took out the divine sun furnace and the Azura blood sea and surrounded his entire body, wanting to block the terrifying green fire phoenix. Boom! A terrifying explosion sounded out. Zhuo was shocked to discover that under the attack of the green fire phoenix, the defense of the divine sun furnace and the Azura blood sea was useless. In an instant, the defenses of the divine sun furnace and the Azura blood sea were broken. Zhuo spread the lightning wings on his back and hurriedly retreated. This green blood demon flame was so terrifying. It actually broke through the defenses of his divine sun furnace and the Azura blood sea in an instant. It was too strange. The cries of the phoenix rang out once again. The fire phoenix did not show any mercy and continued to charge toward Zhuo. In an instant, it enveloped Zhuo's entire body. CI. As soon as the green blood demon flame invaded his body, Zhuo was shocked to discover that his body, which had cultivated the great sun nirvana, was slowly evaporating under the corrosion of the flames. The blood inside was gradually flowing away, as if what was attached to his body was not a flame, but a vampire bat. Furthermore, Zhuo could clearly feel that as time passed, he became weaker and weaker. Damn it! Xiao Hei, prepare to materialize. Zhuo knew that he couldn't let the blue blood demon fire corrode him any further. Otherwise, he would really be sucked dry and turned into a dried corpse. Countless wisps of black fog shot out from between Zhuo's brows, enveloping his entire body. For a time, the surrounding green blood demon flames were actually dispelled by the black fog, leaving him unable to do anything. The black mist kept wriggling on Zhuo's surface. When the black mist gradually dissipated, Zhuo had transformed into a ferocious dragonoid form. His entire body was covered in sharp bone spikes and black scales. Boom! Zhuo waved his right hand and the green blood demon fire around him scattered. Then, Zhuo leaped out of the range of the green blood demon fire. His dark golden eyes stared warily at the Whitebrow Skymaster, who was surrounded by the green blood demon fire. It really is the aura of a dragon soul. However, what surprises me is why is your dragon soul materialization so strange? She was initially stunned when she saw Zhuo Wen transform into a dragon person. Soon after, her eyes revealed a puzzled expression. Normally speaking, the materialization of a dragon soul should be the materialization of the entire dragon soul. It should be the materialization of a soul body into a physical form. However, Zhuo Wen's dragon soul materialization was so strange. Instead, it was as if part of the dragon soul materialization was attached to Zhuo Wen's body. It looked rather strange. Zhuo Wen did not say anything else. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying power caused the entire space to tremble violently. He shot towards White Brow, Heavenly Sovereign, like an arrow that had left its bow. Don't think that you're the only one with an armor soul. I have one too. The White Brow Sky Master narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly. A white shadow surged out from between his brows. The white shadow expanded at a visible rate. Zhuo Wen snorted coldly and threw out his right fist. It stirred up countless hurricanes and slammed into the white light. Boom! At the same time, a huge sharp claw appeared within the white light. The huge sharp claw slammed into Zhuo Wen's fist. Countless terrifying claw shadows surged out, accompanied by sharp claw winds that swept out. Thud! 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 Zhuo Wen's face changed slightly. The power produced by the sharp claw was extremely terrifying, causing him to involuntarily retreat with a groan. As Zhuo Wen retreated, the white light slowly faded away. A huge white hawk that was close to 100 feet tall appeared in the sky. Its sharp hawk eyes stared straight at Zhuo Wen. Strangely, the huge white hawk had a pair of slender white eyebrows, just like the White Brow Sky Master. This is the White Brow Hawk, my armor soul. You, a mere sovereign, can force me to use the armor soul materialization. Even if you die, you should be proud. The White Brow Sky Master indifferently stared at Zhuo Wen. With a wave of his right hand, the White Brow Hawk let out a sharp cry and shot towards Zhuo Wen like a gust of wind. Its speed was extremely fast. Yaya! In the blink of an eye, the White Brow Hawk arrived in the sky above Zhuo Wen. A wild gust of wind blew over, causing waves of whistling sounds to ring out. It blew Zhuo Wen's long hair into a mess. Sacrifice for a righteous cause, Azura transformation. Zhuo Wen waved his right hand, and the blood spear turned into a bloody light that swept out. It swept out an endless sea of blood and shot towards the White Brow Hawk. Boom! Boom! The white-browed hawk only used one claw, and a terrifying claw wind swept out. In an instant, the terrifying sea of blood was directly split open, and the terrifying hawk claw swept straight toward Zhuo Wen. Dragon slaughter! Zhuo Wen's expression changed slightly. In his draconic human form, he let out an angry roar. The dark dragon scales on his hands emitted a pitch-black glow that instantly transformed into a pair of huge dragon claws. These dragon claws emitted an extremely powerful dragon aura. The White Brow Hawk's eyes revealed a trace of fear. This dragon aura had an extremely strong impact on him. However, even though the White Brow Hawk was terrified, his current actions were basically controlled by the White Brow Sky Master. Therefore, even though the White Brow Hawk was terrified, he still attacked as expected. Hawk Claw against Dragon Claw. The two claws collided in midair, creating a billowing shockwave that rose up like a mushroom cloud. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Break for me! The White Brow Sky Master let out a loud roar. His entire body was like a rock spreading its wings as he landed on top of the hawk's claw. His right hand formed a claw and fiercely grabbed onto the dragon claw in front of the hawk's claw. A terrifying yuan power poured out. Crack! The dragon claw did not last for long before it was shattered by the White Brow Sky Master. Shortly after, the White Brow Sky Master swept out from the countless dragon claw fragments and ruthlessly smashed his right palm onto Zhuo Wen's chest. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. His aura instantly became much weaker. The dragon strangulation was the first secret technique of the dragon clan that he had mastered in his dragon man form. It was secretly passed down to him by Xiao He and could be considered his strongest technique. However, even the dragon strangulation was unable to block the combined attack of the White Brow Skymaster and his armor soul. In fact, it was already quite difficult for Zhuowen to be able to fight against the White Brow Heavenly Master as a supreme being. After all, the difference in their cultivation levels was too great. If an ordinary supreme being were to face the White Brow Heavenly Master, they would be crushed like ants. However, Zhuowen was able to force the White Brow Heavenly Master to use his soul armor materialization. What a tenacious little bastard! You've finally run out of tricks. Although he had severely injured Zhuowen, Empyrean Master White Brow was not happy at all. After all, his cultivation level was much higher than Zhuowen's. Yet he had been forced into such a fluster that he even had to use his armor soul. If others were to find out, his reputation would be destroyed in an instant. Capture this little bastard alive first. Although the White Brow Skymaster was extremely angry with Zhuowen and wished he could kill him, the Qing Emperor had already solemnly instructed him not to kill Zhuowen. He had to capture him alive. Whoosh! In an instant, the White Brow Skymaster arrived above Zhuowen. He stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhuowen's collar. On the other hand, Zhuowen struggled with all his might. Unfortunately, the White Brow Skymaster's attack was too terrifying. Even though Zhuowen's recovery ability was very strong, he would not be able to recover in a short time. Little bastard, you'd better behave yourself. The White Brow Skymaster said coldly. His right hand struck Zhuowen's chest again, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Zhuowen's aura immediately became much weaker. At the same time, the White Brow Skymaster was still a little worried. He sealed Zhuowen's meridians with origin energy, making it impossible for Zhuowen to use his cultivation. It's time to help Ziyang Tianzuan and the others. The White Brow Skymaster's eyes flickered as he looked at Ziyang Tianzuan and the others, who were still struggling to move forward in the snowstorm. Just as he was about to carry Zhuowen into the snowstorm, a dark ray of light shot out from the abyss in the center of the ice hell. The White Brow Skymaster raised his eyebrows and had an ominous feeling. He quickly turned around and clapped his right hand. His origin energy shot out and hit the dark ray of light. Ah! The White Brow Skymaster screamed miserably. The dark ray of light was extremely terrifying and corrosive. The moment it came into contact with his palm, his entire right arm was corroded into nothingness. The corrosion continued to spread from his arm to his shoulder, trying to swallow the White Brow Skymaster's entire shoulder. The White Brow Skymaster made a prompt decision. He immediately threw away Zhuowen in his left hand and used his left hand as a knife to cut off his right hand and right shoulder. Blood spurted out. Enduring the pain, the White Brow Skymaster sealed the major acupoints on his left shoulder, gradually stopping the spurting blood. At this moment, the White Brow Skymaster's face was as pale as snow. When the White Brow Skymaster wanted to find Zhuowen's location, he was shocked to find that Zhuowen had fallen into the abyss in the center of the ice hell. Damn it! Come back! Empyrean White Brow shouted. He took a step forward, wanting to pull Zhuowen back from the abyss. Whoosh! Another dark ray of light shot out from the abyss, heading straight for the White Brow Skymaster. Looking at the dark ray of light, the White Brow Skymaster could no longer care about Zhuowen. He turned around and ran for his life, not daring to approach the abyss at all. After the dark ray of light flew out of the abyss, it gradually dissipated, as if there was something within the abyss that could restrain this power. Chapter 861. Imperial overlooking 9 stars White Brow Heavenly Master clutched his empty right arm as he watched Zhuowen disappear into the abyss. His expression was extremely ugly. Although he did not know much about the abyss in the center of the ice prison, he knew quite a bit. It was said that the abyss led to the most mysterious 18th floor of the dungeon. It was said that an extremely powerful warrior was imprisoned on the 18th floor. Back then, this warrior had caused havoc in the imperial capital and killed many celestial venerables. To put it bluntly, this person had killed celestial venerables as if they were dogs. Thinking of the rumors, Whitebrow, Heavenly Master, did not dare to go near the abyss. He knew that the existence in the abyss could easily kill him. Fortunately, there was a powerful formation that Emperor Qing did not know of within 10 miles of the abyss. The attack released by the person imprisoned on the 18th floor could not go beyond 10 miles. Boom! 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 An even more terrifying vibration resounded from the ice prison. Then the terrifying snowstorm in the sky squirmed crazily and finally exploded, setting off countless raging airflows. Dang! 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 Ziyang Tianzuin and the others, who had been trying their best to get closer to Lu Hantian, were sent flying like stray dogs. Their faces were as pale as snow, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The snowstorm receded, gradually revealing Lu Hantian's figure. At this moment, Lu Hantian's eyes were still closed as he sat upright in the ice cage. A terrifying pillar of light shot up from Lu Hantian's body into the sky. It penetrated the entire dungeon from the ice prison and shot into the sky. Rumble. At this moment, it was not just the ice prison that was shaking. The entire dungeon of the imperial capital was shaking violently. What's going on? Why is the dungeon shaking so violently? What's happening at the bottom of the dungeon? In the dungeon of the imperial capital, the guards' eyes were filled with panic. The sudden shaking of the dungeon had left them at a loss as to what to do. They did not even know what to do. The pillar of light became even more dazzling and thick. It rushed into the 9 layers of clouds, as if it wanted to pierce through the heavens. Under the illumination of the pillar of light, the pitch-black night sky was as bright as day. The countless pitch-black clouds in the night sky began to rotate continuously in a counterclockwise direction along with the pillar of light. Furthermore, the speed of the rotation was extremely fast, forming an inverted funnel as it sank downwards. What's going on? Why is there a sudden phenomenon? What a terrifying aura! This aura is like the might of the heavens, truly terrifying. The direction of the light pillar seems to be in the Imperial City's dungeon. Let's go and take a look. What's going on? The pillar of light that soared into the sky instantly attracted the attention of countless cultivators in the imperial capital. Numerous figures flashed out in the night like ghosts, heading towards the dungeon of the imperial capital. Within the imperial city, within the majestic throne room, a figure seated cross-legged in an open-air hall slowly opened his eyes. He lifted his head to look at the light pillar that soared into the sky. A ripple appeared in his calm eyes. His gaze pierced through the end of the light pillar and saw 9 shining stars that were neatly arranged. The 9 stars were extremely dazzling. A phenomenon from the heavens. The Emperor descends to the 9 stars? Someone is about to break through to the Emperor realm and become an emperor? The person suddenly stood up. The calmness in his eyes was finally replaced by shock. At this moment, the intense light from the light pillar also illuminated the person's facial features. It was the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, Emperor Qing. Looking at the direction of the light pillar, it should be the dungeon of the imperial city. Could it be that the person breaking through to the emperor realm is Lu Hantian? Oh no, I have to hurry over. As he spoke, Emperor Qing's gaze became gloomy. With a wave of his sleeve, he disappeared from the throne room. Boom! A deafening explosion rang out in the sky above the 9 heavens, following which 9 huge stars descended from the 9 heavens. Although they were not as blazing as the sun, nor as bright as the moon, they were inextinguishable stars. The Emperor descends to the 9 stars? These are 9 Emperor stars. Oh my God! Someone actually broke through. Does this mean that our Qing Xian Empire is about to have a second Emperor realm powerhouse? At this moment, a dense crowd had already gathered around the dungeon of the imperial city. These cultivators raised their heads and saw the 9 stars descending from the 9 heavens. Their faces were filled with shock. Many cultivators had already recognized this terrifying phenomenon. It was the symbol of a cultivator breaking through to the Emperor realm. Back then, when Emperor Qing broke through, 9 Emperor stars had also descended from the 9 heavens. This was the law of heaven and earth, celebrating the cultivator who had reached the Emperor realm. Other than shock, the crowd was also puzzled. They were puzzled as to who had broken through to the Emperor realm. Why was this person in the dungeon of the imperial city? Could it be a prisoner in the dungeon? Although they were puzzled, none of the cultivators surrounding the dungeon dared to barge into the dungeon. After all, this was the forbidden area of the imperial city. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter this place. However, because of the strange phenomenon, the entire dungeon shook violently. Many of the guards in the dungeon ran out in a panic. Whoosh! An imposing figure suddenly flew over. He was wearing a green robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with seriousness. It's Emperor Qing. It seems that the phenomenon of the Emperor realm is really attractive. Even someone like Emperor Qing has been attracted. Looking at the green figure that appeared in the sky above the dungeon, many people in the surroundings started to discuss and whisper to each other. What's going on? Staring at the panicking guards below, the Lotus Emperor asked coldly with a cold gaze. He Yao, who was hiding among the guards, quickly stepped out and told Emperor Qing everything that had happened in the dungeon. However, he did not enter the ice prison, so he did not know the exact situation. He only knew that this phenomenon was caused by Lu Hantian. As expected, Lu Hantian has broken through. And did Zhuowen break into the dungeon as well? Emperor Qing asked again. He Yao's eyes flickered. He replied with uncertainty. There are traces of people breaking into the first 10 floors of the dungeon. However, Zhuowen's ability to hide is too strong. I don't know his exact location. Emperor Qing nodded and did not ask any more questions. He took a step forward and went deep into the dungeon. Not long after Emperor Qing entered the dungeon, Elder Shiyuan and Moyan Wushang looked at each other and frowned in a bush far away from the dungeon. They had been waiting outside for more than 2 days, but Zhu Wen still hadn't come out. Originally, they were already burning with anxiety. Just as they were about to break into the dungeon to find out the details, such a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred in the dungeon. The cause of this phenomenon is most likely Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian is really demonic. Under such a dangerous situation, he can still forcefully break through to the Emperor realm. I am impressed. Elder Shiyuan nodded. Elder Shiyuan, Emperor Qing has already entered the dungeon. There are also 8 heavenly masters, including Ziyang, Tianzuan, and Aoki. Lu Hantian and Zhuowen are no match for them. We have to go and help. Moyan Wushang said. Elder Shiyuan nodded and said, Miss Wushang, don't worry. Zhuo Xiaoyu is the 2nd elder of the Arcane Art Guild. I will not leave you in the lurch. Let's break into the dungeon now. I would like to see if Emperor Qing's strength has become stronger than before. With that, Elder Shiyuan and Moyan Wushang took a step forward. They no longer hid themselves and rushed toward the dungeon. Who is it? How dare you break into the dungeon of the imperial city? As soon as Elder Shiyuan and Moyan Wushang appeared, they were discovered by He Yao, who was guarding outside. Elder Shiyuan and Moyan Wushang ignored He Yao's question. Instead, they rushed toward the entrance of the dungeon. You are courting death. Hey you, Hey Sure, follow me and kill these 2 traitors. He Yao was furious when he saw that the 2 men had ignored him. He took a step forward and swung his long spear at the 2 men. A terrifying force flew out and tore through the air. He Yu and He Sure did not want to be outdone. They followed behind He Yao and used their best moves in an attempt to kill the 2 traitors in front of them. Elder Shiyuan snorted and a terrifying mental strength gushed out. When Dark Light and the other two who were in mid-air came into contact with the terrifying mental strength, their bodies froze and they became motionless. Elder Shiwan waved his right hand casually, and the three men were sent flying backward. They spat out blood and smashed onto the ground, stirring up a lot of dust. Elder Shiwan and Moyen Wushang did not look at He Yao and the other two men as they disappeared from the entrance of the dungeon. At that moment, Lu Hantian was still sitting cross-legged in the icy hell on the 17th level of the dungeon. However, the light pillar that shot out from his body had gradually dimmed. Starlight wrapped around Lu Hantian's body, making him look mysterious and peaceful. Ziyang, Tinzuin, and the rest slowly stepped back and came to the open space where the White-Brow Heavenly Master was. Ziyang, Tinzuin, and the rest noticed that the White-Brow Heavenly Master's right arm was empty, and they were surprised. "White-Brow, what happened to you? Did Zhuowen chop off his right arm?" Ziyang Tinzuin could not help but ask. When the White-Brow Heavenly Master felt the other Heavenly Masters looking at him in surprise, he said, "Zhuowen, that little bastard, is not that powerful. It was the one on the 18th level who did it." When the White-Brow Heavenly Master mentioned the one on the 18th level, a look of fear appeared in his eyes. The one on the 18th level was the one who had suppressed them personally. What? That person did it? D***, that person is too powerful. Even if Emperor Qing sealed him personally, he could not suppress his cultivation. When Ziyang Tinzuin mentioned the prisoner on the 18th level, his expression was no better than White-Brow Heavenly Master's. "Is that guy so powerful? I remember that he was not as powerful as Emperor Qing back then." Aoki asked with a frown. Apparently, Aoki knew something about the prisoner on the 18th level. Chapter 862. The Qing Emperor's Arrival. Are we just going to let Zhuowen fall into the abyss? Aoki frowned. Ziyang Tinzuin shook his head and said, "We're just going to die if we enter the abyss. Only the Qing Emperor has the ability to enter the abyss. Furthermore, Lu Hantian's breakthrough has caused such a huge commotion. The Qing Emperor should be here soon." Boom! Boom! The ice hell prison shook violently again. 9 huge stars came crashing down from the ground, creating 9 huge craters on the surface of the prison. 9 holes appeared in the 9 stars. 9 dazzling stars revolved around Lu Hantian's body. The sparkling starlight made Lu Hantian look mysterious. Boom! Lu Hantian suddenly opened his eyes. A ray of light flashed across his eyes. An aura that was even more terrifying than before burst out. This aura had far surpassed the peak of the Heavenly Master Realm. Without a doubt, Lu Hantian had successfully broken through to the Imperial Power Realm. Haha, I've finally broken through. I don't have to give in to the Qing Emperor anymore. Lu Hantian laughed arrogantly. He took a step forward and brought the 9 stars with him to the open space of the icy prison. He looked at Ziyang Tinzuin and the others and asked indifferently, "Where did Zhuowen go?" After breaking through, Lu Hantian used his divine consciousness to search for Zhuowen. However, to his disappointment, there was no trace of Zhuowen in the icy prison. "Lu Hantian, don't be too arrogant. You've just broken through to the Imperial Power Realm. There's a big gap between you and the Qing Emperor. Even if we 8 Heavenly Masters join forces, we can still suppress you." Ziyang Tinzuin didn't answer Lu Hantian's question. Instead, he clenched his fists and said nervously, I'm asking where Zhuowen went." Lu Hantian asked again. His voice was extremely cold. Ziyang Tinzuin and the others' eyes flashed. They didn't answer and silently retreated. Ziyang Tinzuin had said that the 8 Heavenly Masters wouldn't be afraid of Lu Hantian if they joined forces. However, even Ziyang Tinzuin didn't believe his own words. Everyone below the Emperor realm was like an ant. This was not a casual remark, it was a fact. Even though Lu Hantian had just advanced to the Sovereign realm, he was still not someone a Celestial Sovereign could compare with. To put it bluntly, Celestial Sovereign Xian and the other 8 Celestial Sovereigns were simply not enough for the current Lu Hantian. Black and white, let's go. Qing Mu's eyes flickered. He transmitted his voice to the black and white elders beside him. Then he quietly retreated. He wanted to seize the opportunity to leave the ice prison. Ha 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 ha. Do you think you can leave? Back then, Nantian died because of your blue dragon hall. Today, I'm going to make you pay for it. Stay here. Lu Hantian, Heavenly Masters, in different voice rang out. Then, 3 of the 9 stars around him turned into 3 streaks of starlight and shot toward Aoki, Heavenly Masters, who were retreating. Boom! Boom! Aoki, Heavenly Masters' expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Black and white, run!" With that, Aoki, Heavenly Masters sped up. They turned into 3 streaks of light and flew toward the entrance of the ice prison. Unfortunately, the speed of the 3 stars was much faster than the 3 of them. They caught up with the 3 of them in an instant. Rumbling sounds could be heard as they sunk downwards, crushing the 3 of them. Damn it! Block it for me. Aoki, Heavenly Masters, roared angrily when he saw the huge stars crushing down on him. He raised his hands, and a wisp of green light shot out from between his eyebrows. The green light was in the shape of a small sapling. As soon as the green light appeared, it grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it turned into a towering tree with countless vines and branches. It looked dense and lush. As its name suggested, Aoki Armor Soul was a 1,000-year-old Aoki Heavenly Master. It had extremely terrifying defensive and recovery abilities. With this special Armor Soul, Aoki Heavenly Masters might not be able to break through Aoki Heavenly Master's defense, even though his attack was not strong. After Aoki Heavenly Masters released their Armor Soul, Black and White was not to be outdone. A black and a white light shot out from between their eyebrows and turned into 2 huge dragons, 1 black and 1 white. The 2 supreme elders of the Blue Dragon Hall also had dragon souls. However, the quality of the dragon souls in Black and White's bodies was too low. They were even inferior to Aoki's 3rd-grade dragon soul. They were probably 2nd-grade dragon souls. Even so, their power was not weaker than Aoki's armor soul. The 1,000-year-old Aoki Heavenly Masters and the black and white dragons soared into the sky, trying to block the huge stars falling from the sky. Rumble! The 3 stars were powerful. The moment they came into contact with the 1,000-year-old Aoki Heavenly Masters and the black and white dragons, they crushed the 3 armor souls with irresistible force. The armor souls of the 3 Aoki Heavenly Masters were crushed into powder in less than a quarter of an hour. Boom! 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 Aoki Heavenly Masters roared angrily. Using all the Yuan energy in his body, they blocked the stars in the sky. However, the power of the stars was too strong. Although Aoki Heavenly Masters and the other 2 tried their best, their bodies were still trembling, and their legs were slightly bent. The strong pressure even caused Aoki Heavenly Master's feet to sink into the ground. Go! Seeing Aoki Heavenly Masters and the other 2 suppressed in an instant, Xiang, Tenzuin Heavenly Masters, and the others finally witnessed the terror of Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters. They no longer had the slightest thought of provoking him. Instead, they split up and fled in different directions. You can't escape. Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters stood silently in the center of the ice prison. He walked leisurely and waved his right hand. Suddenly, the remaining 5 stars turned into 5 streams of light and swept towards Xiang, Tenzuin Heavenly Masters. Boom! 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 Violent vibrations resounded. Xiang, Tenzuin Heavenly Masters, and the other 2 were immediately suppressed by the 5 stars. They did not dare to act rashly. Slowly walking to Xiang Tianzuin Heavenly Masters, Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters asked indifferently, "Tell me where Zhouwen is or die!" Looking at the murderous Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters, Xiang Tianzuin Heavenly Masters' eyes were filled with fear. It was too terrifying. He did not expect Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters to be so powerful when he had just advanced to the Emperor realm. I'll tell you, Zhuowen Heavenly Masters fought with Bai Mei. When he was captured, he was rescued by the one at the bottom of the abyss. If you want to find Zhuowen Heavenly Masters, you can go to the abyss, Ziyang Tianzuan Heavenly Masters said without hiding anything. Which senior attacked him in the abyss? Hearing this, Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters nodded. Then he slowly floated in the air and continued, "If that's the case, then you can die." As he spoke, Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters pressed down with his right hand. The pressure on the 8 stars suddenly increased by several times. Ziyang Tianzuan Heavenly Masters' faces flushed red with pain. Their bodies swayed as if they could not hold on any longer, and they all knelt on the ground. Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters, His Majesty Emperor Qing will not let you go. Ziyang Tianzuan Heavenly Masters shouted sternly. At this moment he was not in a good state. He knelt on the ground, his face as pale as snow. An Emperor Realm powerhouse had the right to mobilize the power of the stars in the sky. This power of the stars was too terrifying. It was not something that heavenly masters like them could resist. Don't worry, I won't let Emperor Qing go either. Before that, you should go to hell first. Lu Hantian Heavenly Master's eyes were indifferent. He raised his right hand again, intending to increase the power of the 8 stars and crush Ing Tianzuan Heavenly Masters to death in one fell swoop. Whoosh! A green figure suddenly rushed out from the entrance of the ice prison. This person waved his sleeves, and 8 green lights shot out. These green lights accurately shot toward the stars that were crushing Ziyang Tianzuan Heavenly Masters. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy objects colliding rang out continuously. Immediately, the 8 stars were knocked back by the 8 green lights. When they were dozens of meters away from Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters, they slowly stopped and revolved around Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters again. Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters narrowed his eyes and stared at the green figure that had just appeared in front of him. His lips trembled as he said, "Emperor Qing, I didn't expect that even you would appear. It seems that my breakthrough ceremony is quite grand. Not only are the 8 Heavenly Masters here, but even you are here to witness it. Your Majesty Emperor Qing." Ziyang Tianzuan Heavenly Masters felt the pressure on their bodies lighten. They immediately noticed Emperor Qing, who was not far away, and hurriedly went to him and cupped their hands. Ziyang Tianzuan Heavenly Masters came to Emperor Qing's side and whispered, "Your Majesty Emperor Qing, Zhuowen was rescued by the person on the 18th level. Look." Emperor Qing's eyes narrowed when he heard that. He muttered softly, "It seems that guy recognized Zhuowen? But so what if he recognized him? No one can break the shackles on his body, let alone Zhuowen. Now, let's deal with Lu Hantian first. After we take down Lu Hantian, I will enter the abyss and capture Zhuowen." As he spoke, Emperor Qing took a step forward and arrived 100 meters away from Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters. Wisps of green light flickered and turned into 9 green stars that continuously revolved around Emperor Qing. "Lu Hantian, I can give you another chance. If you join the Qingxian Empire and assist me, I will give you unparalleled status and resources. Furthermore, we have 2 thearchs. Our Qingxian Empire is much stronger than the Yanxian Empire. When the time comes, I can send troops to attack the Yanxian Empire and pass the Yanxian Empire's flame emperor position to you." Emperor Qing said patiently. Lu Hantian Heavenly Master sneered and said, "Emperor Qing, do you think I can still believe you? I can tell you clearly that I don't care about you." Emperor Qing's eyes darkened. This Lu Hantian Heavenly Masters really did not know what was good for him. Although he did not have much hope in persuading Lu Hantian, he naturally did not feel good when he heard Lu Hantian Heavenly Master's filthy words. "Since that is the case, don't blame me for being impolite." As he spoke, The aura in Emperor Qing's body surged. The terrifying aura gushed out, causing the area around Emperor Qing to become a vacuum. Swoosh, swoosh. The moment Emperor Qing released all his aura, two figures arrived at the ice prison break. The two figures looked around the ice prison break and immediately came to Lu Hantian, Heavenly Master's side. Moyan Wushang, Elder Xuan? Emperor Qing immediately recognized the two people who had appeared in the ice prison break and muttered to himself, "We have finally arrived at the ice prison break. Where is Zhuowen?" Moyan Wushang looked around, trying to find Zhuowen. Looking at Elder Xuan and Moyan Wushang, Lu Hantian, Heavenly Master's eyes softened. When Zhuowen had communicated with him, he knew that Moyan Wushang and Elder Xuan had accompanied Zhuowen to save him. "Zhuowen should be safe now. You don't have to worry," Lu Hantian, Heavenly Masters, said calmly. Chapter 863. Wild Lion. Elder Xuan, Miss Wushang, this has nothing to do with you two, right? Why are the two of you interfering in this matter? The Azure Emperor narrowed his eyes and asked coldly. Elder Xuan shook his head and said, "Emperor Qing, you are wrong. That Zhuowen is the second elder of my arcane guild and a genius of my arcane guild. How could Zhuowen's affairs have nothing to do with me? Then Zhuowen is the second elder of your arcane guild? What about Elder Luli?" The Lotus Emperor asked in surprise. He really had no idea that Zhuowen had become the second elder of the arcane guild. Elder Lili has been killed by Zhuo Xiaoyu for bending the law, for personal gain. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaoyu's mental strength is much stronger than Liuli's, so you are fully qualified to be the second elder, Elder Xuan said with a faint smile. Hearing this, Emperor Qing fell into a rare silence. He immediately turned his eyes and looked at Moyan Wushang. Since Zhuowen was a member of the Arcane Guild, he had nothing to say. What about Moyan Wushang? Moyan Wushang's origin was extremely mysterious in the eyes of outsiders, but Emperor Qing knew Moyan Wushang's background. However, because he knew Moyan Wushang's background, he was quite afraid of this smiling woman. Moyan Wushang chuckled and said, "Your Majesty, Zhuowen once consecrated the morning bell and evening drum for me. I have no choice but to return this favor. Also, a few years ago, you imprisoned someone from the outer court. That's why I'm here." You're from the outer yard? Why don't I know about it? The Lotus Emperor frowned and asked in confusion. Of course the Azure Arch doesn't know. This person is very stubborn and has never revealed that he is from the outer yard. Coincidentally, this person is in the ice hell. After saying that, Moyan Wushang suddenly turned to Lu Hantian and cupped his hands. "Senior Lu, can you release that person for this little girl?" Moyan Wushang pointed at one of the figures in the remaining 3 cages. It was a middle-aged man with long golden hair. He looked like a majestic lion. The middle-aged man naturally noticed Moyan Wushang. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a helpless expression. Clearly, he had also recognized Moyan Wushang. "It's nothing." Lu Hantian laughed heartily. With a wave of his sleeve, a beam of star energy shot out. Instantly, the 3 suspended cages were broken. The 3 heavenly venerables trapped in the cages were released and landed beside Lu Hantian and the others. "Thank you for saving me, Brother Lu." Among the 3 people, one of them was naturally the blonde man that Moyan Wushang had mentioned. The other 2 people were an old man wearing a patterned robe, and the other was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. The blonde man's cultivation was the strongest among the 3. He had reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. The other 2 were also in the late stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Although Lu Hantian had fewer people than the Azure Arch, their overall strength was not inferior to the Azure Thearchas. "Uncle Mangshur, you really know how to hide. You actually hid in a remote place like the Qingxian Empire. You made us look for you for so long." Moyan Wushang stared at the blonde man and asked coldly. The blonde man named Mangshur unconsciously touched his head. His face revealed a simple and honest expression. He said, "Wushang, I didn't expect you to find me here. It was my fault. But you also know that the old man is too annoying. He despises me for my poor talent and strength. What can I do? Isn't the reason why I hid in the Qingxian Empire to avoid the nagging old man? Moyin Wushang shook his head and said, Actually, Grandpa did that for your own good. You misunderstood his good intentions. Mang Sure scratched his head and said, I know that the old man has good intentions, but I really can't stand that old man nagging me like a fly. All right, since I found you this time, I must bring you back. When the time comes, you can have a good talk with Grandpa. Do you know that during the time you were away, Grandpa didn't eat or drink? His whole body became haggard. He also told me that if you can come back, he will not restrict your freedom in the future. Moyin Wushang glanced at Mang Sure and said, Hearing this, Mang Shure's eyes revealed a trace of shame. It seemed that his impulsiveness had really hurt the old man. He hurriedly said honestly, This time I won't run away again. I'll follow you to the outer court. Moyin Wushang smiled sweetly and said, That's right. We are a family. What's there to talk about? The Qing Emperor didn't stop Lu Hantian. After Mang Sure and the others were released, he said indifferently, Miss Wushang, since the person you are looking for has been released and I don't want to be your enemy, I think you can leave this place first. Mang Sure sneered and said, You have imprisoned me for 5 or 6 years. Do you want to just let it go? The Qing Emperor glanced at Mang Sure coldly. Seeing the latter's determined eyes, he knew that Mang Sure wouldn't leave so easily. He then looked at the other 2 celestial masters behind Mang Sure and said, What about you too? Are you going to die with them? The eyes of the 2 released heavenly venerables flickered. After a moment of hesitation, they lifted their feet and turned into a stream of light, heading towards the entrance of the ice and snow purgatory. After a few leaps, they disappeared into the ice and snow prison. Looking at the 2 celestial masters who left the ice-snow prison without hesitation, the Qing Emperor smiled. However, Lu Hantian and the others' faces darkened. They had finally released the 2 celestial masters from the prison. At the critical moment, they abandoned them and left without hesitation. 2 cowards, Mang Sure said disdainfully. Miss Wushang, do you think it is worth it to go against us for a little Zhuowen? The Qing Emperor tried to persuade Moyin Wushang again. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Qing Emperor, what's the use of talking nonsense here? Lu Hantian's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step and rushed toward the Qing Emperor with the 9 stars. Waves of star power surrounded his body, bathing him in starlight. Ridiculous. Lu Hantian, so what if you have broken through to the imperial power realm? To me, your strength is still not enough. The Qing Emperor's face turned cold. He jumped and brought the 9 celestial masters with him. They turned into a green light and rushed toward Lu Hantian. Rumble. The 18 celestial masters collided with each other and 18 ear-piercing explosions sounded. Terrifying shockwaves spread out in a ring shape. The entire ice-snow prison shook violently. Crack! Crack! The sound of glass shattering rang out continuously. Dense cracks appeared on the surface of the ice hell, and these cracks were getting bigger and bigger, denser and denser. In the end, the ice hell actually began to collapse at this moment. The surrounding ice walls were like glass, shattering into countless pieces, and an extremely dense amount of crushed stones fell from above. Oh no! The power of the 2 Imperial Power Realm experts is too terrifying. The ice-snow prison is about to collapse. Elder Shiyuan's face changed slightly. Let's leave the Imperial City prison immediately. Mang Sure said to Moyin Wushang and the others. What about Zhuowen? Moyin Wushang looked at the abyss in the middle of the ice-snow prison worriedly. Lu Hantian had told them about Zhuowen's situation. She knew that Zhuowen had fallen into the abyss because of Whitebrow, Holy Master. The abyss leads to the 18th level of the prison. The 18th level is a small world built by the Qing Emperor. Even if the entire 17th level of the prison collapses, Zhuowen will be fine. Besides that, there's a prisoner with extremely terrifying strength locked up in the 18th level. If we enter the 18th level, we'll probably suffer the attacks of that expert. At that time, it's very likely that we'll perish there. It is not realistic for us to enter. Mang Shi's face was solemn. He had been in the icy snow purgatory for 5 to 6 years, so he knew a lot about the abyss in the center of the icy snow purgatory. It was very dangerous inside. Even if a heavenly venerable expert entered, he was afraid that he would not be able to return alive. If Zhuowen falls in, won't he die? Moyin Wushan's beautiful eyes narrowed. I am not sure. Let's leave this place quickly. The ice snow prison will collapse soon. Mang Shi pulled Moyin Wushang towards the entrance of the ice prison. Elder Xiuan furrowed his brows and followed closely behind them. Heavenly Venerate Ziyang and the others had already left the icy snow prison when the icy snow prison trembled. When Mang Shi, Moyin Wushang, and Elder Xiuan finally came out of the prison, an even more terrifying tremor came from the prison. Then the rockery above the prison shattered into countless pieces of rubble in the blink of an eye. What the hell is going on? Why did the prison collapse? Did a great battle happen in the prison? Around the dungeon, countless cultivators stared in shock at the shattered fake mountain, as well as the powerful tremors that came from underground, causing many of them to lose their footing. Dark Light and the other guards who were guarding outside the dungeon were also stunned. They didn't expect such a terrifying anomaly to happen in the dungeon. Boom! Boom! A deafening sound filled the area of several hundred miles around the dungeon. The area of several dozen miles around the dungeon had completely collapsed, forming an extremely terrifying and deep pit. The depths of the huge pit were dark and gloomy, as if it was a bottomless abyss. Then, from this terrifying huge pit, 18 dazzling stars suddenly soared into the sky, leaping up and rising into the air. Among the 18 stars, 9 were green and 9 were dark red. In the middle of the 18 stars, 2 stalwart figures were intertwined. Terrifying power exploded, causing the space around them to collapse inch by inch, forming a vacuum. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at the 18 stars in the sky and the 2 figures with terrifying strength. Chapter 864. Nether Dragon. It's actually a battle between 2 martial emperors. This is unbelievable. One of them is Emperor Qing. Who is the other? Why have I never seen him before? The uproar spread like a tsunami. Everyone looked up at the 18 stars that were constantly colliding in the sky, as well as the 2 terrifying figures surrounded by the stars. In the stars, the green figure was Emperor Qing. Many people were familiar with him, but the other person's clothes were ragged and his hair was disheveled. He looked like a beggar on the street. His appearance was not flattering, and most people were unfamiliar with him. That's Lu Hantian, the former top expert of Muqing County. Some time ago, there was a rumor that Lu Hantian was imprisoned in the imperial city's dungeon by Emperor Qing. Now, it seems that the rumor is true. That person is Lu Hantian? This person's talent is terrifying. His cultivation was sealed by Emperor Qing and imprisoned in the dungeon, but he managed to break through to the martial emperor realm. How terrifying! Many people in the crowd had already recognized Lu Hantian's identity, and they all cried out in surprise. Some of the surrounding cultivators who did not know what was going on also revealed looks of understanding. Many cultivators had never seen Lu Hantian's true appearance before. They had only heard of Lu Hantian's reputation. Therefore, when someone mentioned Lu Hantian's identity, many people also understood. Boom! 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 18 stars revolved in the sky. Lu Hantian and Emperor Qing were extremely fast. The 2 of them constantly leaped between the stars like agile monkeys, extremely agile and vigorous. The forces produced by the 2 of them fighting were extremely terrifying, and they could cause the surrounding space to collapse. The battle between the two martial emperors was so terrifying that the people watching below were dumbfounded. The battle between the two of them was almost beyond their understanding. Every move could cause the surrounding space to collapse, forming a void. It faintly revealed a terrifying might that could shatter the heavens and the earth. They all knew that even peak heavenly venerables would be annihilated by the aftershocks of their battle if they got close to the two of them. There was no chance of survival. Boom! 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 The two great Emperor Realm experts fought from the sky to the ground and from midair to the clouds. Terrifying explosions reverberated throughout the sky. The void was filled with black holes created by powerful energies. That night was destined to be a sleepless night in the imperial capital. Everyone in the imperial capital was awakened by the battle between the two great emperors. Everyone rushed out of their residences and raised their heads to look at the sky. Up there, 18 dazzling lights were constantly colliding, creating countless explosions. In the eyes of the martial artists in the imperial capital, the stars that night were so close to them. Those 18 stars were truly powerful stars that had descended from the heavens. They were extremely dazzling. This night was destined to be an extraordinary one. The deep darkness invaded. But in the depths of the five fingers, he discovered that he could not see the outline of the five fingers at all. Everything was pitch black without any light. Where is this? Zhuo turned around with difficulty and looked at the boundless darkness around him. His eyes were filled with confusion. Ever since he fell into the abyss, he had been trapped in this deep darkness. Now that all the meridians in his body had been sealed by Whitebrow Heavenly Venerate, he could not mobilize the slightest bit of strength. He could only drift along in this deep darkness. "You're here." A deep and unfamiliar voice came from the darkness. Then it echoed endlessly in the darkness. It was as if thousands of people were shouting in Zhuowen's ears. This voice was very unfamiliar, but when it reached Zhuowen's ears, he felt a faint sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity was inexplicable, but it could not be erased. For some reason, Zhuowen couldn't help but reply, "That's right. I'm here." After saying that, Zhuowen was a little shocked. Originally, he did not want to say this sentence. He wanted to ask who this person was, but now he blurted out this sentence. "Chi." Two dark lights suddenly lit up in front of Zhuowen. Staring at the two dark lights, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He could faintly feel that these two dark lights were extremely extraordinary. "You're here. That's good." The deep voice sounded again. Immediately, the two dark lights quickly rushed towards Zhuowen. Before Zhuowen could even react, the two dark lights were already very close to him. Zhuowen's eyes stared straight at the two dark lights in front of him. "It's a pair of eyes." Staring at the dark light in front of him, Zhuowen realized that the dark light was actually a pair of eyes the size of lanterns. Heavy breathing sounded in front of Zhuowen. The owner of this pair of eyes was definitely a huge monster. "What exactly are you?" Looking at this pair of dark eyes, a trace of fear rose in Zhuowen's heart. This was the fear of the unknown. "Accept me. I will take you away from this place." A deep voice sounded. At this moment, it was as deafening as muffled thunder. "Kid, accept him." Xiao Hei's voice also sounded in Zhuowen's mind. "Xiao Hei, what exactly is this guy?" Zhuowen did not expect that Xiao Hei would actually ask him to accept. He could not help but ask in confusion. "This is a nether dragon, a powerful dragon that can travel through darkness and death. Accept it, and it will take you away from this void of darkness." Xiao Hei said again. Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He never doubted Xiao Hei's words. Lifting his head, he stared at the pair of dark lights and said, "I accept." As soon as he said this, the pair of dark lights burst forth with an extremely blazing light. Unfortunately, this light was a dark light. The more blazing it was, the darker it appeared. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. Soon after, Zhuo felt all the sealed meridians in his body collapse at this moment, and all the strength in his body was restored to its original state. Soon after, the sound of wind whistling sounded in his ears. Next, Zhuo discovered that his feet seemed to be on solid ground, as if he was being carried by something. Swoosh! Then Zhuo's entire body was carried towards the top of the abyss. Its speed was so fast that Zhuo was left speechless. After Zhuo left the abyss, another pair of dark eyes appeared in the pitch-black void of nothingness. However, this pair of dark eyes was not as large as before. Instead, they were the size of an ordinary human. A figure was faintly discernible in the darkness. This figure was silently sitting cross-legged in the pitch-black darkness. His body was shackled by numerous black metal chains, and a sense of loneliness involuntarily rose in his heart. Clang! At this moment, the figure slowly stood up and looked up at Zhuo, who was leaving above. There was a trace of unknown emotion in his eyes. He muttered in a low voice, "So you have grown up? If Xiao knew, I don't know how happy she would be." Boom! 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 Above the imperial capital, Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian were engaged in a fierce battle. It was as if the heavens and earth were about to collapse. All the warriors did not dare to come within 100 miles of the battle. Once they came close, they would be seriously injured or even killed. Roar! A loud dragon's roar sounded from the collapsed dungeon, attracting the attention of countless warriors around. What's going on? Why is there a dragon's roar in the abyss of the dungeon? Could it be that there is someone in there? The dragon's roar continued to sound from the abyss, causing many warriors to be surprised. Their gazes were focused on the abyss. The 5 holy masters, led by Ziyang Tianzuan, Aoki and the other 2 holy masters, as well as Elder Shiwan and the other 2 holy masters, all noticed the dragon's roar coming from the abyss. Their expressions were different as their eyes flashed. "Is it Zhuo?" Ziyang Tianzuan asked in a deep voice. "It's very likely. That kid has a dragon soul, so it's not surprising that he can emit a dragon's roar. But what makes me curious is, how did he come out from the 18th level?" Aoki's eyes flashed, revealing a trace of anticipation. If the person who came out from the abyss was really Zhuo, he would not let him go this time. He had to capture him. "The 8 of us will join forces and capture Zhuo. We can't make any mistakes this time," Ziyang Tianzuan instructed the people behind him. The heavenly venerables behind him nodded. Whether it was the Azure Emperor's request or the collapse of the dungeon, all of this was related to Zhuo. Hence, they absolutely couldn't let Zhuo off. On the other hand, Elder Shiwan and the other 2 holy masters were delighted. They could also guess that the dragon's roar was most likely emitted by Zhuo. "We have to be careful of Ziyang, Tianzuan, and the rest. If this person is really Zhuo, Ziyang Tianzuan, and the rest will not let Zhuo go," Elder Shiwan suddenly said cautiously. Moyan Wushang nodded and agreed. Elder Shiwan is right. Ziyang Tianzuan and the rest have been eyeing Zhuo covetously. If this person is really Zhuo, they will definitely take action. We have to be prepared. We can't let Ziyang Tianzuan and the rest succeed. Swoosh! Just as Ziyang Tianzuan and the rest were harboring evil intentions, a gust of wind swept out from the abyss. Then everyone saw that it was a huge dragon that was a few hundred feet long that appeared above the abyss. The huge dragon was covered with black clouds and mist. Even the air that it exhaled from its nostrils was black. The dragon's eyes were especially dark and looked extremely creepy. On the head of the huge dragon, a figure stood proudly. The wind whistled and swept up the person's long hair. His clothes fluttered in the wind. This is the Nether Dragon. Looking at the huge black dragon that appeared in the sky, Ziyang Tianzuan and the rest narrowed their eyes. They all recognized the fierce and powerful dragon. This person actually brought the Nether Dragon out from the 18th level. How is that possible? Did that person give it up on his own accord? Ziyang Tinzuan frowned and said in shock, Ziyang Tinzuan, what are you afraid of? We have 8 holy masters. How can we not be a match for the Nether Dragon? As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to take him down, Aoki suddenly said. Ziyang Tinzuan nodded. They had 8 holy masters. Even if the Nether Dragon was present, they were not afraid. Chapter 865. White-browed dog swoosh. Empyrean Ziyang shouted. He turned into an afterimage and shot straight at Zhuowen. His speed soared to the extreme. Following Ziyang Tinzuan's action, Aoki and the other holy masters followed him without hesitation. They wanted to join forces and take down Zhuowen. Let's do it and stop them. Elder Shiyuan shouted and took the lead. His target was Aoki in black and white behind him. Mang Shi and Moyan Wushang were not to be outdone. They turned into 2 shadows and flew out. Mang Shi stood in front of Ziyang Tinzuan and spat out a golden primordial force. He threw out a punch and a tiger's roar sounded. Ziyang Tinzuan's face changed. He waved his hands and a purple sun rose to meet the attack. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded through the sky. Ziyang Tinzuan and Mang Shi retreated a dozen steps and looked at each other with a grave look in their eyes. At the same time, Elder Shiyuan stretched out his skinny palm and pressed it down. Suddenly, a terrifying sound came from the empty space behind him. Then an ear-piercing rumble sounded and a transparent mountain formed in the empty space. This illusory and transparent mountain was formed purely by mental energy. Waves of mental energy, runes continuously flickered and circulated on the surface of the mountain. It looked extremely mysterious and profound. Mountain deity transformation. Elder Shiyuan shouted coldly. The terrifying mountain fell from the empty space and swept up numerous hurricanes. It crushed down on Aoki and the other 2. Black and white. Let's attack together and destroy the mountain. Looking at Elder Shiyuan attacking them, Aoki squinted his eyes and looked cold. He knew how terrifying Elder Shiyuan was. If they were to fight one-on-one, he would not be a match for Elder Shiyuan. Hence, Aoki could only rely on Black and White's power to fight against Elder Shiyuan. Millennium Aoki. Black and White dragons. Without any hesitation, Black and White formed a seal with both hands and immediately summoned their Black and White dragon souls. 2 huge dragons, one black and one white, roared towards the sky and charged towards the sky. At the same time, Aoki also released his own armor soul. A towering tree grew out of the void behind him. Countless lush vines grew out, turning into a sea of green that covered the sky, following behind the black and white dragons. Rumble. When the 2 collided, a frightening yuan power wave spread outwards, causing the surrounding space to show traces of cracks and collapse. For a moment, they were in a deadlock in the air. Moyan Wushang appeared above Celestial Master Guanghan, Celestial Master Xia, Celestial Master Huangjiao, and Celestial Master Bai Mei. She smiled and said, If you want to go to Zhuowen, you'll have to go through me first. Miss Wushang, you want to fight against 4 of us? Aren't you exaggerating? If we accidentally hurt you, don't blame us, Celestial Master Bai Mei said coldly. Although the strength of these 4 heavenly venerables was not comparable to heavenly venerables, like heavenly venerables Ziyang and Qingmu, they were still heavenly venerables, after all. If they joined forces, they would probably be able to fight against a peak heavenly venerate powerhouse. I'm not exaggerating, you're exaggerating. Moyan Wushang smiled and waved her hand. A huge drum quietly floated behind Moyan Wushang. Wisps of sound waves were faintly revealed. It was actually the faint sound of a war drum. Morning bell and evening drum. Celestial Master Huang Jiao stared at the drum behind Moyan Wushang, and his gaze suddenly became dignified. The 4 of them knew about morning bell and evening drum. Moyan Wushang had found it in a relic. It was said that it had the power of a royal spiritual treasure and was extremely terrifying. Boom! After revealing morning bell and evening drum, an extremely terrifying aura burst out from Moyen Wushang's body. Countless sounds of zither and drum followed this aura and spread in the air. Many warriors in the surroundings were intoxicated when they heard the sound of the zither that spread with the aura. Their eyes were blurred and some were unable to extricate themselves. The sound of the zither actually had the effect of seducing people's souls. Peak Celestial Master? You're actually a Peak Celestial Master? How can you be so strong? Celestial Master Huang Jiao and the other 3 Celestial Masters were dignified Celestial Masters. Naturally, they would not be intoxicated by the decadent sound that Moyen Wushang unintentionally emitted. Instead, they all revealed astonished expressions. Moyen Wushang's origin was mysterious. He suddenly appeared in Imperial Capital and became famous in Imperial Capital because of his exquisite zither-playing skills. Moreover, Emperor Qing was very polite to Moyen Wushang back then. All of this indicated that Moyen Wushang was extraordinary. Today, when Moyen Wushang burst out with his true strength, the 4 Celestial Masters were shocked. Moyen Wushang looked like he was only a few years old. At most, he was about the same age as Zhuowen. However, his cultivation realm was so much more terrifying than Zhuowen's. The woman in front of him was an even more monstrous genius than Zhuowen. Cut the crap. I've said it before. As long as I'm here, you won't even be able to touch Zhuowen. The corners of Moyen Wushang's mouth curled up slightly. Her jade-like hand gently tapped on the drum. A thunderous sound resounded, and an invisible sound wave spread out. This sound wave contained an extremely powerful killing intent. It was as if they were on a drum platform in a battlefield and countless soldiers were shouting to kill. Feeling the horror of the spreading sound wave, Celestial Master Huang Jiao and the other 3 Celestial Masters' faces changed slightly. They all used their respective armor souls. For a moment, for different colored forces swept out and rushed toward the sound wave. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the combined attacks of the 4 Celestial Masters were evenly matched with Moyen Wushang's sound wave. No one was giving way to the other. So strong! Isn't that Lady Moyen Wushang from Drunk Spring Pavilion? How can she be so strong? She's resisting the attacks of 4 Celestial Masters by herself. How terrifying! The surrounding people were also shocked, especially Moyen Wushang. Fighting 4 Celestial Masters by herself was indeed a feat that could easily shock people. On top of the Nether Dragon, Zhuowen's eyes were also filled with shock. Moyen Wushang's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. In the beginning, because Moyen Wushang had a concealment technique, he could not see through Moyen Wushang's true cultivation. However, now that this woman suddenly displayed the cultivation of a peak Celestial Master, it really shocked him. She's indeed someone from the Divine Academy. She's not much older than me, but her cultivation far surpasses mine. Zhuowen shook his head bitterly. He finally understood what it meant to say that there was always someone better. In the Qingxian Empire, Zhuowen's talent and cultivation might be at the top of the younger generation. If Zhuowen's talent was placed in the entire Eastern Land or even the entire Heavenly Armor continent, it might not even be worth mentioning. After all, the Qingxian Empire was just a small place in the Eastern Land. However, Zhuowen did not feel inferior because of this. Instead, he was filled with anticipation and hope. This continent was still very big, and he, Zhuowen, still had a long way to go. Although this road might be full of thorns, Zhuowen could walk on with a smile. This was because he had a heart that tirelessly pursued strength. This heart gave him the belief to continuously pursue martial arts. Whoosh! Slowly landing on the ground beside the huge pit, the huge nether dragon calmly glanced at Zhuowen. It let out a loud roar and once again dived into the abyss and disappeared. Nether dragon? Who exactly is in that abyss? Zhuowen could feel that the one talking to him was not the nether dragon, but a human. Moreover, it was a very powerful human. Zhuowen also realized that the nether dragon's movements within 10 miles of the abyss were as if there was a layer of imprisonment around it that prevented the nether dragon from using its power. However, this thought only appeared in Zhuowen's mind for a moment. His gaze was attracted by the battle in the sky. At the highest point, 18 stars were rumbling. The battle between the Azure Emperor and Lu Hantian had reached its climax. Between the two of them, they could tear the entire space apart. High up in the sky, the originally stable space was now riddled with holes due to the battle between the two of them. Black holes were spreading and wreaking havoc. It looked extremely terrifying. Although the battle between the Azure Emperor and Lu Hantian had reached its climax, it would take a while for the victor to be decided. However, Zhuowen was worried. After all, the Azure Emperor had advanced to the Emperor realm for a long time, while Lu Hantian had just advanced to the Emperor realm. There was still a certain gap between the two of them. Although it might not be obvious now, as time passed, the gap between the two of them would most likely be revealed. However, this was a battle between two Emperor realm experts. Zhuowen was only at the Sovereign realm. There was no way he could interfere. He could only watch helplessly. The battle between the Celestial Masters was also evenly matched. Among them, the battle between Mang Shi and Xiang Tianzuan was close to a physical collision. It was extremely intense. Elder Xiuan was even more terrifying. He had actually suppressed Aoki and the other two by himself. On the other hand, although Moyan Wushang had relied on the Morning Bell and Evening Drum to suppress the four Celestial Masters, the Morning Bell and Evening Drum was an offensive royal spiritual treasure. It consumed a lot of his origin energy. Moyan Wushang's bright forehead had already started to sweat. It was very difficult for him to suppress it now. Miss Wushang, let the weakest Celestial Master, Whitebrow, come here. I'll deal with him. Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he suddenly laughed. He took a step forward and rushed toward Moyan Wushang. His voice was like rolling thunder. This damned bastard. Whitebrow Celestial Master's veins popped out when he heard Zhuowen's words. His eyes were filled with anger. Zhuowen was too unkind. He actually dared to humiliate Whitebrow Celestial Master in front of everyone. As the weakest of the 5 Celestial Masters, Whitebrow Celestial Master hated it when others said that he was the weakest. However, not only did Zhuowen say that, but he also shouted it so loudly without restraint. How could Whitebrow Celestial Master show his face? Zhuowen, are you okay? Whitebrow Celestial Master is a Celestial Master after all, Moyan Wushang said worriedly. Don't worry. Whitebrow Celestial Master is at his peak now. It took him a lot of effort to capture me. Now that he has lost an arm, his strength has dropped too much. I'm afraid he might not be my match. Just let him go. Chapter 866. The power of real materialization. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed. Just as Zhuowen had said, Heavenly Master Whitebrow's arm had been cut off by the one on the 18th level. Originally, Heavenly Master Whitebrow should have been at the initial stage of the Heavenly Master realm. Now, his strength had dropped by almost 30 to 40%, which was equivalent to a warrior at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm. Then be careful. Moyan Wushang nodded. With a wave of her hand, the sound wave from the Morning Bell and Evening Drum bounced out. Heavenly Master Whitebrow was mercilessly thrown out. With Heavenly Master Whitebrow's withdrawal, Moyan Wushang felt a lot more relaxed. Now, using the Morning Bell and Evening Drum to deal with Heavenly Master Yellowbone, Heavenly Master Sunset Moon, and Heavenly Master Guanghan was more than enough. Little bastard, I'm going to skin you, pull out your tendons, and grind your bones to dust. I'm going to make you wish you were dead. As soon as he was released, Heavenly Master Whitebrow's cold eyes stared at Zhuowen as if he was staring at his prey. Zhuowen laughed. He stared at Heavenly Master Whitebrow with ridicule and said, You have lost an arm. Do you really have the strength to capture me and torture me? Humph. Even if my strength is damaged, you're just a sovereign realm warrior. What qualifications do you have to compare with me? Die. Whitebrow, Heavenly Sovereign, snorted coldly. He flew toward Zhuo Wen like a great rock with its wings spread. Milky white yuan power spurted out and turned into a huge palm that slammed toward Zhuo Wen. That young man is Zhuo Wen? Wasn't Zhuo Wen rumored to be missing? Why did he appear from the abyss of the dungeon? Countless warriors around the dungeon also noticed Zhuo Wen. At this moment, Zhuo Wen had already returned to his original appearance. Many people still remembered his shocking actions in the throne room. Therefore, when Zhuo Wen appeared, many warriors recognized him. However, what surprised them was that Zhuo Wen actually dared to provoke the White-Brow Heavenly Sovereign as soon as he came out. Although Zhuo Wen's aura had actually reached the sovereign realm and shocked many people, wasn't he courting death by provoking a heavenly sovereign with such a cultivation level? Although many people could see that the White-Brow Heavenly Venerate's aura had weakened significantly after losing an arm, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even a one-armed Heavenly Venerate was not someone a supreme being could challenge. Zhuo Wen's gaze turned cold as he stared at the palm of yuan power that was constantly approaching him. He reached out with his hand and retrieved a blood spear. With a flick of the spear's tip, the sea of blood roiled. Blood, sea overflowing heaven. With a low shout, Zhuo Wen's figure moved along with the blood spear. His entire person merged into the sea of blood. His figure was faintly discernible like a ghost. Rumble. The sea of blood instantly collided with the yuan power palm, after which the two of them froze in midair and did not move at all. Kill! Zhuo Wen suddenly drilled out of the sea of blood. With a wave of his blood spear, the sea of blood parted to form a bloody path. Zhuo Wen then swung his long spear. Layers upon layers of power erupted and heavily bombarded the elemental energy palm. Crack! In an instant, the yuan power palm shattered into countless pieces. Zhuo Wen continued to rush towards the White-Brow Heavenly Venerate like a hot knife through butter. The White-Brow Heavenly Venerate's gaze was gloomy. With a stomp of his foot, he actually took the initiative to retreat, landing dozens of meters away. Rumble. The instant the White-Brow Heavenly Venerate retreated, Zhuo Wen had already arrived at the place where he was previously standing. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a huge crater by a terrifying force. Thud! Thud! Slowly walking out of the huge crater, Zhuo Wen straightened his back, holding the blood spear in his hand. He stared at the White-Brow Heavenly Venerate indifferently. The corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a faintly discernible smile as he said, "The yuan power palm can't even withstand a single blow. Under my attack, you were the first to retreat, worthy of being an Empyrean powerhouse." Zhuo Wen's slightly mocking words caused the White-Brow Heavenly Venerate's face to turn stiff. His gaze was gloomy to the extreme. If he was facing a martial artist of the same level just now, retreating was an extremely normal thing. Unfortunately, the one he faced was Zhuo Wen, a junior whose cultivation was 2 levels lower than his. He actually retreated. This had a different flavor in other people's eyes. Sure enough, the moment Zhuo Wen's words came out, quite a number of people's gazes gathered on the White-Brow Heavenly Venerate. There were even quite a few gazes that had mocking looks that were even denser than Zhuo Wen's. A series of boos sounded out from the surroundings. "Sharp-tongued little bastard. What else can you do apart from talking nonsense?" The White-Brow Heavenly Venerate said with a cold snort. But Zhuo Wen snickered and said, "An exalted Heavenly Venerate is actually finding excuses too? Did I break your elemental energy palm? Did you retreat just now?" Interrogating voices sounded out. The White-Brow Heavenly Venerate's brows furrowed slightly, but he fell into a rare silence. "Then what nonsense am I spouting? Could it be that what I said isn't the truth?" Zhuo Wen said with a cold sneer, "This seat won't stoop to your level. Either way, you're also someone who's about to see the coffin." The White-Brow Heavenly Venerate did not wish to talk too much with Zhuo Wen. His left hand needed seals. A white light bloomed between his eyebrows. Following that, A swift and fierce eagle cry sounded out. Following that, the white-brow heavenly venerate used his own armor soul, the white-brow sparrowhawk. However, the white-brow sparrowhawk that the white-brow heavenly venerate summoned this time, regardless of whether it was the size or aura, it was much weaker than last time. Zhuowen knew that it probably had something to do with the white-brow heavenly venerate's severed arm being injured. Little bastard, this time you won't be as lucky as last time. Die for me. The white-brow heavenly venerate roared and leaped up onto the white-brow sparrowhawk's body. Then his divine thought controlled the white-brow sparrowhawk to charge at Zhuowen. Looking at the white-brow sparrowhawk flying straight towards him, Zhuowen's gaze became extremely solemn. Last time he had been put in an extremely sorry state by the white-brow heavenly venerate because of this white-brow heavenly venerate. If it weren't for someone in the ice hell abyss who had intervened, he would probably have been a prisoner of the white-brow heavenly venerate. Although the white-brow heavenly venerate's strength had been greatly reduced and the white-brow sparrowhawk's strength was much weaker than before, Zhuowen still did not have much confidence in facing it. Whoosh! The white-brow sparrowhawk was extremely fast and arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant. Naturally, Zhuowen would not sit still and wait for death. He kneaded his hands together, and 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a lightning shadow and narrowly avoided the white-brow sparrowhawk's attack. So fast! Looking at the white-brow sparrowhawk that brushed past him, Zhuowen's gaze became even more solemn. At the same time, he did not hesitate to materialize his dragon soul. Countless wisps of black mist covered his entire body as he entered his dragon man state. At the same time, another whistling sound rang out. The white-brow sparrowhawk had actually turned around and attacked again at an extremely fast and fierce speed. Zhuowen coldly snorted. The black dragon scales on his hands continuously squirmed and turned into a pair of cold dragon claws. Then Zhuowen dragged his claws and attacked the white-brow sparrowhawk in front of him like 2 dragons swallowing a pearl. Dragon strangle. The white-brow sparrowhawk was not to be outdone. Its pair of eagle claws also fiercely struck out, sweeping up gusts of wind. Boom! The 2 immediately separated upon contact. Zhuowen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. The web between his thumb and forefinger was numb and trembling slightly. The white-brow sparrowhawk's body merely swayed and charged towards him again. Zhuowen, you're dead for sure. So what if my cultivation is damaged? You're still no match for me. When I capture you, I'll let you experience a fate worse than death. The white-brow Empyrean sovereign's pleased laughter rang out. He stared fixedly at the approaching Zhuowen, an unbridled clamor on his face. Shit, the white-brow sparrowhawk is too fast. It's not easy to dodge. Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he watched the white-brow sparrowhawk approach. He wanted to dodge, but his entire body was numb from the previous collision, making it difficult for him to move. Bang! The white-brow sparrowhawk viciously slammed into Zhuowen's body. Soon after, Zhuowen plummeted from the sky like a meteor and smashed into the ground. Humph! As expected, you're just a little brat who only knows how to flaunt his sharp tongue. If not for Emperor Qing's orders, I would have killed you several times over. The white-brow Empyrean sovereign snickered coldly. Soon after, he patted the white-brow sparrowhawk beneath him. The latter let out a resounding cry and suddenly swooped down. Its target was Zhuowen, who was in the giant pit. Zhuowen! Elder Shiyuan and Moyan Wushang could see the situation on Zhuowen's side. Although the 2 of them could easily deal with their opponents, it was impossible for them to completely break away from the battle to rescue Zhuowen. Moreover, it was too late. After all, the white-brow sparrowhawk was too fast. Cough, cough, cough. In the deep pit, Zhuowen struggled to get up. When he saw the white-brow sparrowhawk rushing towards him, his pupils shrank and his face became extremely gloomy. Kid, give me control of your body, temporarily. Now that you can partially materialize this Dragon Lord, if you don't resist, this Dragon Lord can use part of your body's power. Seeing the white-brow sparrow hawk getting closer and closer, Zhuo was a little flustered. Xiao Hei's voice suddenly rang out. Let you control my body? Sure. Hearing this, Zhuo did not hesitate and gave control of his body to Xiao Hei. Then he closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into his mind. When Zhuo opened his eyes again, his pupils had turned into a dark gold color. Then Zhuo stomped his feet and a gust of energy flew out. His entire body was like a spring as he retreated out of the huge pit. Boom! At the moment when Zhuo retreated, the white-brow sparrow hawk's attack missed. It directly crashed into the deep pit, stirring up clouds of dust and obscuring one's vision. Swoosh! Another eagle cry rang out. The wind whistled and the dust dispersed. The white-brow sparrow hawk rushed out and flew towards Zhuo again. Little bastard, let's see where you can escape to. Die! White-brow heavenly master stood on the white-brow sparrow hawk and looked coldly at Zhuo. At this moment, Zhuo did not care about white-brow heavenly master. Instead, he muttered to himself indifferently, Zhuo, take a good look. This Dragon Lord's materialization is not like yours, which only uses brute force. You have never discovered the true power of materialization. With that, Zhuo stomped his feet and a terrifying power poured out. Dense cracks appeared on the ground and it looked extremely ferocious. Then Zhuo turned into a shadow and his speed was many times faster than before. Whoosh! Chapter 867 Seeking Death Swoosh. The white-browed sparrow hawk let out a miserable shriek. It could clearly feel Zhuo's sharp elbow piercing its abdomen. The pain caused the white-browed sparrow hawk to sway. The white-browed heavenly master, who was standing on the white-browed sparrow hawk, staggered a few times and almost fell. Fortunately, he had rich battle experience. Yuan power spurted out from his right palm and used the recoil to stabilize his body. That little bastard! The white-browed heavenly master gritted his teeth. He had also noticed Zhuo, who was attached to the white-browed sparrow hawk's abdomen. With a loud roar, he threw out his right palm in an attempt to knock Zhuo down. Zhuo sneered and exerted force with his elbow. With a piercing sound, his sharp elbow pierced through the white-browed sparrow hawk's abdomen. With a leap, Zhuo free fell and landed on the ground, dodging the white-browed heavenly master's attack. Swoosh! The white-browed sparrow hawk let out another miserable shriek. Its huge body swayed like a drunkard. A wound that was several feet long had appeared on its lower abdomen. The organs in its abdomen spilled out from the sky along with fresh blood. Boom! Zhuo landed on the ground. His dark golden eyes were filled with cruelty. He licked his lips and muttered to himself, Kid, these bone spikes in the dragon human form are the sharpest weapons in the world. Not only do you not use them in battle, you even foolishly used your fists to fight. Aren't you courting death? In his sea of consciousness, Zhuo's consciousness also saw this scene and a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. Xiao Hei was right. When he was in the dragon human form, he did not make use of the bone spikes on his scales. Instead, he used his fists to smash them. That was indeed an extremely foolish way of fighting. Xiao Hei, since you can completely control my body when the armor spirit is materialized and use the full power of the dragon human form, why didn't you do anything when I was captured by the white-browed heavenly master? Zhuo could not help but ask in a depressed manner when he recalled being completely suppressed by the white-browed heavenly master and even having his meridians sealed. Humph. Do you think this dragon lord wants to control your body? Now that I'm borrowing your body, every attack is consuming my essence energy. Furthermore, this dragon lord could already tell that the powerhouse in the abyss was going to make a move, so I didn't do anything unnecessary. Xiao Hei snorted. I see. Zhuo nodded and continued to ask, Who is that person in the abyss? Why did he save me? I don't know about that either. But that person had a nether dragon and was very strong. He should be a descendant of the Ryuka. Furthermore, you're also a descendant of the Ryuka bloodline. He probably saved you because you're from the same clan. Xiao Hei said uncertainly. Is he also a Ryuka descendant? Speaking of this, Zhuowen's heart skipped a beat. Galan Haohai had once told him that his father, Zhuo Xiaotian, had also been captured by the Azure Emperor, and the person imprisoned on the 18th floor of the dungeon just so happened to be a dragon soul cultivator. Could this person be his father, Zhuo Xiaotian? Xiao Hei, we have to enter the abyss again. I suspect that that person is my father, Zhuo Xiaotian, who went missing 20 years ago. Even if that person isn't him, he might know something about my father. Zhuowen said in a low voice. All right, but let's get rid of this old thing first. Xiao Hei replied in agreement. He took a step forward, and his entire body turned into an afterimage as he rushed towards the wailing, white-browed sparrow hawk. Swoosh! In midair, the white-browed hawk also noticed Zhuowen flying towards it. With a shrill cry, it spread its wings and tried to escape. Trying to escape? Do you think that's possible? Xiao Hei smiled cruelly. His hands formed a seal, and 3 pairs of lightning wings unfurled. At the same time, a black mist appeared and covered the 3 pairs of lightning wings, transforming them into 3 pairs of extremely large dragon wings. Seeing Xiao Hei skillfully controlling his body and forming a seal, Zhuowen, who was in his knowledge sea, was filled with depression. Why did he realize that Xiao Hei was even more proficient in using his body than he was? Whoosh! With 3 pairs of dragon wings spread, Xiao Hei's speed reached the extreme. In an instant, he caught up with the white-browed hawk, and a shadow once again reached the white-browed hawk's abdomen. Following that, Xiao Hei unceremoniously jabbed his elbow. With a piercing sound, the white-browed hawk's abdomen was cut open, leaving a wound that was several feet long. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Hei's speed was too fast. Every time he flashed past, he would cause a huge wound on the white-browed hawk's abdomen. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with the white-browed hawk's blood. Swoosh! Finally, the white-browed hawk let out a sorrowful cry. Due to the excessive blood loss, it turned into a white light and drilled into the white-browed Heavenly Venerate's forehead. At this moment, the white-browed Heavenly Venerate stomped his feet and retreated continuously. His gaze was extremely gloomy. He never expected that the white-browed hawk would be defeated just like that. Clearly, the white-browed hawk was suppressing Zhuowen at the beginning. How did Zhuowen suddenly become so powerful and terrifying? It was as if he had become a different person. Silently floating in the air, Xiao Hei's dark golden eyes stared intently at the white-browed Heavenly Venerate. He grinned and said, "Old dog, didn't you want me, Zhuowen, to suffer a fate worse than death? Why are you retreating now?" "Right now, I, Zhuowen, am standing right here, begging for my death. If you have the ability, then let me watch you die. I, Zhuowen, am standing right here, begging for my death." The moment these words came out, there was an uproar in the surroundings. This Zhuowen was really arrogant. He was actually standing there, begging for his death. This sentence really made everyone's jaws drop. Zhuowen, who was in the sea of consciousness, held his forehead with his right hand as black lines appeared on his forehead. This Xiao Hei was really too much of a troublemaker. Even the words begging for death were spoken in such a domineering manner. Zhuowen felt that his illustrious reputation would probably be completely disgraced by Xiao Hei today. The white-browed, Heavenly Venerate's pupils shrank slightly. However, he did not step forward again. Instead, he cautiously retreated. His gaze was fixed on Zhuowen, as if he was guarding against a sudden attack from Zhuowen. As expected of the white-browed Heavenly Venerate, "Even I am standing right in front of you, begging for my death. Old dog, not only are you not moving forward, you are even retreating. The white-browed Heavenly Venerate's reputation is indeed well-deserved." Zhuowen suddenly sneered. The white-browed, heavenly venerate's face darkened when he heard these words. He said coldly, "Despicable person, you sneak-attacked my armored soul, white-browed hawk first. Now you are still hooting here. Don't you feel ashamed?" Ashamed? What is that? I, Zhuowen, have always been shameless. Moreover, what I like to do the most is to beat dogs, especially old dogs. After boasting shamelessly, Xiao He stomped his feet. With the help of his dragon wings, he turned into countless afterimages and rushed towards the white-browed heavenly venerate. However, Zhuowen's face twitched in the sea of consciousness, especially when he heard Xiao He say, "I, Zhuowen, have always been shameless." Zhuowen's mood was like thousands of grass mud horses galloping past. He wished that he could strangle Xiao He to death. Seeing Zhuowen rushing straight towards him, the white-browed heavenly venerate's eyes surged with killing intent. He opened his hands, and the yuan power in his body surged out. Immediately, the space around him shattered. From the cracks in the shattered space, blobs of green blood continuously gushed out. Heaven and earth jade blood, reincarnation, Isher. An endless amount of heaven and earth jade blood descended from the void and blocked in front of Xiao He. It was like a swamp, causing Xiao He's speed to decrease sharply. Moreover, the corrosive power of the heaven and earth jade blood was extremely terrifying. However, the defense of the Dragon Man state was very terrifying. The corrosive power of the heaven and earth jade blood was basically blocked by the dragon scales. It's not that easy to stop this dragon lord. Xiao He snorted coldly. An ink-black fog surrounded his body. Suddenly, he completely ignored the obstruction of the endless heaven and earth jade blood and broke through the waves. "Green blood demon flame, burn for me." Seeing that the heaven and earth jade blood was ineffective against Zhuowen, the white-browed heavenly venerate's eyes turned even colder. He formed a seal with both hands, and the endless heaven and earth jade blood surrounding Xiao He's body all burned up, turning into dark green flames. A terrifying temperature attacked, causing the surrounding space to distort. "Humph! Dragon scale guard." Xiao He snorted coldly. The dark, black dragon scales all over his body emitted an extremely terrifying dark light. Then illusory dragon scales surrounded Xiao He like stars in the sky. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The defensive power of these illusory dragon scales was extremely terrifying. The surging green blood demon flame could not break through the defense of these illusory dragon scales at all. How is this possible? How did Zhuowen's strength increase so much? White-browed heavenly venerate finally lost his composure when he saw that the green blood demon flame could not do anything to Xiao He. During the ice-snow prison break, Zhuowen was basically completely suppressed by him and was even captured by him. However, now, Zhuowen seemed to have changed into a different person. Both his attack and defense had become so abnormal. Swoosh! Xiao He arrived in front of white-browed heavenly venerate in an instant. He stretched out his right hand, which was covered in dragon scales, and the moment it stretched out, it turned into a huge dragon claw and blasted towards white-browed heavenly venerate. White-browed heavenly venerate screamed and waved his sleeves. He used all the yuan power in his body to block Zhuowen's dragon claw. Dragon strangle. Xiao He's voice became extremely cold. The pitch-black light in his dragon claw became even more intense. The yuan power defense that white-browed heavenly venerate blasted out was extremely weak and broke in an instant. Pucci! White-browed heavenly venerate spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Just as he was about to make use of the momentum to escape, a black figure blocked his way. Xiao He stretched out his right hand and grabbed white-browed heavenly venerate's neck. He then stood in the void and raised white-browed heavenly venerate high up. He then faced white-browed heavenly venerate's face and shouted, "White-browed heavenly venerate, I, Zhuowen, stand here and beg for death again." White-browed, Heavenly Venerate rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. Why did Zhuowen suddenly become so crazy? White-browed, Heavenly Venerate wasn't the only one who felt this way. Many of the surrounding cultivators also felt that Zhuowen was somewhat different from the rest. It felt like he wouldn't rest until he shocked everyone to death with his words. However, Zhuowen's sudden outburst that left white-browed Heavenly Venerate with no chance of retaliating left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. It was indeed a little shocking that a supremacy could actually defeat a Heavenly Venerate powerhouse. Chapter 868. The cocky Xiao He in his sea of consciousness. Zhuowen saw that Xiao He was about to go crazy again and hurriedly urged, "Xiao He, quickly finish off this white-brow Heavenly Master." Hearing this, Xiao He also knew that he had lost his composure. He coughed a few times and said to the white-brow Heavenly Master smugly, "I, Zhuowen, am standing here and begging for death, but you won't let me die. Then I have no choice but to let you die." As he spoke, Xiao He exerted force in his right palm. The white-brow Heavenly Master did not even make a sound. His neck bent and he stopped breathing. At the same time, Xiao He spat out Yuan power and blasted the white-brow Heavenly Master's lower abdomen. He pulled out his right hand and a ball of light appeared in his hand. This ball of light was in the shape of a small person. From its outline, it was extremely similar to the white-brow Heavenly Master. It was the white-brow Heavenly Master's nascent soul. "Zhuowen, you have already killed my physical body. Don't tell me you want to destroy my nascent soul. Don't push your luck." The white-brow Heavenly Master's eyes were filled with fear as he shrieked, "Hee, don't worry. The nascent soul of a Heavenly Master expert is very beneficial. How can I bear to destroy you?" Xiao He laughed sinisterly. He formed a seal with both hands and quickly tapped the white-brow Heavenly Master's nascent soul dozens of times. Then the white-brow Heavenly Master's nascent soul collapsed in Xiao He's palm. "You actually sealed me. Zhuowen, you bastard. What are you trying to do?" The white-brow Heavenly Master's nascent soul could not move at all. He knew that Xiao He had sealed him and could not help but cry out, "Noisy! Just get lost into the spirit ring." Xiao He waved his hand impatiently and stuffed the white-brow Heavenly Master, who was still cursing, into the spirit ring. Then he transmitted his voice to Zhuowen in his sea of consciousness. "Kid, white-brow Heavenly Venerable's nascent soul is good stuff. If you absorb the power of this nascent soul, it can speed up your cultivation." Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Xiao He was right. The yuaning of a Heavenly Venerate was the essence of a Heavenly Venerate. The amount of energy it contained was much greater than that of a golden Venerate. However, now was not a good time to absorb the power of the nascent soul, so Zhuowen did not plan to absorb the power of the nascent soul of the white-brow Heavenly Master. Xiao He was also very considerate. She sealed the power of the white-brow Heavenly Master and stored it in her spirit ring. She would find an opportunity to absorb it in the future. Empyrean Whitebrow is dead? He was actually killed by Zhuowen. Even his nascent soul was sealed and taken away by Zhuowen. Seeing Zhua Wen's series of actions, many of the surrounding people were stunned. Many of them were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Ziyang Tianzuan, who was fighting fiercely with Mangshi, also noticed Zhuowen's battle. When he saw Zhuowen seal the nascent soul of the white-brow Heavenly Master, he was stunned. Mangshi seized the opportunity and punched him in the chest. Dang! 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 Ziyang Tianzuan retreated dozens of meters away. His face was as pale as snow and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He looked past Mangshi and stared coldly at Zhuowen. "You killed Whitebrow." Xiao He curled her lips and said indifferently, "Not only did I kill Whitebrow, but I also killed your remaining Heavenly Venerates." With that, Xiao Hei stomped her feet and 3 pairs of dragon wings unfolded on her back. Her speed soared to the extreme. She was actually heading towards the battle between Moyan Wushang and heavenly venerable Huang Jiao. "How dare you!" Ziyang Tianzuan shouted angrily. He stomped his feet and wanted to chase after Zhuowen. However, before he could take more than a few steps, Meng Shi's sturdy body blocked his way. "Ziyang Tianzuan, don't forget that your opponent is me." Meng Shi glanced at Zhuowen, who was leaving behind him. He was also moved. Zhuowen's talent and strength were somewhat beyond his expectations. A mere supreme being was able to kill an initial, heavenly venerable expert. Zhuowen's monstrous level was not inferior to the monstrous geniuses in the outer court. If this kid can successfully join our outer court, I'm afraid he'll make those fellows feel threatened. Thinking of this, Meng Shi smiled. "Meng Shi, get out of my way." Ziyang Tianzuan shouted angrily. An even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. Behind him, a purple blazing sun appeared. In addition to the purple blazing sun from before, Ziyang Tianzuan now had 2 Ziyang halos floating behind him. They looked extremely dazzling and scorching. "It seems that your Ziyang cultivation technique is not bad. Unfortunately, do you think that you can defeat me with this? You're looking down on me." Meng Shi laughed loudly. He stomped his feet and countless energy swirled in the air. His golden hair danced in the air, making him look like a high-spirited lion king. Golden Lion Spiritual Wheel. With a low roar, the energy around Meng Shi's body became even more intense. Countless energy surged up and formed an upside-down waterfall. Then, Meng Shi raised both of his hands. Golden origin energy shot out from his palms. It was like countless rays of golden light shooting out. Countless lion shadows appeared in the sky above him. Moyan Wushang, Huang Jiao Celestial Master, Guanghan Celestial Master, and Xia Celestial Master naturally noticed the death of Whitebrow Celestial Master. In addition to shock, there was more fear in their eyes. Moyan Wushang alone had already exhausted the 3 of them. If Zhuowen joined in, they were afraid that they would soon be defeated. In the past, they might not have cared too much. However, after witnessing Zhuowen kill Whitebrow Celestial Master, they had a new estimation of Zhuowen's strength. If Zhuowen really joined in, they would definitely be defeated. "Guanghan Xie, if we continue to fight like this, we will definitely be annihilated. It's better to split up and fight for our lives." Huang Jiao Celestial Master suddenly transmitted his voice to Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master. Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master's eyes flickered. They replied, "You're right, Huang Jiao Celestial Master. If we don't want to be annihilated, we have to split up and escape before Zhuowen arrives. Let's use all our strength to break Moyan Wushang. Only then will we have a chance to escape." Huang Jiao Celestial Master's eyes flickered as he spoke solemnly. Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master nodded and silently gathered their strength. Then Huang Jiao Celestial Master shouted, "Let's break Moyan Wushang together." As soon as he said that, Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master both shouted softly and used their strongest moves. Their palms burst out with their strongest attacks. However, Huang Jiao Celestial Master took a step and quickly fled into the distance when the 2 attacked at the same time. Huang Jiao Celestial Master had used Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master as scapegoats while he took the opportunity to escape. Guanghan Celestial Master and Xie Celestial Master also noticed that Huang Jiao Celestial Master had fled behind them. Their faces were filled with shock and anger. However, they had already released their strongest attacks and couldn't withdraw them. They could only continue to attack Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. His jade-like hands quickly struck the morning bell and evening drum 10 times in a row. The 10 sound waves overlapped in an instant, causing the impact of the sound waves to reach an unprecedented peak. Pucci, Guanghan Celestial Master, and Xia Celestial Master spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by the overlapped sound waves. Their expressions became extremely dispirited and dejected. Huang Jiao Celestial Master is really despicable. After severely injuring Guanghan Celestial Master and Xia Celestial Master, Moyan Wushang wanted to intercept Huang Jiao Celestial Master. However, he couldn't find any trace of Huang Jiao Celestial Master. Huang Jiao Celestial Master's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already slipped away. Whoosh! At this moment, Xiaohei had also come to Moyan Wushang's side. Naturally, Xiaohei had seen what Huang Jiao Celestial Master had done just now. Zhuowen, what do you plan to do with these two people? Moyan Wushang turned to look at Zhuowen and inquired. Kill. Xiaohei didn't say much. He directly swept out and mercilessly killed Guanghan Celestial Master and Xia Celestial Master. Of course, the two Celestial Masters' nascent souls were sealed by Xiaohei and thrown into the spiritual ring. Looking at the decisive Zhuowen in front of him, Moyan Wushang raised his eyebrows. He always felt that the current Zhuowen was like a different person. His style of doing things was completely different from before. If Moyan Wushang knew that the one controlling Zhuowen's body now wasn't Zhuowen himself, but Xiaohei, who knew how he would feel. In the sea of consciousness, Zhuowen had already covered his face with both hands. This Xiaohei really didn't understand the ways of the world. Moyan Wushang was asking for its opinion. This guy not only killed two Celestial Masters in front of Moyan Wushang, but also put their nascent souls into the spiritual ring as if it was a matter of course. How thick did one's face have to be to do this without batting an eyelid? It was a matter of course. Black and white. Let's go. Aoki had already noticed that the battle situation was not right. His eyes flashed, and he took out a green talisman from his arms. He suddenly crushed it, and a mass of green light wrapped around him in black and white. In an instant, they disappeared. It's actually a teleportation talisman. This Aoki seems to have a lot of wealth. Elder Shiyuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Aoki, who had disappeared. He had to give up and return to Zhuowen and Moyan Wushang's side. Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang, and Elder Shiyuan, remember this. Our royal family will not let you go. His Majesty Emperor Qing will not let you go either. Ziyang Tianzuan shouted angrily. The two Ziyang wheels behind him exploded at the same time. The terrifying power spread out, forcing Mangshi to retreat hundreds of steps, and Ziyang Tianzuan flew away. Mangshi stomped his feet in the air and barely stabilized his body. Looking at Ziyang Tianzuan, who had already flown away, Mangshi said hatefully, "What a coward. I haven't even had my fun yet, and he ran away like this." Mangshi scolded as he came to Moyan Wushang's side. He stared at Zhuowen and said, "You must be Zhuowen. You are extremely famous in the outer yard and inner yard. Don't miss the entrance examination of Jiaxin Academy." At this moment, Zhuowen had already regained control of his body. He quickly cupped his hands and politely asked Mangshi. Previously, he had fallen into the abyss, so he did not know who Mangshi was. "He is Mangshi, my uncle. Of course, he is also the deacon elder of the outer yard of Jiaxin Academy. He is a glutton and lazy person." Moyan Wushang introduced him without any trace of politeness. Chapter 869. 9 stars transforming into dragons. After chatting with Mangshi for a while, Zhuowen had a good impression of the honest man in front of him. Furthermore, from Mangshi's relationship with Moyan Wushang, he should also be from Jiaxin College. Boom! Boom! Muffled sounds of fighting resounded in the sky. Zhuowen and the others raised their heads and looked at the sky. High up in the sky, the 18 stars were still colliding with each other. Lu Hantian and Great Emperor Qing were like two afterimages as they continued to fight. Terrifying power was erupting from their bodies. I wonder if Brother Hantian is a match for the Qing Emperor. Looking at the battle in the sky, Zhuowen frowned slightly. After all, Lu Hantian had just advanced to the Emperor realm, while the Qing Emperor was an expert who had been called an emperor for a long time. In terms of battle power, Lu Hantian was actually not as good as the Qing Emperor. Bang! In the sky, the two of them collided again. The sound of the explosion reverberated through the clouds, and a circular wave of air spread out in the sky like a ball of auspicious clouds. Dang! 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 A figure flew out from the 18 stars and retreated a few hundred feet. He stepped on the ground and barely managed to stabilize himself. This figure was Lu Hantian. At this moment, Lu Hantian's gaze was cold as he stared at the Qing Emperor in front of him. His expression was ugly. The Qing Emperor quietly floated in the air and stared deeply at Lu Hantian. He said, "Lu Hantian, you have just advanced to the Emperor realm and have not even stabilized your cultivation. How can you be a match for me? I am a person who loves talents. Seeing that it was not easy for you to cultivate to the Emperor realm, I will give you another chance. Submit to me and listen to my orders in the future. I will help you break through to a higher cultivation level and even give you a supreme position." Lu Hantian laughed coldly and said, "Qing Emperor, you want me to be your dog? Do you think that is possible?" The Qing Emperor's expression darkened as he said coldly, "It seems that you do not accept? All right, I will fulfill your wish and let you die with dignity. In the Qing Xian Empire, no one dares to go against my will. Those who go against me will die." As he spoke, the Lotus Emperor clenched his hands, and thousands of green rays of light shot out, piercing the 9 green stars together like the backbone of a huge dragon. Immediately, the Cyan Emperor's hand seals changed. Cyan energy gushed out like a vast ocean. The tide-like cyan energy adhered to the spine of the giant dragon, formed by the 9 stars, forming green dragon scales on the skeleton. Awoo! A green dragon that was almost 10,000 feet long was vaguely visible on the surface of the 9 stars that were connected together. The terrifying dragon might was like the sky was collapsing, crushing down as if it was going to collapse the entire space. 9 stars transform into dragon. Dragon, profound 9 heavens. The Azure Emperor's eyes were cold. His clothes and long hair fluttered without any wind. He waved his right hand, and the huge azure dragon formed by the 9 stars roared and charged towards Lu Hantian. What a terrifying dragon! What a powerful dragon might! Looking at the huge azure dragon formed by the 9 stars in the sky, everyone below revealed shocked expressions. The dragon's body, which was close to 3,000 meters long, stretched across the horizon like a river suspended in the 9 heavens. It was as if it was going to split the sky of the imperial capital in half. It was truly shocking. Lu Hantian's eyes narrowed. With a stomp of his foot, countless amounts of blood qi erupted, and the 9 blood-colored stars around him started to spin. Blood sacrifice to the 9 stars, transform into a long spear. Lu Hantian stretched out his right hand and grabbed at the air. Immediately, the 9 blood-colored stars that were spinning around him collided with each other, and a violent rumble resounded through the sky. Boom! 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 At this moment, the 9 blood-colored stars shattered into countless blood-colored powder. Then the dense blood-colored powder started to spin and condense under Lu Hantian's hand gestures, turning into a blood spear that was almost 10,000 feet long. The might of the blood spear that was 10,000 feet long was not any weaker than the azure dragon. Furthermore, there were countless blood-colored vortexes around the blood spear, and it looked extremely terrifying. "Go for me!" Lu Hantian landed at the end of the blood spear, and his right palm struck the end of the spear. A terrifying power surged out, and the blood spear shot out like an arrow. Whoosh! In the air, the massive dragon and the blood-red spear collided under the gazes of countless people. Azure and blood-red light exploded out, covering the entire night sky. Half of it was blood-red, and the other half was azure. In an instant, the entire sky seemed to have sunk into a strange silence. Everyone's ears seemed to have lost their sense of hearing at this moment. They could not hear anything, and only the two colors, one green and one blood, spread across the sky, radiating brilliance and splendor. Rumble! After a long period of silence, an explosion finally rang out in the sky. Furthermore, it rang out continuously, as if endless fireworks were being released at this moment. In the sky, a wisp of deep black appeared in the gap between the blood spear and the azure dragon. This wisp of black became darker, denser, and larger. Finally, this wisp of black continued to expand, and everyone finally discovered this wisp of black. When this wisp of black had expanded to several hundred feet, they finally saw the true appearance of this wisp of black. This is the void space within the spatial crack. The attacks of the two Emperor Realm experts actually tore apart the space above, revealing the void darkness hidden behind the spatial crack. Looking at the wisp of deep black, everyone's eyes were filled with shock. The void space was hidden behind the spatial crack, and it was extremely difficult to make this void space appear. However, the battle between Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian had actually caused the void space to appear. This showed how terrifying the power of their battle was. Zhuo Wen's eyes were also filled with shock. This was the strength of an Emperor Realm expert. How terrifying! Just by raising his hand, he actually had such terrifying power. Lu Hantian, from my point of view, you are just struggling before your death. Emperor Qing snorted coldly. His vigorous voice rumbled in the sky like thunder. Immediately, Emperor Qing leaped up and stepped onto the azure dragon. With a stomp of his foot, an even more terrifying aura burst out from his body. What? Emperor Qing's aura is still increasing. Emperor Qing's cultivation has already reached rank 2 Emperor Realm. Looking at Emperor Qing, whose aura had increased once again in the sky, Elder Xiuan was shocked and could not help but exclaim. Hearing this, Zhuowen, Moyan Wushang, and Meng Shi were also shocked. Although the three of them were still some distance away from the Emperor Realm, they already had a general understanding of the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm was divided into 9 ranks, and each rank was more powerful and terrifying than the previous one. It could even be said that the difference between the ranks of an Emperor Realm expert was much greater than the difference between the ranks of the 4 reverends. In the Emperor Realm, it was extremely difficult to challenge someone of a higher rank. Unless one was a peerless genius or possessed an extremely powerful spiritual treasure, it might be possible to challenge someone of a higher rank in the Emperor Realm. I have to help Lu Hantian. Otherwise, Lu Hantian will not be a match for Emperor Qing. Elder Xiuan's eyes were solemn. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a streamer and flew towards Lu Hantian in the sky. Emperor Qing has hidden his strength well. Unknowingly, he has already reached rank 2 Emperor Realm. Previously, there was no news of it at all. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed and his face turned pale. If Emperor Qing was still a rank 1 Emperor Realm expert, they would not be so worried. However, Emperor Qing was a rank 2 Emperor Realm expert, and this had completely disrupted their plans. After Emperor Qing revealed his rank 2 Emperor Realm strength, the aura of the giant green dragon under his feet increased by several times. The roar of the dragon resounded through the sky. In an instant, the sky that was originally split in half by the green radiance and the crimson radiance was suddenly enveloped by the green radiance. The crimson radiance was gradually suppressed by the green radiance and was continuously pushed back. Rank 2 Emperor Realm? Emperor Qing, you have hidden your strength well. You are already a rank 2 Emperor Realm expert. With your cultivation, I'm afraid you're already considered a strong expert outside of the Qingxian Empire. Yet you're curled up in such a small empire? Lu Hantian groaned and continuously retreated. Emperor Qing was a rank 2 Emperor Realm expert. He was too strong. Lu Hantian had just reached the Emperor Realm. How could he compete with Emperor Qing now? Can't you see the reason why I'm guarding the small Qing Xian Empire? The Cyan Emperor said meaningfully. Ryuka's descendants. Lu Hantian's eyes turned cold. Emperor Qing must be related to the Blue Dragon Hall. Besides the Ryuka's descendants, Lu Hantian could not think of any other reason for Emperor Qing to stay in this small Qing Xian Empire for so long. Haha, Lu Hantian, you are indeed smart. To be honest, I am one of the outer sect elders of the Green Dragon Main Hall. The reason why I came to your Qing Xian Empire is to search for clues about the Long clan's descendants. Coincidentally, there are traces of the Long clan's descendants' activities in the Qing Xian Empire. Because of this, I put down my pride and waited patiently in Qing Xian Empire for so many years. The rewards are not small. Whether it is Zhuowen or Zhuo Xiaotian, they are both Ryuka's descendants with dragon souls, especially Zhuowen, who has a rank 9 dragon soul. How can I let go of such a Ryuka genius? Speaking of this, the Qing Emperor's eyes revealed a hint of fervor and madness. After seeing Zhuowen, the Qing Emperor had already planned in his heart. He had a contract scroll with him. He could use the contract scroll to transfer Zhuowen's powerful dragon soul to himself. Zhuo Xiaotian could offer it to Green Dragon Main Hall in exchange for contributions and merits. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By then, Emperor Qing would not need to stay in this small Qing Xian Empire. He could roam the entire eastern lands and even the entire Heavenly Armor continent. In order to fulfill my wish, all of you must die. Zhuo Wendy is a must-have. Chapter 870. The pursuit of Emperor Qinglu Hantian's expression changed when he saw the green dragon's power increase. He roared and waved his sleeve. A terrifying energy surged out from his body, wanting to stop the green dragon. Unfortunately, Lu Hantian had only just advanced to the first level of the Great Emperor Realm, while the Azure Emperor had already reached the second level of the Great Emperor Realm. His strength far surpassed Lu Hantian's. As such, Lu Hantian's actions were completely futile. Thud, thud, thud. With a muffled groan, Lu Hantian retreated again and again. His entire body trembled and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he still managed to stand in front of the giant azure dragon. Brother Liu, this old man will lend you a hand. Then, Elder Xiwan took a step forward and came to Lu Hantian's side. Then he waved his sleeves, and a terrifying spiritual energy gushed out and turned into a giant mountain that resisted the green dragon together with the giant spear. Thank you for your help, Elder Xiwan. Looking at Elder Xiwan, who was helping him, Lu Hantian's eyes were filled with gratitude. He cupped his hands and bowed. With Elder Xiwan's help, the pressure on Lu Hantian was greatly reduced. He was able to block the giant azure dragon. There's no need for that. You are doing this for Zhuowen, and Zhuowen is the second elder of the Arcane Guild. So helping you is helping Zhuowen. Elder Xiwan shook his head and smiled faintly. Emperor Qing's gaze became heavy as he stared coldly at Elder Xiwan and said, Elder Xiwan, why do you have to meddle in everything? Do you really think that I won't dare to touch you? Elder Xiwan shook his head and said, It is not that I want to go against you, Emperor Qing. It is you who wants to go against Zhuowen. If you agree to let Zhuowen go, this old man will not interfere. Let Zhuowen go? Do you think that's possible? The Lotus Emperor sneered and continued, Since you've gone against me time and time again, don't blame me for being ruthless. With that, Emperor Qing snorted and reached out with his right hand. A green ball of light appeared in his palm. Then, he pressed the green ball of light into the azure dragon's head. Awoo! The green dragon let out a roar, and its huge body shook violently, as if the green light had caused it great pain. Then the green dragon's huge body was bathed in the green light. Within the green light, the body of the giant green dragon expanded again. It grew from 1,000 feet to 30 to 40,000 feet. An even more terrifying aura came crashing down, causing Lu Hantian and Elder Xiwan to be shocked. Break for this emperor! Emperor Qing roared. His voice spread across the sky like thunder. Immediately, the huge azure dragon attacked with its claw, hitting the blood spear and the spiritual mountain. Crack! The power of this attack was too terrifying. It was so terrifying that the blood spear and the spiritual mountain began to shake violently. Then there was a crisp cracking sound. Regardless of whether it was the blood spear or the spiritual mountain, the surface of the blood spear or the spiritual mountain began to crack. Are you still not breaking? Emperor Qing jumped up from the azure dragon and stretched out his flawless right hand. At that moment, the green light on the surface of his hand wriggled and turned into a huge azure dragon claw. Wrapped in the azure dragon claw, Emperor Qing hit the blood spear and the spiritual mountain in front of him. Then there was a continuous cracking sound. Then the blood spear and the spiritual mountain collapsed. Puff! Elder Xiuan and Lu Hantian were shocked. They spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. They only managed to stabilize themselves after retreating a few hundred meters away. Their eyes were filled with fear and terror. Emperor Qing was so terrifying. The two of them were no match for him, even though they had joined forces. Swoosh! There was a piercing sound and a green shadow cut across the sky. Emperor Qing appeared in front of the two of them in an instant. He struck out with both palms, and countless green dragon shadows swept out around him. Lu Hantian and Elder Xiuan were both pale. However, Emperor Qing was too fast. They had no choice but to deal with him. Hence, the two of them struck out with their strongest palms. The two of you are too weak. You are courting death if you think you can resist me. Emperor Qing's cold voice resounded. Suddenly, the four palms collided. Terrifying energy exploded and swept out countless hurricanes and vortexes in the void. Bang! Bang! Unsurprisingly, Lu Hantian and Elder Xiuan were like stray dogs. They were hit by Emperor Qing's palms and turned into two meteors that fell to the ground. They landed on the wasteland a few hundred meters away from the dungeon and created two huge pits. Emperor Qing is too strong. Even if Lu Hantian, who has broken through to the imperial power, and Elder Xiuan, the president of the Arcane Guild, join forces, they are no match for him. Looking at the defeated Lu Hantian and Elder Xiuan, an uproar broke out among the crowd. Many of them shook their heads helplessly. Emperor Qing was too strong. The two of them had joined forces, yet they were still defeated in the end. Zhuowen, run! Emperor Qing's target is you. Now that Lu Hantian and Elder Xiuan have been defeated, I'm afraid Emperor Qing will attack you soon. Seeing that Lu Hantian and Elder Xiuan had been defeated, Moyan Wushang suddenly said to Zhuowen, "This is a teleportation talisman. Crush it and you will be able to leave Imperial City. You just have to be careful. Emperor Qing will not be able to find you." After saying that, Moyan Wushang stuffed a golden talisman into Zhuowen's hands. His beautiful eyes were filled with worry. However, just as he took out the golden talisman and handed it to Zhuowen, a strand of cyan energy swept over and destroyed the golden talisman. "Leave? Miss Wushang, do you think that Zhuowen will be able to leave today?" A mocking voice rang out. Emperor Qing walked over with his hands behind his back. He landed on top of Zhuowen and the others and silently looked down at Zhuowen. "Emperor Qing, you dare to touch Zhuowen? He is Sister Qin Shui's sweetheart. If you dare to touch him, Sister Qin Shui will not let you off." Moyan Wushang stared at Emperor Qing and said sternly. The Azure Emperor smiled and said indifferently, "So what? Zhuowen has no power or influence. Do you think that the forces behind Mu Qinshui will accept such a lowly person? As for Mu Qinshui, I am not afraid. You don't have to use her to threaten me." After saying that, Emperor Qing appeared in front of Zhuowen in an instant. He stretched out his right hand and intended to grab Zhuowen. This grab seemed slow, but it was as fast as lightning. Before Zhuowen could even react, Emperor Qing had already grabbed his right shoulder. "Xiao Hei!" Zhuo Wen growled as his eyes turned dark gold. Then, a terrifying dragon's might spread out from him. Dragon kill! Zhuo Wen's right hand turned into a dragon claw and slammed into Emperor Qing's palm. The latter's right hand froze for a moment. Zhuo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Dragon wings open. At that moment, Xiao Hei had taken control of Zhuo Wen's body. She formed a seal with her hands, and 3 pairs of dragon wings grew out of Zhuo Wen's back. Whoosh! Like the wind, Zhuo Wen turned into a shadow and quickly flew away. He wanted to escape from Emperor Qing's range. Interesting, but do you think you can escape like this? Emperor Qing slowly retracted his palm and looked at Zhuo Wen, who was running for his life in a panic. The corners of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He lightly stomped his foot and instantly flew towards Zhuo Wen. Damn it! This Emperor Qing is too scary. He's so strong. I'm scared to death. Xiao Hei kept mumbling to herself as she ran. Zhuo Wen's consciousness in Emperor Qing's mind was also filled with worry. He said, "Xiao Hei, Emperor Qing is an Emperor Realm expert. Can we escape? Moreover, Brother Hantian is still here. Won't it be inappropriate for us to escape like this? Damn it, do you have a pig's brain? Emperor Qing's target is you. Or rather, he's here for me. If we escape, we can lure Emperor Qing away. Lu Hantian and the rest are very safe now," Xiao Hei said unhappily. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen nodded. Xiao Hei was right. Emperor Qing's main target was him. It was impossible that he would specifically target Lu Hantian and the rest. You're absolutely right. My target is you. Therefore, you'd better follow me obediently. Emperor Qing's voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Hei's ears. His tone was calm and deep. There was even a hint of interest in his tone. Emperor Qing? Xiao Hei cried out softly and quickly stopped. In front of him, Emperor Qing, who was dressed in green, was quietly floating. His deep eyes were quietly staring at Xiao Hei as the corners of his mouth curled up. "Let's go!" Immediately stopping, Xiao Hei turned around and left without hesitation. He wanted to break through from another direction. However, what terrified Xiao Hei was that no matter how he tried to escape, he could still see Emperor Qing waiting in front of him. "I'm not playing with you anymore. Come with me." Emperor Qing's lips curled up. He stretched out his right hand. Instantly, a huge and terrifying palm enveloped Zhuo Wen from the void. Rumble. Zhuo Wen's dark golden eyes erupted with an unprecedentedly powerful golden light as he looked at the enormous palm that was crushing down from the sky. With a furious roar, he stomped his foot and actually did not dodge as he rushed towards the palm. "You overestimate yourself." Seeing that Zhuo Wen didn't dodge, the mocking smile on the Qing Emperor's face grew even wider. He watched Zhuo Wen's actions with great interest. How could a mere supreme being be able to block his casual palm strike? Crack! However, Emperor Qing's smile quickly froze. Zhuo Wen, who had transformed into a dragon man, raised his hands and caught the huge palm. Then, Zhuo Wen tore his hands apart, and the palm in the void completely collapsed. Swoosh! After the palm was broken, Zhuo Wen spread his 3 pairs of dragon wings and rushed into the distance again at a speed much faster than before. Your dragon soul is indeed powerful. However, these belong to me. You'd better leave them behind. Emperor Qing's eyes darkened. He snorted and rushed out again. This time, he no longer looked down on Zhuo Wen. In an instant, he rushed above Zhuo Wen. His right hand formed a palm and slammed heavily on Zhuo Wen's chest. Uft! Zhuo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and flew in the opposite direction. His aura became extremely weak. Emperor Qing took another step forward and pressed his right palm against Zhuo Wen's body. Zhuo Wen spat out another mouthful of blood and fell down like a meteor. Chapter 871. You are not qualified, Zhuowen. Lu Hantian, Elder Xiuan, and Moyen Wushang exclaimed when they saw the figure that had been shot down by Emperor Qing. Unfortunately, Elder Shiyuan and Lu Hantian were both seriously injured. It was difficult for them to get up and help Zhuowen. Moyen Wushang wanted to help Zhuowen, but was stopped by Mangshi. Uncle Mangshi, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Moyen Wushang frowned and said coldly when she saw Mangshi blocking her way. Emperor Qing is too strong. It's useless for you to go over. Let's not get involved in this mess. Let's leave the Qingxian Empire and go to the outer yard. Mangshi shook his head. Moyen Wushang's face changed, and she said no. Zhuowen was given to me by Sister Qin Shui. I can't leave him alone. Then Moyen Wushang took a step forward and tried to pass by Mangshi. Unfortunately, Mangshi grabbed Moyen Wushang and took out a talisman with a flick of his right hand. Then Mangshi crushed the talisman in his hand. Great Shift Talisman, Uncle Mangshi. Moyen Wushang was shocked when she saw the talisman in Mangshi's hand. This was given to me by the old man. I thought I wouldn't need it, but I have to use it to save you from danger. Mangshi said and pulled Moyen Wushang to his side. A dazzling light enveloped the two of them, and they disappeared in the blink of an eye. Up in the sky, Emperor Qing naturally noticed Mangshi and Moyen Wushang leaving, but he didn't stop them. Both Mangshi and Moyen Wushang had extraordinary statuses, and Emperor Qing didn't dare to do anything to them. Now that they had left, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now, I just have to deal with Zhuowen. The Azure Emperor's eyes flashed. He took a step in the air and landed at the place where Zhuowen had fallen. There was a deep pit there, and Zhuowen was lying in it. His whole body was numb and powerless. Many dragon scales on his body had cracked, and fresh blood was flowing out. Emperor Qing, you bastard! Zhuowen roared, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Whoosh! Emperor Qing landed beside the deep pit and looked at Zhuowen. He said indifferently, Zhuowen, no matter how unwilling you are, it is useless. From the moment you possessed the dragon soul, your fate was already sealed. Of course, if you cooperate with me to let me extract the dragon soul from you, I can spare your life. How about it? Zhuowen glared at the Azure Arch and said coldly, You want me to cooperate with you to extract the dragon soul? Don't. The Lotus Emperor was not angry at all. He said indifferently, Looks like you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Since you don't want to cooperate, I will take it by force. I can't guarantee your life. As he spoke, the Cyan Emperor slowly walked towards the deep pit. Then he extended his right hand. Two of his right hand's fingers formed a sword and swept towards Zhuowen's forehead. He was actually planning to extract the dragon soul from Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. Whoosh! Just as the sword was about to reach Zhuowen's glabella, a black fog rushed out of Zhuowen's glabella. Emperor Qing's eyes narrowed. He realized that the black fog was extremely corrosive. Wisps of white smoke rose from the surface of his fingers. Emperor Qing took a few steps back and waved his right hand. Green light covered his right hand and neutralized the strange black fog. Emperor Qing, you're not qualified to extract this dragon lord. A cold voice rang out from between Zhuowen's eyebrows. Soon after, the ink-black fog rapidly spread out. It soared into the sky and turned into a black fog that filled the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar rang out as the black mist churned violently. Following that, a black dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long flew out from the black mist. Its black dragon scales reflected a frightening chill, and its 3 pairs of huge dragon wings spread open as it soared into the sky. Within the deep pit, Zhuowen's injuries were too severe, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move. At this moment, he stared at the enormous black dragon in the sky with a trace of sorrow in his eyes. Xiao He had materialized in advance again. Zhuowen knew very well how much damage Xiao He had suffered. Xiao He had also materialized in the Baichuan marquis residence. In the end, Xiao He fell into a deep sleep. The price she had to pay this time was probably not any smaller. The azure Dharch frowned slightly as he looked up at the black dragon in the sky. Blackie's true form was beyond his expectations. Just the dragon's body alone was tens of thousands of feet long. Its power was terrifying. Many of the surrounding warriors stared at the huge black dragon with their mouths agape. This black dragon was even several times larger than the green dragon formed by Emperor Qing using the power of stars. The terrifying dragon power that flowed out faintly made some weaker warriors tremble in fear. This is Zhuowen's dragon soul? It is so powerful. Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan were stunned. They looked at the huge black dragon that almost covered the entire sky, and their eyes were filled with shock. Although they knew that the dragon's soul in Zhuowen's body was extraordinary, they realized that they had underestimated the power of the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body after seeing it with their own eyes. Although I can't recognize what kind of real dragon you are, your power is beyond my expectations. I must get you. Emperor Qing's eyes flickered. After saying that, he took a step forward and flew toward Zhuowen, who was in the deep pit. After all, Zhuowen was Xiao He's master. Emperor Qing knew that if he could control Zhuowen, it would be much easier to subdue the terrifying black dragon in front of him. Despicable! Xiao He roared angrily. The loud dragon roar resounded through the sky, and the huge dragon body flew toward Emperor Qing. 9 stars transform into dragon. Block the black dragon for me. Looking at Xiao He, who was diving down, Emperor Qing squinted his eyes. He waved his right hand and commanded the huge green dragon that was not far away to fly toward Xiao He. Get lost! Xiao He pressed down with his right claw. Endless black fog filled the void and blasted the huge green dragon. However, the huge green dragon was not to be outdone. It also used its dragon claw to attack Xiao He. Awoo! A sorrowful cry resounded. The green dragon claw that the huge green dragon had unleashed collapsed with a single blow. Immediately, the black fog around the black dragon began to spread, wrapping around the huge green dragon. Waves of terrifying corrosive power began to spread. In the blink of an eye, the huge green dragon was completely corroded into nothingness by the black fog. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Looking at the huge green dragon that was instantly corroded into nothingness, the surrounding warriors gasped and the shock in their eyes intensified. They had seen how terrifying the huge green dragon was during the battle between Emperor Qing and Lu Hantian. Even Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan were no match for the huge green dragon. However, in front of the huge black dragon, the huge green dragon was unable to withstand a single blow. With just one claw, the huge green dragon was annihilated. In the distance, Lu Hantian and Elder Shi Yuan looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They finally understood why Emperor Qing was trying so hard to get the dragon soul in Zhuo Zheng's body. That was because Zhuowen's dragon soul was too terrifying. Emperor Qing's 9 stars transform into dragon was unable to withstand a single blow from it. The Azure Emperor's eyes also revealed a trace of shock. The black dragon was far more terrifying than he had expected. However, his eyes were soon filled with passion. The more terrifying the black dragon was, the more the Azure Emperor's desire to obtain it grew. As long as he could obtain the mysterious dragon soul in Zhuowen's body, Emperor Qing would be able to obtain a supreme position in the Green Dragon main hall. He might even be able to become a sage. Thinking of all the benefits, Emperor Qing sped up again and quickly closed in on Zhuowen. As long as he could restrain Zhuowen, the black dragon would be helpless. Emperor Qing, you despicable and shameless fellow, how dare you touch a junior like Zhuowen? After annihilating the huge green dragon, Xiao He saw that Emperor Qing was getting closer to Zhuowen in the deep pit. She could not help but roar angrily. She opened her huge dragon mouth and spat out a huge black ball. 7-colored light flowed on the surface of the black ball. It contained a terrifying amount of energy. Emperor Qing also noticed the black ball. His expression changed slightly. With a flick of his finger, he took out a scroll from his spirit ring. With a toss of his right hand, the huge scroll expanded infinitely and floated in the air. Then the scroll slowly opened and countless petals floated out. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Cove. Peach Blossom Temple in Peach Blossom Temple. The peach blossom immortal planted peach blossoms and then plucked them to exchange for wine money. This huge painting scroll was the Emperor Qing's painstaking creation, the Peach Blossom Origin Painting. The Great Battle of the 9 Counties was held in this Peach Blossom Origin Painting. At this moment, Emperor Qing had even taken out the Peach Blossom Origin Painting. Clearly, Xiao Hei's attack had caught his attention. Boom! 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 The black ball instantly arrived in front of the Peach Blossom Origin Painting. Then it contracted and exploded. 7 colored balls of light flowed out from the black ball. It was as if countless rainbows had been pieced together. It was dazzling and eye-catching. The Peach Blossom Origin Painting shook violently. Under the attack of such explosive energy, its surface dimmed and showed signs of collapsing. The Peach Blossom Origin Painting was indeed an emperor artifact. Although it looked like it was about to collapse, its defensive power was extremely shocking. It forcefully withstood the terrifying, explosive energy. Emperor Qing grunted. In the instant that the Peach Blossom Origin Painting blocked the explosion, he had already reached the deep pit. He sneered at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, I'll have to trouble you to cooperate." Emperor Qing, how can you do such a despicable thing? As the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, don't you feel ashamed? Zhuowen said coldly, "Ashamed? Haha, as long as it's a powerful force, I can do anything. What's there to be surprised about?" The Qing Supreme, Darch, did not think much of it. He reached out with his right hand, intending to grab Zhuo Wen's neck. However, how could Zhuo Wen let him do as he wished? He stomped on the ground with all his might and rolled out miserably, dodging the Qing Supreme, Thearcha's hand. "Looks like you don't want to cooperate. Then don't blame me for being ruthless." Chapter 872. Contract Scroll Crack. Zhuo Wen felt as if all his internal organs had shifted, and he was burning with pain. His sternum had been completely shattered by the Azure Supreme, Thearcha Stomp. Although Zhuo Wen's recovery ability was very strong, his current injury was too terrible. It would take a long time for him to recover. Emperor Qing was also very ruthless. The sole of his foot contained a sealing power that sealed Zhuo Wen's cultivation. If you had cooperated earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer such physical pain. The Azure Emperor snorted coldly. With a wave of his right hand, he grabbed Zhuo Wen's collar and lifted him up. He looked up at the huge black dragon in the sky and said indifferently, "This Zhuo Wen's life is in my hands. Once he dies, your dragon's soul will have no one to rely on. At that time, you can only rely on me." "Emperor Qing, you bastard!" the black dragon roared. Its voice was full of anger. Emperor Qing was so despicable. He actually used Zhuo Wen to threaten it. "It seems that your energy is very strong. I need to calm you down." Emperor Qing squinted his eyes. Then he pinched his sword with his right hand and pointed at Zhuo Wen's glabella. A green light suddenly drilled into Zhuo Wen's glabella. The destructive power of this green light was extremely terrible. It penetrated Zhuo Wen's glabella and entered his sea of consciousness. The terrifying power of the green light raged and destroyed Zhuo Wen's sea of consciousness. In the Mud Pill Palace, due to the raging green light, the mind power of complete level 5 gushed out together, trying to completely suppress the invading green light. The cultivation of your mind power is not bad. It has reached complete level 5. Emperor Qing's eyes narrowed, and his mouth was full of a sneer. He pointed his sword again, and an even more terrible green light invaded. Suddenly, the mind power in Zhuowen's sea of consciousness collapsed into countless pieces under the attack of the green light. The green light fearlessly entered the depths of Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was extremely pale. His face was full of ferocity, which was a violent reaction caused by the severe pain. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and said through gritted teeth, Azure Dharch! What are you trying to do? What are you doing? Your sea of consciousness is the habitat of this black dragon. If you want to weaken this black dragon, the only way is to completely destroy your sea of consciousness. This way, this black dragon will collapse on its own. The Azure Supreme, Dharch, laughed coldly as an even stronger azure light entered Zhuowen's glabella. Zhuowen felt an explosion in his mind as intense pain spread throughout his head, causing Zhuowen to roar involuntarily. Awoo! At this moment, Xiao Hei's huge dragon body began to dim due to the damage to Zhuowen's sea of consciousness. In the end, it became somewhat illusory and transparent. Xiao Hei's eyes also became somewhat listless. Xiao Hei was a dragon soul that was attached to Zhuowen's spiritual sea. The two of them were closely related. If Zhuowen's spiritual sea was damaged, Xiao Hei would naturally be greatly affected. Azure Supreme Dharch! If I, Zhuowen, don't die, I will definitely make you pay me back 1,000 times in the future. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were bloodshot due to the intense pain. He looked exceptionally ferocious and terrifying. However, the Azure Supreme Dharch sneered and said, Pay me back 1,000 times? I don't think you have that chance. Now, you are just a weakling. A weakling should have the awareness of a weakling. A weakling is born to obey the strong. You are just an ant in my eyes. After saying that, the Azure Supreme Dharch ignored Zhuowen. Instead, he took a step forward and instantly flew towards Xiao Hei in the sky. His eyes were burning with passion. He had already experienced how powerful Xiao Hei was. He had to obtain this terrifying dragon soul. Awoo! At this moment, Xiao Hei's huge dragon body had already become a little dim and illusory. However, its eyes were still filled with ferocity. When it saw the Azure Supreme, the arch flying towards it, it roared angrily. A dragon claw that was a few hundred feet long struck out, bringing with it endless black fog. It wanted to kill the Azure Supreme, the arch, completely. Sensing the terrifying power of this claw, the Azure Supreme Thearcha's expression changed slightly. He had not expected this black dragon to be able to unleash such a terrifying attack, even though it was already so weak. Zhuowen is in my hands. You won't have any chance to show off your skills. The Azure Supreme Dharch grinned and pointed his sword finger at Zhuowen's glabella again. Green light surged into Zhuowen's spiritual sea and messed up Zhuowen's spiritual sea again. This caused Zhuowen to roar in pain again. On the other hand, Xiao Hei looked up to the sky and groaned in pain. The dragon claw that it had struck out deviated from its course and landed on a piece of barren land below. Boom! Instantly, the barren land below cracked under this attack, forming a huge pit that was as deep as an abyss. What a terrifying attack power! Looking at the deep pit that Xiao Hei had created, the Azure Supreme Thearcha's eyes turned cold. Xiao Hei was already so weak, but he was still able to unleash such a terrifying attack. The Azure Supreme Dharch knew that if he had taken the attack head-on, although he could have withstood it, the outcome would not have been good for him. The Azure Supreme Dharch is despicable. In the distance, Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan, who were lying on the ground, saw the scene. Their eyes were filled with anger, and they gritted their teeth. Every time Xiao Hei attacked the Azure Supreme Dharch, the Azure Supreme Dharch would use the same move to mess up Zhuowen's spiritual sea. This caused Xiao Hei's attack to be in vain, and Xiao Hei became weaker and weaker. Zhuowen was in an even worse state. His spiritual sea had been damaged many times, and extreme pain had stimulated Zhuowen's consciousness to the point that it started to blur. His 7 orifices were bleeding, and he was in a daze. I am too weak. I'm still too weak. Zhuowen clenched his fists tightly and allowed the Azure Supreme the Arch to lift him up. He stared at the increasingly illusory black dragon in front of him, and the unwillingness on his face intensified. Then he fell into a coma amidst the excruciating pain. He actually fainted from the pain? The Azure Supreme the Arch also noticed that Zhuowen had fainted. His eyes flickered, and he muttered, "Anyway, the black dragon is almost weakened. This lad is no longer of any value." Having said that, the Azure Supreme the Arch threw Zhuowen down from a high altitude. At that moment, Zhuowen's cultivation was completely sealed by the Azure Supreme the Arch, and he was in a coma. Falling from a high altitude of 10,000 meters would undoubtedly cause his body to be smashed to pieces. This Zhuowen is finished. He fell from a height of 5,000 kilometers. He's dead for sure. Countless warriors looked at Zhuowen, who had been thrown down by the Azure Supreme the Arch, with pity in their eyes. It was a high altitude. Even a heavenly venerate expert would be smashed to pieces if he fell to the ground without any defensive measures, let alone Zhuowen. After throwing Zhuowen aside, the Azure Supreme the Arch focused all his attention on the black dragon. At that moment, the black dragon was so illusory that it was almost transparent. Its huge dragon eyes were drooping weakly. The Azure Supreme the Arch had destroyed Zhuowen's consciousness mercilessly just now, causing Xiaohe, who was closely related to Zhuowen, to be greatly affected. At that moment, she was much weaker than before. Zhuowen is too weak. You can't make the best use of him. Follow me, and I can bring you unparalleled glory. The Azure Supreme the Arch placed his hands behind his back and looked at Xiaohe indifferently. Haha, you are just a despicable and shameless person. What right do you have to have me? Although Xiaohe was extremely weak at the moment, she was still unyielding. The Azure Supreme the Arch snorted coldly. He waved his right hand and a black scroll appeared. He said coldly, "Whether you agree or not, you will be mine. This is a contract scroll. It can forcefully separate you from Zhuowen. At that time, I only need to refine the scroll, and you will be my eternal slave." As he spoke, the Azure Supreme the Arch instantly appeared above Xiaohe. He pressed down with his right hand, and countless green lights gathered to form a huge green hand that was close to 1,000 feet long. It pressed down on Xiaohe. Roar! Xiaohe roared angrily. She also struck out with her claws, trying to block the Azure Supreme Thearcha's huge green hand. You have already become so weak. Do you still have the ability to fight me? The Azure Supreme the Arch laughed proudly. The huge green hand collided with the dragon claw. In an instant, green and black lights burst out and filled the entire void. Suppress her! The Azure Supreme the Arch roared. The power of the huge green hand increased again. It crushed the dragon claw and slammed heavily on Xiaohe's body. Boom! Xiaohe's huge dragon body was covered by the huge green hand and was pressed to the ground. No matter how much she struggled, the huge green hand was too strong. She could not break free at all. Swoosh! The Azure Supreme the Arch stood on the huge green hand and smiled proudly. He waved his right hand and immediately opened the contract scroll. The contract scroll was engraved with blood-red runes. These runes looked extremely ancient and were the result of thousands of years of experience. The Azure Supreme the Arch drew a line across his right palm. Instantly, fresh blood spurted out. He then pressed his palm against the contract scroll without hesitation. Pist, pist, pist. As the fresh blood dripped into the contract scroll, the blood-red runes on the scroll seemed to come alive. They started to squirm. Then the blood-red runes left the scroll. Like a long snake, they shot toward Xiaohe, who was being suppressed by the huge green hand. The blood-red runes shot out from the scroll and surrounded Xiao Hei, binding her tightly. She could not move at all. Roar! Xiao Hei roared into the sky and began to struggle. Unfortunately, the blood-red runes and the huge green hand had her completely suppressed. Don't be afraid. Very soon, you will become one with me. I will bring you along and make you famous in the Eastern land. When that time comes, you will enjoy unparalleled glory. The Azure Supreme, Tharch, stomped his foot, and a terrifying power poured out. Xiao Hei was pressed to the ground and could not move at all. While the Azure Supreme Tharch and everyone's attention was on Xiao Hei, the bronze coffin behind Zhuowen, who was falling from midair, slowly opened. Wisps of blood-red aura surrounded Zhuowen. These wisps of blood-red aura entered Zhuowen's body through the major acupoints on his body. Zhuowen, the reason why you are suffering like this is because you are too weak. On this mainland, the weak have no right to speak or live. Because you are weak, those who are stronger than you can humiliate you and trample on your dignity. Chapter 873. Becoming a demon on the Spot the Darkness was so dark that one couldn't even see one's own fingers. There was no light at all. At this moment, the scene before Zhuo Wen's eyes was one of nothingness. The Azure Emperor's silhouette gradually appeared in front of Zhuo Wen. At this moment, the Azure Emperor was high above, looking down at Zhuo Wen. His eyes were filled with indifference and arrogance. Maybe in the eyes of the Azure Emperor, Zhuo Wen was no different from an ant. Qing, Supreme Tharch, what did you do to Xiao Hei? Where is this? Zhuo Wen stared coldly at the Qing, Supreme Tharch. The Qing Supreme Tharch laughed mockingly. You are just a weakling now. A weakling should have the awareness of a weakling. A weakling is born to obey the strong. Do you think an ant like you is qualified to ask me a question? You are going too far. Zhuo Wen's eyes were cold. He took a step forward and dashed towards the Qing Supreme Tharch. He threw a punch with his right hand and wanted to kill the Qing Supreme Tharch. Swoosh! However, when Zhuo Wen's fist was about to touch the Qing Supreme Tharch, he realized that it was as if he had punched the air. The Qing Supreme Tharch disappeared into the darkness instantly. Zhuo Wen, you are too weak. What right do you have to go against the Qing Supreme Tharch? What right do you have to be compared to the Qing Supreme Tharch? In the eyes of the Qing Supreme Tharch, you are just a valuable ant. A low and deep voice came from the depths of the darkness, echoing in the surroundings. It was repeated over and over again, echoing endlessly. Who's playing tricks on me? Zhuo Wen's hair stood on end. He could not sense where the voice came from. It was as if the voice had appeared out of nowhere in the darkness. Pissed, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in the darkness in front of Zhuo Wen. They were filled with bloodlust and murderous intent. Zhuo Wen glanced at them and felt agitated. Blood demon? Zhuo Wen suppressed the agitation in his heart. He squinted his eyes and said in a low voice, Hee, it is me. The Qing Supreme Tharch can treat you like this mainly because you are weak. Could it be that you still want to endure the feeling of being unable to resist just now? Do you still want to be held hostage by the Azure Emperor and do nothing for yourself? A pair of blood-red eyes stared at Zhuo Wen quietly. Emperor Qing is in the Sovereign Realm, and I'm only in the Sovereign Realm. It's natural for me to be weaker than him. Can you give me the power to defeat the Azure Tharch? Zhuo Wen asked cautiously. Although he had reached an agreement with the Blood Devil, it was only a verbal agreement. There were no restrictions at all. The Blood Demon was an ancient saint-level demon, an extremely cunning and terrifying creature. Zhuo Wen was naturally wary of it. Hee, why not? As long as you open the bronze coffin and let me out, I can help you kill the Azure Tharch. Emperor Qing is only a second-level martial emperor. I can kill him with a wave of my hand. Zhuo Wen, as long as you let me out, I can save you and help you kill Emperor Qing. What do you think? The blood-red eyes stared fixedly at Zhuowen, and his voice was full of persuasion. Zhuowen laughed and said indifferently, "Blood demon, do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If I let you out, with your strength, you won't deal with the Azure Emperor. You will deal with me instead. Humph! You are now high up in the sky without any defensive measures. If you fall like this, you will definitely die. Without my power, you will definitely die. If you let me out, you will still have a chance to live. If you don't, you will die." The blood demon snorted coldly. "I don't need to let you out. I can still borrow your power." Zhuo Wen's expression was cold. With a flip of his right hand, a blood-red mark was engraved on his palm. This blood-red mark was very inconspicuous. If one did not look carefully, they would not be able to see it. However, at this moment, the mark was shining with a blood-red light. In this pitch-black environment, it was like a bright lamp. "Blood inheritance seal? Why do you have such a thing? It's impossible." When the pair of blood-red eyes hidden in the darkness saw the blood-red mark on Zhuo Wen's palm, its pupils shrank, and it actually retreated continuously. "Let's see where you can retreat to." Zhuo Wen sneered. He clapped his right hand, and the blood inheritance seal on his palm exploded with an unprecedented blood-red light. The blood-red light was like a thread, and it flew towards the blood-red eyes. The blood-red light was extremely effective against the blood-red eyes. Although the blood demon retreated, he was still enveloped by the blood-red light. It turned into a blood-red cage, trapping the blood-red eyes. Whoosh! Zhuo Wen waved his right hand, and the blood-red eyes that were trapped in the blood-red cage were immediately caught in his palm. "Why do you have the blood inheritance seal? This thing clearly only exists in my lair. How did you get it?" The blood demon's voice was filled with fear. "Brother Han Tian gave it to me. Back then, Brother Han Tian and I barged into your lair and found this blood inheritance seal in a blood-red space. Since you were sealed in the bronze coffin by me, Brother Han Tian gave this blood inheritance seal to me. However, unless I have no other choice, I will never use this thing. Unfortunately, we've reached the point where we have no other choice." At this point, Zhuowen's voice suddenly became gloomy. He stared at the blood-red light that was flickering in his palm. "I advise you not to use this blood inheritance seal carelessly. If you are not careful, you will become a demon. At that time, you will become a demon who kills everyone in sight. This thing will not benefit you or me. I promise you, if you let me out, I will not attack you or anyone related to you." The blood demon's voice became extremely anxious. Zhuo Wen shook his head and said, "I don't trust you. I only trust myself. So what if I become a demon? Now that I have reached the end of my rope, for power, what's wrong with becoming a demon?" "You madman," Yang Qi said. "Once you become a devil, not only will you consume my essence, but your own life essence will also be consumed. When that time comes, your cultivation base and your life force will fade away and become devil will. It's a thankless task." The blood demon spoke again. This time, there was a hint of flattery and negotiation in his voice. "Blood demon, I didn't expect you to feel fear." Zhuo Wen suddenly laughed. His laughter was extremely crazy. Since he had reached the end of his rope, why would he, Zhuo Wen, not dare to fight? At that moment, the only thing in Zhuo Wen's heart was the desire to live. He could not die, nor would he allow himself to die. This was not because he, Zhuo Wen, was afraid of death, but because of Mu Qinxue. The cold poison in Mu Qinxue's body was too strong, and she only had less than 3 years left. Zhuo Wen had a way to fuse with the heavenly flame. This heavenly flame could save Mu Qinxue and also help Mu Qinxue extend her life. Mu Qinxue's cold poison had not been cured, and the heavenly flame had not been successfully fused. How could he, Zhuo Wen, die? So what if he turned into a demon? He, Zhuo Wen, had to go to Jiaxin Academy and take the heavenly flame to find Mu Qinxue. Even if he turned into a demon, he had to complete this knot in his heart. Is it so scary to turn into a demon? After saying this, Zhuowen clenched his fist. The blood-red cage and the pair of blood-red eyes were crushed by Zhuowen at the same time. Zhuowen, you will regret this. You actually dared to treat this demon like this. You damned human. The blood demon's voice became softer and softer, until it was inaudible. Shortly after, Zhuowen discovered that the surrounding darkness was gradually fading away, replaced by a scarlet color. The pitch-black world turned into a bloody region. Kill! 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 In the bloody region, the countless resentment turned into blood qi, turning into thousands of strands that flowed into Zhuowen's body like rivers flowing into the sea. The terrifying negative emotions within the resentment filled Zhuowen's mind, causing countless unsightly, hellish scenes to appear in Zhuowen's mind. These scenes were the memories of the countless resentment when they were alive, and they were all extremely hateful and ugly memories. For power, I, Zhuowen, am willing to turn into a demon. He roared into the sky. Instantly, countless resentment surged into Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with blood-red color. The blood-red color was extremely ferocious and terrifying, as if it did not belong to a human. It was filled with too much killing intent, resentment, and bloodthirstiness. All the negative emotions in the world appeared in these blood-red eyes. These resentment were the terrifying negative energy that the blood demon had accumulated from the endless killings he had caused in the ancient times. At the same time, they were the source of the blood demon's power. Now, Zhuowen was absorbing these negative energies without restraint. In fact, he was absorbing the blood demon's power. The blood demon was suppressed by Zhuowen's blood inheritance seal, so he could only watch as Zhuowen continuously absorbed his power. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the Cyan Emperor and the Black Dragon. At this moment, countless blood-red runes had enveloped Xiao Hei's huge dragon body. Xiao Hei was getting weaker and weaker. He had struggled with all his might at the beginning, but now he was motionless, as if he had accepted his fate. The Cyan Emperor's face became more and more pleased, and his eyes were filled with passion. Finally, this powerful dragon soul was going to be his. Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out, and Zhuowen's body finally smashed into the ground, stirring up a dense cloud of dust that covered everyone's vision. Falling from a height of 10,000 meters, Zhuowen is dead for sure. Because of this loud sound, many people's eyes fell on the place where Zhuowen had fallen. Although everyone knew that Zhuowen was definitely going to die, they still wanted to see how Zhuowen was doing. As the dust gradually settled, a figure was faintly discernible within the dust. The clear sound of footsteps was so clear and loud at this moment. It was as if these footsteps were stepping on everyone's hearts, tightly gripping their hearts. The Cyan Emperor frowned slightly. Naturally, he had also heard the steady footsteps. His eyes were filled with doubt. He did not believe that Zhuowen was still alive and that he could walk out because of this. When the Azure of the Arch turned his head to look, he was stunned because the figure that walked out of the dust was none other than Zhuowen. Chapter 874. Bedevilment Massacre. Staring at Zhuowen, who was slowly walking towards him with those inhuman crimson eyes, Emperor Qing's eyes narrowed. At this moment, Zhuowen gave him a strange feeling. It was as if the Zhuowen in front of him was not a human, but an ancient demon. Waves of terrifying blood qi rose around Zhuowen like steam. Emperor Qing frowned slightly. He could vaguely feel that something was wrong with Zhuowen's current state. Moreover, Zhuowen's cultivation had been completely sealed by him just now, making him a target for others to slaughter. However, not only was Zhuowen's cultivation unaffected, but his aura was also much more terrifying than before. "Hey Yao, bring the guards of the dungeon and take him down. If possible, kill him on the spot." Emperor Qing's eyes were cold. Since He Yao was already under his control, Emperor Qing no longer cared about Zhuowen's life. Blood inheritance seal? Zhuo Wen couldn't have used the blood inheritance seal, right? In the distance, Lu Hantian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also noticed Zhuo Wen's strange state. His eyes widened as an ominous feeling rose in his heart. He had obtained the blood inheritance seal from the blood demon's lair. With the blood inheritance seal, Zhuo Wen could easily suppress the blood demon. However, other than suppression, the blood inheritance seal also had another function, which was to absorb the power of the blood demon for one's own use, turning one into a demon immediately. It could be said that the drawback of the blood inheritance seal was too great. If one was not careful, one would fall into a demon forever and become a demon who would kill anyone he saw, incurring a boundless debt of blood. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's state showed signs of turning into a demon. Lu Hantian knew that Zhuo Wen must have used the blood inheritance seal that he had given him previously. In the open space outside the dungeon, there were thousands of guards. He Yao, He Yu, and He Shi were the three leaders of the Black Beast army. These guards were basically under the command of the three of them. At the same time, Emperor Qing waved his right hand and two talismans appeared in his palm. He crushed the talismans, and two green light pillars appeared not far away from him. Ziyang Tianzuan and Heavenly Master Huang Jiao, who had escaped, appeared in the green light pillars. At this moment, both of them looked confused. They were originally still running away, but were hit by the two light pillars, and then they were here. Ziyang, Huang Jiao, this is the Emperor Qing's Emperor Qing, the Dragon Soul. The two? Emperor Qing's Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing had Emperor Huang Jiao, and Huang Jiao. Emperor Huang Jiao, Emperor. At this moment, Emperor Qing's eyes became extremely solemn. He was constantly using the power in the contract scroll to refine the black dragon. Hence, he could not afford to make any mistakes. Ziyang, Tianzuan, and Heavenly Master Huang Jiao then reacted. They knew that Emperor Qing had brought them here. At the same time, they also saw Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan, who were severely injured not far away. Their eyes were filled with shock. It seemed that Emperor Qing's strength was beyond their expectations. Even Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan had been easily defeated. Hence, the two of them were even more in awe of Emperor Qing. They quickly accepted the order and flew towards Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan. Since Emperor Qing had ordered them to do so, they had no choice but to obey. Zhuo Wen also noticed Ziyang Tianzuan and Heavenly Master Huang Jiao's whereabouts. He let out a low growl from his throat, and the crimson light in his eyes became even more intense. Rumble! With a stomp of his foot, the entire ground shook a few times. Zhuo Wen then flew towards Ziyang Tianzuan and Heavenly Master Huang Jiao to stop them. Let's see where you can run to. He Yao shouted coldly. He led He Shi, He Yu, and a few thousand guards behind him to intercept Zhuo Wen from midair. His eyes were filled with hostility. Scram or die. At this moment, Zhuo Wen still retained his consciousness. Although countless resentment filled his mind and Zhuo Wen's heart was filled with killing intent, his willpower was extremely strong, and he was not affected by the desire to kill. How arrogant of you to ask so many of us to scram. You are just a small sovereign realm martial artist. What qualifications do you have? He Yao sneered. However, just as He Yao finished his words, Zhuo Wen appeared in front of He Yao as though he had teleported. His right hand formed a blade and slashed at He Yao from bottom to top. Tearing sounds could be heard continuously. So fast! He Yao was taken aback, but his reaction wasn't slow. He roared angrily and raised his spear to block Zhuo Wen's attack. Crack! A crisp sound could be heard. Before He Yao could react, his spear was broken into two by Zhuo Wen's attack. The sharp blood qi instantly invaded He Yao's body. Ah! He Yao screamed as his chest was pierced by Zhuo Wen's attack. Then Zhuo Wen pulled his right hand and a terrifying force poured out. He Yao exploded into a cloud of blood mist. TSK, 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 TSK. Zhuo clenched his right hand, and the blood mist that He Yao had turned into started to condense into a bloody spear in Zhuo's hand. There were even protrusions on the surface of the spear that looked like blood vessels. In an instant, He Yao, who was an advanced golden sovereign, was killed. In an instant, the guards surrounding Zhuo fell into an eerie silence. They were all dumbfounded as they watched the scene unfold before them. Kill! Kill! Zhuo roared as he stomped his foot and came before He Yu and He Shi. He waved the blood spear in his hand, and countless blood qi gushed out, forming a blood vortex. He Yu and He Shi's expressions changed slightly. They both used their strongest moves in an attempt to block Zhuo Wen's attack. Puff! Puff! 2 streams of blood spurted out. Zhuo Wen had only thrown out 2 spear strikes. He Yu and He Shi, who were both golden sovereigns, were killed without any resistance. Plop! The 2 corpses fell from the sky once again, and only then did the surrounding guards completely react. Kill! This man sneakily attacked Commander He Yao. We can't let him go. Kill him! Seeing He Yao and the other 2 dead, the surrounding guards were not afraid. Instead, they were filled with rage as they charged toward Zhuo. They wanted to kill Zhuo once and for all. You're courting death. Zhuo's deep voice resounded as he waved his blood spear. Countless blood vortexes swept out from the surroundings. Ah, ah, ah. Blood-curdling screams were heard as the blood vortexes were like a meat grinder, killing all the surrounding guards. Blood mist burst out and formed a blood rain in the sky. Zhuo did not say a word. He was as silent as gold, but his blood spear was extremely terrifying. With a single thrust of his spear, dozens of soldiers screamed and turned into a bloody mist. With one step, dozens of guards were killed. Blood rain fell. Finally, the surrounding guards who were surrounding Zhuo started to feel fear. Their bodies were shivering and their eyes were filled with fear. The figure that was slowly walking out from the blood rain was like an Asura that had walked out from the Asura hell. The blood spear that was cast with blood was like the light of death. Every time it flashed, it would take away a life. This was a completely unequal battle. At the same time, it was an unbelievable massacre. Run! He's not a human. He's a demon. He's a demon who kills without batting an eye. Everyone run. When Zhuo killed 2/3 of the guards, the remaining guards were finally terrified. They roared and fled in all directions. Run? Will it really work? Zhuo's eyes turned even redder and sharper, as if he had truly turned into a devil. With a stomp of his foot, the surrounding blood qi condensed into numerous blood spears. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless blood spears shot out from Zhuo, shooting towards the guards who were fleeing in all directions. Miserable cries rang out continuously. With Zhuo as the center, all the cultivators within a 5-kilometer radius exploded into a bloody mist under the attack of the blood spear. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In an instant, thousands of guards were killed, including He Yao, He Yu, and He Shi, the 3 golden venerables. Such a mournful scene appeared in the eyes of the surrounding warriors, causing them to suck in a breath of cold air. How did this Zhuo suddenly become so terrifying? As a mere supreme being, not only had he managed to kill 3 golden supreme beings who were at a higher level than him, he had even managed to kill several thousand guards. Just how powerful was he to be able to accomplish this? Kill! 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 Zhuo bellowed. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a crimson light and shot towards Lu Hantian. At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan and Heavenly Master Huang Jiao were extremely close to Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan. Of course, the 2 of them had also noticed Zhuo, who was chasing after them. Regardless of whether it was Ziyang Tianzuan or Heavenly Master Huang Jiao, they did not pay much attention to Zhuo. At the beginning, the two heavenly masters were rather surprised when Zhuo unleashed his strength to kill Heavenly Master Whitebrow and the thousands of guards. However, Heavenly Master Whitebrow was the weakest among the 5 heavenly masters. Furthermore, his strength had decreased sharply due to the loss of an arm. Zhuo could only barely defeat Heavenly Master Whitebrow after unleashing his trump card. Regardless of whether it was Ziyang Tianzuan or Heavenly Master Huang Jiao, they were much stronger than Heavenly Master Whitebrow. On the other hand, Zhuo was only a supreme being. Thus, the two of them did not take Zhuo seriously. Even though Zhuo's performance was extremely stunning, and he had killed several thousand guards in an instant, it did not attract the attention of the two heavenly masters at all. Heavenly Master Huang Jiao, this little bastard Zhuo is overestimating himself. Go and kill him on the spot. There's no need to be courteous to him anymore. Ziyang Tianzuan instructed Heavenly Master Huang Jiao, who was standing beside him. Looking at Ziyang Tianzuan's appearance, Heavenly Master Huang Jiao cursed in his heart. The easy task of sealing Lu Hantian and Elder Shiyuan's cultivation had been monopolized by Ziyang Tianzuan. However, Heavenly Master Huang Jiao actually had to deal with that little bastard Zhuo for him. This made Heavenly Master Huang Jiao extremely unhappy. However, even though he was unhappy, Ziyang Tianzuan's status was still higher than his, and he was also the leader of the 5 heavenly masters. He could only swallow his unhappiness. Little bastard, it just so happens that I need to find something to vent my anger on. I'll use you as my replacement. Chapter 875. Bloodshot hair and bloodshot eyes, you little bastard who overestimates yourself. You'd better die for me. Heavenly Master Huang Jiao charged at Zhuo. His right hand formed a claw and pressed down on Zhuo. Terrifying Yuan power condensed and pressed down on Zhuo's head. Rumble. The huge Yuan power claw crushed down, causing invisible whirlpools to form around it. It was as if the surrounding space was about to collapse. Thud, 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 thud. Zhuo swung his bloody spear and slammed into the Yuan power claw. His body stiffened and he took a few steps back before stopping. His scarlet eyes stared coldly at Heavenly Master Huang Jiao. A piece of trash like you dares to overestimate yourself and come here to stop me and Celestial Sovereign Ziyang. I really don't know where you get your courage from. Celestial Sovereign Huang Jiao's eyes were filled with disdain as he watched Zhuo retreat. Trash? Do you think you have the right to criticize me? You abandoned your companions and fled alone, causing Heavenly Master Guanghan and Heavenly Master Shiyu to become your sacrificial lambs. Do you think a despicable and shameless person like you has the right to criticize me? Zhuo sneered. Heavenly Master Huang Jiao glared and shouted angrily, Nonsense! I'll kill you today. Heavenly Master Huang Jiao flew toward Zhuo like a rock, spreading its wings. The aura of a mid-heavenly master surged out, causing countless Yuan power whirlpools to form. Kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the right to do so. Zhuo's eyes flashed coldly as he exhaled. He patted the bronze coffin behind him and opened it by a third. Zhuo didn't open the coffin to release the pressure of the blood demon to deter his opponents. Instead, he planned to absorb the blood demon's power for his own use. With the blood inheritance seal, Zhuo could absorb the blood demon's power to increase his own strength. However, the more he absorbed the blood demon's power, the more terrifying the influence of the blood demon's hatred would become. Zhuo, you lunatic! How dare you absorb my power? Do you want to die? As soon as the lid of the coffin was opened, the blood demon's shrill cry rang out. However, Zhuo automatically ignored the blood demon's voice and activated the blood inheritance seal in his hand. Instantly, waves of blood energy were transmitted from the coffin. Boom! As the blood demon's power surged into Zhuo's body, the aura within his body became increasingly terrifying. Lines of blood began to appear on the surface of his skin. They were like bursting blood vessels, making him look extremely terrifying. As for Zhuowen's black hair, it gradually turned from black to blood red under the corrosion of the blood red energy. His blood red eyes and blood red hair made Zhuowen look exceptionally demonic at this moment. Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic hadn't expected Zhuowen to undergo such a transformation. Furthermore, the aura that Zhuowen exuded was much stronger than before. It was almost at the level of an Empyrean. What did this kid do? How did his aura soar so much? I can't let him continue like this. I have to kill him quickly. Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's eyes narrowed. He took a step forward and quickly approached Zhuowen. Then his right palm suddenly blasted out with a terrifying aura. He wanted to kill Zhuowen with one strike. Boom! Zhuowen's eyes were cold. He clenched his left hand into a fist and didn't dodge Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's attack. Instead, he threw out a punch that sounded like thunder. Bang! When the fist and palm collided, a thunderous explosion rang out. Immediately after, a raging wind gushed out from the fist and palm. Get lost! Zhuowen roared. More and more lines of blood gushed out from the surface of his arm. His fist was also wrapped by the lines of blood, turning into the color of blood. It looked extremely terrifying. Pucci! Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Zhuowen's strength to become so terrifying. Caught off guard, he was forced to retreat with a groan. Kill! When Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic retreated, Zhuowen instantly rushed forward. The blood spear in his hand became even more demonic. He flicked the tip of the spear and instantly crossed paths with Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic. Pucci! A wisp of blood spurted out. Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's pupils constricted. Before he could even react, Zhuowen had already passed by him, taking his right arm with him. Ah! Heavenly Sovereign Huang Jiao let out a miserable shriek. His left hand covered the wound on his right arm, which was now completely empty. He hurriedly spat out Yuan power to stop the blood from flowing out of his wound. His feet moved as he continuously retreated. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the blood-haired young man. How is this possible? Zhuowen is clearly only a supreme stage cultivator. How can he display such powerful strength? Kill! Zhuowen's right hand spun. The blood spear spun rapidly and turned into a bloody light that shot towards Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic. Block it. It must have been an illusion just now. Zhuowen can't possibly possess such powerful strength. Even if he does, he can only use it once. It's impossible for him to use it repeatedly. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic constantly comforted himself. His left hand formed a palm, and surging origin energy formed an origin energy shield in front of him. Ding! The bloody light descended and instantly stopped. It stopped outside the origin energy shield and revealed the true appearance of the blood spear, which was spinning at high speed. Die! The moment the blood spear touched the origin energy shield, a cold voice came from behind Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. He hurriedly turned his head and saw Zhuowen's scarlet-eyed fist flying towards him. Pucci! Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic felt a sharp pain in his chest when the fist landed on his back. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the origin energy shield in front of him suddenly became unstable. Then, the blood spear that was pressed against the origin energy shield instantly swept out and swept past Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's neck, leaving behind a trail of blood. Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's eyes widened in anger. He hadn't realized that he had died just like that. This was because the entire process from Zhuowen's attack to Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's death only took 2 breaths of time. It was almost an instant kill. Plop! Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's corpse fell from midair like a meteorite and smashed into the ground. stirring up a lot of dust. The hearts of countless onlookers pounded fiercely. Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic, a mid-stage Empyrean Venerate, had died just like that? Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic Strength was even more terrifying than Empyrean Venerate Whitebrow. It was unbelievable that he had died just like that. What? Ecliptic is dead? At this moment, Ziyang Tianzuan had already arrived beside Lu Hantian and Elder Xuan. He also heard the commotion around him and turned his head to look. He immediately saw Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic's corpse falling from midair. There was no sign of life. After killing Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic, Zhuowen's eyes were still as calm as an ancient well. There seemed to be no emotion in those blood-red eyes. The only emotion was endless killing. Die. With a low roar, Zhuowen turned into a blood-red light and swept towards Ziyang Tianzuan at an extremely fast speed. That little bastard! Even Empyrean Venerate Ecliptic was killed by him. That damn bastard! After coming back to his senses, Ziyang Tianzuan was so angry that his body trembled. If he remembered correctly, apart from him, the other 4 Empyrean Venerates of the imperial family had all been killed by Zhuowen. Although Empyrean Venerate Guanghan and Empyrean Venerate Xia had been severely injured by Moyan Wushang, they had all been killed by Zhuowen. To think that 4 of the 5 Empyrean Venerates of the imperial family had been killed by the same person. Furthermore, this person was a junior at the Supremacy Realm. As the leader of the 5 Empyrean Venerates, how could Ziyang Tianzuan not be mad? Even you will be killed! The sound of something breaking through the air instantly approached. Zhuowen was expressionless. He waved his blood-red spear and rushed towards Ziyang Tianzuan. A terrifying aura of blood permeated the air, as if the entire space had fallen into azure hell. Little bastard, if I don't kill you, I won't be Ziyang Tianzuan. Ziyang Tianzuan roared angrily. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying aura crushed down like a mountain. A huge Ziyang rose behind him. As Ziyang illuminates the world, the Ziyang rose, blooming with thousands of purple lights. These thousands of purple lights were like innumerable purple snakes, entangling Zhuowen, intending to completely bind Zhuowen. Break! In midair, Zhuowen twisted his waist, and his whole body rotated 360 degrees in the air. The blood-red spear in his hand turned into an arc of blood-red light, and the thousands of purple lights that swept towards him were completely defeated by this blood-red light. Whoosh! After breaking through the thousands of purple lights, Zhuowen was like a hot knife through butter as he rushed toward Heavenly Venerate Ziyang without slowing down. Ziyang Tianzuan's face was gloomy. Zhuowen's strength was somewhat beyond his expectations. He roared angrily, and with a drag of his right hand, the huge Ziyang suspended in the air was pulled by Ziyang Tianzuan and smashed toward Zhuowen. Rumble! The Ziyang's temperature was extremely hot. It smashed into Zhuowen like a fireball, causing Zhuowen's forward momentum to stagnate, and because of this he was forced to retreat again and again. Not enough! Ziyang Tianzuan snorted coldly, and his hands formed a seal. Suddenly, an even more blazing purple light swept out from his body, and then another Ziyang slowly emerged. 2 Ziyang wheels overturn heaven and earth. When the second Ziyang rose to the highest point, the huge Ziyang followed closely behind the first Ziyang and suddenly blasted toward Zhuowen. Rumble! When the second Ziyang fell, the pressure on Zhuowen increased sharply. With a muffled groan, he could not help but retreat again and again, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. Suppress! Ziyang Tianzuan roared angrily, and his right hand pressed down. The 2 Ziyang wheels burst out with dazzling brilliance, intending to completely crush Zhuowen. Thump! 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 Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated step by step. Ziyang Tianzuan was worthy of being a supreme master at the peak of the Celestial Master Realm, and his strength was terrifying. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Zhuowen roared and slapped the bronze coffin again. Suddenly, Half of the coffin lid was opened, and an even more turbulent blood demon power poured out and poured into Zhuowen's body, like rivers flowing into the sea. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The blood aura surrounding Zhuowen's body became denser, and Zhuowen's blood hair became thicker, and it kept growing. The blood hair that was originally draped over his shoulders had now reached his waist, making Zhuowen even more demonic now. The power contained in Zhuowen's body also increased exponentially. Break! With a roar, Zhuowen swung the blood spear, and countless blood-colored light pillars shot up into the sky. A terrifying power erupted, and the two Xiang wheels exploded. Chapter 876. Facing Emperor Qin Xiang Tianzuan's pupils shrank to the size of needles as he stared at the incoming blood spear. He roared angrily as he waved his hands. Purple energy surged out and wrapped his hands in purple energy. Block it for me. Xiang Tianzuan roared as he flung out his hands, which were wrapped in purple energy, in an attempt to grab hold of the blood spear. Clang! The blood-red light flashed, and the instant it neared the purple hands, it actually froze. However, Zhuo Wen's gaze was still filled with indifference. You can't block it. Zhuo Wen's cold voice rang out as he gripped the handle of the blood spear with both hands and twisted it. The blood spear began to spin violently as countless blood spears shot out. Ah! Xiang Tianzuan let out a miserable howl as the blood spear continued to spin. His hands, which were wrapped in purple energy, were crushed by the terrifying blood energy of the blood spear. Thud! 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 Xiang Tianzuan retreated as his face turned as pale as snow. He stared in disbelief at the demonic youth with waist-length, blood-red hair. What's going on? How did Zhuowen's strength suddenly become so terrifying? Even he, who was at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm, had become so fragile in his hands. Die. After crushing Emperor Ziyang's hands, Zhuo Wen's feet did not stop moving. He turned into a blood-red light and charged at Emperor Ziyang again. The blood-red spear in his hand carried an indomitable aura. No, Your Majesty, Emperor Qing, save me. Xiang Tianzuan stared at the blood spear with a look of despair in his eyes. Zhuowen was too strong. He was so strong that he felt that it was unreal. It was impossible for such a terrifying power to come from a young supreme realm cultivator. Zhuowen, you dare to kill Xiang Tianzuan? At this moment, the Azure Emperor, who was using the contract scroll to refine the Black Dragon, also noticed the commotion, especially when he saw Zhuowen instantly killing Heavenly Master Huang Jiao and crushing Xiang Tianzuan's arms. Finally, a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. At the same time, Emperor Qing struck out with his palm. Green energy gushed out and rolled wildly in the void. It turned into a green mountain that was thousands of feet tall and came crashing down on Zhuowen. Right now, Emperor Qing was at a critical moment in refining the Black Dragon, so he couldn't rush over to save Xiang Tianzuan. He could only use this attack, hoping to kill Zhuowen and save Xiang Tianzuan. Zhuowen, you are dead for sure. Now that the Azure Arch has made his move, you will definitely die. Xiang Tianzuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he looked at the green mountain that was crashing down on him. He knew that he would be saved if the Azure Arch made his move. As the terrifying pressure descended, Zhuowen, who was charging in midair, felt his body sink. He found it difficult to move, as if he was in a swamp. This was the Emperor's aura, the pressure of an Emperor realm expert. Kill! No one can stop me. Roaring to the sky, Zhuowen patted the coffin on his back with his right hand. In an instant, the coffin lid opened from half to 2/3. Endless blood qi swept out from the coffin like a whirlpool, completely enveloping Zhuowen's small figure. Sizzle! 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 Within the blood-red whirlpool, Zhuowen's eyes became even redder. His cheeks were covered with countless blood-red veins, and his blood-red hair which was originally waist length, grew crazily again, all the way to his buttocks. A sea of blood rolled out from the void. Zhuo stomped his foot, and the countless blood-red whirlpools around him dissipated. Stepping on the sea of blood, he actually completely destroyed the powerful emperor's aura that was descending on him. Rumble! The Cyan Mountain arrived in an instant and fell towards Zhuo Wen's head. Zhuo Wen pointed the tip of his spear and actually blasted it towards the huge falling mountain. This spear contained a monstrous sea of blood, a boundless will, and Zhuo Wen's boundless madness. Crack! A scene that left everyone dumbfounded happened. The surface of the green mountain formed by Emperor Qing's powerful attack started to crack. Moreover, the cracks were still spreading. Crack! In the end, the huge green mountain collapsed and turned into countless green light. Within the endless green light, a blood-red shadow swept out again. Its target was Ziyang Tianzuan, who was not far away. The smile on Ziyang Tianzuan's face completely froze, and his eyes were finally filled with endless fear. How is this possible? Even the Azure Thearcha's attack could not stop Zhuo. How is this possible? Unfortunately, Ziyang Tianzuan did not think for too long. The blood-red light flashed past his eyebrows, and then a wisp of blood flowed out from between his eyebrows. The expression on Ziyang Tianzuan's face was completely frozen at that moment of fear. Plop! When Heavenly Venerate Ziyang's corpse fell to the ground and made a loud noise, the surrounding people snapped out of their daze. Heavenly Master Huang Jiao and Ziyang Tianzuan had been killed in front of them. Moreover, they had been killed so easily. What was even more incredible was that the Azure Thearcha's attack had been broken. All eyes were focused on the figure with blood-red hair that reached his buttocks. The young man in front of them had created a miracle by killing 5 heavenly masters as a mere supreme being. Such a magnificent feat was unprecedented. The Azure Thearcha's face was extremely ugly. He was also shocked by Zhuowen's terrifying combat strength, but he was even more heartbroken by the deaths of the 5 heavenly masters. These 5 celestial masters had been cultivated by Emperor Qing. Moreover, it had taken him many years to cultivate these 5 celestial masters. But now they had all been killed by Zhuo. This power does not belong to him at all. It's the power of a demon. I don't know what method he used to turn himself into a demon and obtain such a terrifying power. The Azure Thearcha's eyes were solemn. He could see Zhuowen's current state at a glance. It was a sign of turning into a demon. The deeper Zhuo went into a demon, the more powerful the power he could obtain. Once he completely turned into a demon, the demon power would be completely stimulated and he would become an out-and-out demon who killed people like flies. Damn it! Why did he have to turn into a demon at this moment? I was so close to completely refining the black dragon. Thinking of this, the Azure Thearcha's face turned ugly. Now that he had entered the critical moment of refining the dragon soul, Zhuo had actually chosen to turn into a demon to obtain powerful power. This was simply beyond the Azure Thearcha's expectations. At this moment, Zhuo had already come to the side of Lu Hantian and Elder Shun. He clapped his right hand and took out a bronze paper kite from his spiritual ring. The bronze paper kite was the flying spiritual treasure that Lu Hantian had given him back then. Its speed was not slow, and it was an excellent means of transportation for severely injured warriors like Lu Hantian and Elder Shuan. Zhuowen's eyes were red as he forcefully suppressed the terrifying desire to kill. He said to Lu Hantian and Elder Shuan in a deep voice, "Brother Hantian, Elder Shuan, the 2 of you quickly get on the bronze paper kite and leave the imperial capital." Zhuo, why did you choose to turn into a demon? Once you turn into a demon, your destiny will no longer be controlled by yourself. Instead, it will be dominated by the endless desire to kill in your mind. At that time, you will lose yourself and become a demon. Lu Hantian said in a low voice, "I have no other choice. Let's leave quickly. I can't control the desire to kill anymore." Zhuowen roared and waved his right hand. Instantly, Lu Hantian and Elder Shiwan were wrapped up by Zhuowen and brought onto the bronze paper kite. Then, Zhuowen clapped his right hand on the bronze paper kite. With a high-pitched chirp, the bronze paper kite carried Lu Hantian and Elder Shun. It turned into a beam of green light and rushed out of the imperial capital. After the bronze paper kite had completely disappeared from sight, Zhuowen slowly turned around. His blood-red eyes stared at Emperor Qing, who was still refining Xiaohe not far away. The Azure Emperor frowned as he sensed Zhuowen's murderous gaze. He felt a tinge of anxiety in his heart. Now that he was about to succeed in refining, Zhuowen was still lingering around. At the same time, Xiaohe, who was originally weak, started to struggle with all her might. Dragon roars were heard continuously. "Xiaohe, wait for me. I'll let you out." Zhuowen muttered softly. He took a step forward and flew towards Emperor Qing. He was very fast. In just 2 breaths' time, he was near Emperor Qing. "Emperor Qing, I'll kill you." As he spoke, Zhu Wen's blood-red spear had already shot out. Boundless sharpness overflowed in all directions. The blood-red tip of the spear actually shot straight towards Emperor Qing's glabella. It contained a dense and indomitable aura. Damn it! In 5 breaths' time, I will be able to refine this dragon's soul completely. Damn it! Zhuowen, you bastard! Zhuowen's spear was even more terrifying than before, especially now that Zhuowen had turned into a demon. His strength had reached the first level of the martial emperor realm. Even Emperor Qing didn't dare to stand still and let Zhuowen attack him. With a furious roar, the Azure Emperor retreated with an indignant expression. He even cursed, which was a rare sight. Swoosh! Zhuowen came in front of Xiaohe and pushed out with his right palm. A powerful force was released, and the blood runes that surrounded Xiaohe's body were shattered by Zhuowen's powerful palm. Roar! After breaking free from the blood runes, Xiaohe's huge dragon body gradually shrank. Finally, he turned into a palm-sized Xiaohe. However, the little black dog was already on the verge of death. Its black spiritual body had become illusory and lusterless, and its aura was extremely weak. Xiaohe slowly landed on Zhuowen's shoulder. He forced a smile and said in a low voice, "I didn't expect you to use the blood inheritance seal. Are you tired of living?" Zhuowen shook his head and said, "Do you think I can tolerate you being refined by Emperor Qing? You are my partner. I will not let you be enslaved by Emperor Qing. So what if you become a demon? After all, there are times when you can't control yourself. Xiaohe, you have used too much of your origin energy. Go back to the spiritual ring first." Zhuowen suddenly said. Xiaohe was stunned. He said hesitantly, "Zhuowen, your sea of consciousness, it has been destroyed." Zhuowen said softly, "Previously, Emperor Qing's strength was too strong. Moreover, he had stirred up Zhuowen's sea of consciousness without restraint. Even though Zhuowen's sea of consciousness was strong, it could not withstand the torment. Now it was basically destroyed." Chapter 877. 9-star alignment. Looking at the young man with blood-red eyes and blood-red hair, Xiaohe suddenly realized that the young man in front of her seemed to be a completely different person from Zhuowen. After becoming a demon, Zhuowen had become much colder. It was an attitude that looked at everything as if they were nothing. "Xiaohe, leave everything to me. Go into the spirit ring first." Zhuowen turned his head, and a smile appeared on his face. However, at this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were scarlet red and his cheeks were covered with ferocious veins. This made Zhuowen appear rather ferocious and strange. Looking at the smile on Zhuowen's face, Xiaohe suddenly felt a lump in her throat. The young man in front of her had become unrecognizable because he had become a demon. Moreover, Xiaohe also knew that Zhuowen was currently enduring inhumane torture and pain. "Zhuowen, be careful." Xiaohe opened her mouth, but did not know what to say. However, her black eyes were already filled with mist. In the end, she could only spit out this sentence. Whoosh! Xiao Hei turned into a black light and entered Zhuowen's spirit ring. Huff! Letting out a light breath, Zhuowen slowly raised his head and stared at the flustered and exasperated Emperor Qing in front of him. The killing intent in his eyes became even more intense, and the blood-red color in his eyes became even deeper. Little bastard, whether or not you have become a demon today, you will still die. Moreover, you will die in an extremely ugly manner. Emperor Qing roared in exasperation. He had almost completely refined Xiao Hei and made her his dragon soul. However, that bastard Zhuowen had actually ruined all his plans at the crucial moment. Now, not only had he failed to obtain the dragon soul, but the contract scroll had also been completely destroyed because of his failure to refine it. In other words, even if he captured Zhuowen now and took out the dragon soul that was hiding in Zhuowen's spirit ring, he would not be able to graft the dragon soul onto himself. After all, the contract scroll was so precious, and the Lotus Supreme Arch had only obtained it by chance. He only had one copy. The person who had caused all this was this damned Zhuowen. At this moment, the Azure Emperor wished he could chop Zhuowen into pieces. Zhuowen's eyes were cold and bloodthirsty as he stared at the Azure Emperor. With a roar, he stomped on the ground, and a terrifying power spread out. With him as the center, the ground within dozens of miles started to shake violently. Then the surrounding ground started to crack, and countless gravel floated up, forming an extremely terrifying gravel tornado. Zhuowen's demonic blood-red hair danced in the wild wind, following which, Zhuowen shot towards the Azure Arch like an arrow. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked, forming a moat-like tunnel. Kill! Emperor Qing squinted his eyes and stomped his foot. 9 huge pits appeared on the ground, and 9 green stars floated in the sky from the 9 pits. You're overestimating yourself. I will let you know that, so what if you've become a demon? You are still no match for me. With that, the Azure Emperor waved his hands, and the 9 green stars turned into 9 rays of green light that shot towards Zhuowen. Bang! The nearest star arrived in front of Zhuowen in an instant and made close contact with Zhuowen. Zhuowen roared angrily and used his long spear to block in front of him. Then, the green star descended and blasted on the blood spear. The powerful force caused Zhuowen's forward momentum to stop, and he even involuntarily took a few steps back. 9-star alignment. The Azure Emperor stomped his foot again, and the other 8 green stars flew over together. One after another, they blocked the first star, forming a 9-star alignment. In an instant, the superimposed power of the 9 stars increased by more than 9 times. Thump! 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 In front of the 9 huge stars, Zhuowen's figure seemed so small, like an ant. He retreated step by step. The blood spear was placed in front of Zhuowen's hands. Under the powerful force of the 9 stars, Zhuowen roared angrily, and the veins on his forehead popped out. An ant will always be an ant. Zhuowen, you are not qualified to be my opponent. You can't even block my 9-star alignment, and you still want to resist me? The Azure Emperor leaped and stepped on the star at the top of the 9-star alignment. He looked down at Zhuowen, who was at the bottom, and his eyes were full of arrogance. However, an ant like you actually dared to destroy the best opportunity for me to refine the dragon soul. Therefore, you deserve to die. You deserve to be killed. With that, the Azure Emperor's eyes grew colder. He stomped his foot, and a terrifying force filled the 9-star alignment. Zhuowen groaned as he was suppressed by the 9-star alignment. He almost couldn't breathe and spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! The Azure Emperor lifted his foot again and stomped on the star. The pressure of the 9-star alignment increased sharply, and Zhuowen's knees were bent. He almost knelt on the ground, and his face turned pale. You are just a pitiful ant. Do you think you can go against me just because you can borrow the power of the blood demon? Do you think you can go against me even if you have turned into a demon? It is a pity that you have made a big mistake. Even if you borrow the power of the blood demon, you are still not my opponent." With that, the Azure Emperor stomped on the star again, and the 9-star alignment made a cracking sound. Zhuowen couldn't withstand such a terrifying force. He knelt on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. "This is the last blow. Before you die, I want you to remember that you need to know your own limits. Any actions that overestimate yourself will cause you to die without a burial ground." With that, the Azure Emperor lifted his right foot for the last time and stomped on the 9-star alignment. A heavenly force exploded within the 9-star alignment, and Zhuowen was completely submerged by the 9-star alignment. However, when Zhuowen was submerged, his crimson eyes became extremely demonic. What the Azure Emperor didn't notice was that Zhuowen had completely opened the bronze coffin at that moment. At that moment, Zhuowen's figure could no longer be seen at the bottom of the 9-star alignment. The power contained in the 3 stomps of the Azure Emperor was too terrifying. Even if Zhuowen had turned into a demon, he couldn't withstand it. It seems that even if Zhuowen has turned into a demon, he is still no match for the Azure Emperor. Didn't you see the battle between His Majesty the Azure Emperor and Lu Hantian? After all, Lu Hantian is also a first-level martial emperor, but he is still no match for His Majesty the Azure Emperor. Therefore, His Majesty the Azure Emperor is at least a second-level martial emperor. In the imperial power realm, a difference of 1 level is like heaven and earth. However, Zhuowen is indeed powerful. He is clearly a junior at the martial emperor realm, but he was actually able to kill the 5 heavenly venerables of the imperial family. It's too terrifying. If this kid can grow up, it is entirely possible for him to advance to the imperial power realm. Seeing Zhuowen completely submerged in the 9-star alignment, the surrounding cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Although Zhuowen had been suppressed to death by the Azure Emperor, they couldn't help but admit that his talent was extremely terrifying. During the Great War of the 9 Counties, Zhuowen was just an unknown genius from the 8 counties. Later on, he stood out in the ranking battle and almost defeated Huangfu Wudao in the Heavenly Marquee battle. From then on, his name shook the imperial capital. After that, many things happened, and Zhuowen disappeared for unknown reasons. After more than a month, Zhuowen returned in a powerful manner, causing chaos in the imperial capital's dungeon and killing countless guards. Even the 5 heavenly venerables of the imperial family had fallen because of him. In the eyes of outsiders, this series of magnificent feats was simply a miracle, but Zhuowen had done it all. Among the countless spectating cultivators, there were also a few geniuses who were in the top 10 of the ranking battle, including Guoshang, Zhu Bai, Morongzhan, Grand Lily, and some other talented juniors. Their gazes were more complicated than the others. To them, the cultivators of the Xuanzun realm were already existences that they could only look up to. However, Zhuowen had now killed 5 heavenly venerables, and Ziyang Tianzuan was even at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. They had to admit that Zhuowen was really too abnormal. Unknowingly, the gap between Zhuowen and them had become wider and wider, so much so that they could only look at his back. Among them, the one with the most complicated expression was none other than Grand Lily. After she had been released by Zhuowen, she had rushed back to the Grand Lily clan and completely stabilized the somewhat chaotic Grand Lily clan. She knew that her father, Grand Haohai, would definitely not be able to survive. In order to avenge Grand Haohai, Grand Lily had been cultivating day and night during this period of time. Her goal was to catch up to Zhuowen in terms of cultivation. Finally, the heavens did not disappoint those who worked hard. Recently, Grand Lily's cultivation had successfully broken through to the initial stage of the Xuanzun realm. She also knew that her cultivation was getting closer and closer to Zhuowen's, and she was also one step closer to taking revenge. However, what had happened in the imperial city today had completely shattered Grand Lily's confidence. On this night that was destined to not be peaceful, Zhuowen had suddenly appeared in the imperial city's dungeon. The strength that he had unleashed had shocked Grand Lily, especially when she had seen Zhuowen kill heavenly venerate Huang Jiao and Ziying Tianzuan. Her heart had almost jumped out of her chest, and her face had turned deathly pale. It was only then that she realized that the gap between her and Zhuowen had not narrowed. Instead, it had widened, and the gap had become wider and wider. She had just broken through to Mystique Venerate, but Zhuowen was already able to kill Heavenly Venerate powerhouses. This gap was not something that could be made up with hard work and cultivation. When she recalled her arrogant behavior in front of Zhuowen, Grand Lily suddenly felt that she had been exceptionally laughable at that time. Her fiancé, Zhuowen, whom she had looked down on back then, had not only wreaked havoc in the Imperial City's dungeon today and killed 5 Heavenly Venerates, but even the Lotus Emperor had personally taken action to capture him. How glorious and powerful was this! Taking a deep breath, Grand Lily calmed herself down. Her expression returned to normal as she muttered faintly, "No matter how terrifyingly talented this Zhuowen is, or how powerful he is, he's already dead. In the future, Zhuowen will soon be forgotten." Grand Lily understood the rules of this mainland better than Zhuowen. The loser would never have the right to be remembered by others, because that was the right of the winner. Immediately become a demon. Just as the surrounding people were shaking their heads and sighing, a calm and indifferent voice slowly rang out from the underground of the 9-Star Pearl. Then a monstrous blood aura burst out from the bottom. Rumble. Chapter 878. The Mysterious Man Boom. Boom. Earth-shattering explosions resounded continuously. Subsequently, the powerful and terrifying 9-star alignment beneath Emperor Qing's feet was completely shattered into countless green fragments by the terrifying explosive force. Boom! Boom! Emperor Qing's pupils shrank. The moment the 9-star alignment shattered, he took a few steps back and retreated a few hundred meters. He looked through the countless green fragments and stared at the blood-red figure at the bottom. This bastard's strength can actually increase. Emperor Qing frowned and muttered in surprise. Boom! Under the countless green fragments, an endless amount of blood aura rose up and turned into a huge blood-red figure. This blood-red figure looked blurry and was surrounded by a thick bloody aura. This bloody aura contained the ultimate killing and hatred in the world. Under the blood-red figure, a blood-red figure slowly walked out. This person's blood-red hair fell to his feet. His eyes were red and his entire face was covered with blood-red veins. He looked extremely ferocious and terrifying. Beside this figure, a large bronze coffin was pressed against the ground. At this moment, the lid of the coffin had been completely opened by this figure, and a terrifying smell of blood permeated the air. This smell of blood was basically absorbed by this figure's body. This is Zhuowen? How did Zhuowen become stronger again? Even Emperor Qing's 9-star alignment could not suppress him. Looking at the countless green fragments in the sky, as well as the blood-red figure under the green fragments, many of the surrounding warriors were shocked. Zhuowen's strength had truly exceeded everyone's expectations. Emperor Qing, kill! Raising his head slightly, Zhuowen stared at Emperor Qing in the sky. He took a step forward and turned into a blood-red figure that swept towards Emperor Qing. He swung the blood-red spear in his hand, and a terrifying bloody aura poured out. It actually cut through the sky and left a huge spatial rift that stretched across the sky. Hiss! Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Zhuowen, who was able to create such a terrifying force with a casual swing of his bloody spear. This kid was too terrifying. Just a casual strike was able to cause such terrifying destruction. It truly shocked everyone's hearts. The Lotus Thearcha's eyes darkened. He pressed down with his right hand, and green energy surged out, trying to block the blood-colored energy that streaked across the sky. Bang! As the two forces of energy collided, a bright light exploded in the sky. Then, under the horrified gazes of the Azure Thearcha's people, the Azure Tharch retreated a few hundred steps before he could stabilize himself The Azure Arch was defeated? Zhuowen's strength has actually become so strong? An uproar continued to resound. The Qing Emperor, on the other hand, had a gloomy look in his eyes. At this moment, the power that Zhuowen was displaying made even him somewhat fearful, especially when he saw those cold and emotionless blood-red eyes. The Qing Emperor felt a trace of fear in his heart. There was no doubt that he had completely turned into a demon. He had absorbed all the power of the blood demon into his body, causing his strength to increase by 1,000 times. This guy is really crazy. He actually absorbed all of the blood demon's power into himself. He's simply playing with fire, the Azure Emperor mumbled. There was a tinge of fear in his voice. Kill! A thunderous roar resounded. Zhuowen instantly appeared in front of the Qing Emperor. He raised his right hand, and the blood-red spear shot towards the Qing Emperor's vital point like a maggot in a corpse. The Qing Emperor's eyes narrowed. He snorted coldly, and his hands were filled with green energy. He met the attack fearlessly. Rumble! Suddenly, the two of them started to fight in the sky. The blood-red and green figures almost covered the entire sky. They were so fast that no one could recognize who was who. The entire sky was filled with the continuous sounds of terrifying blows. The battle between the two of them had far exceeded the scope of the Four Supremes' realm. The Qing Emperor was a powerful existence in the second Heaven Emperor realm. Although Zhuowen was only in the Supreme's realm, he did not hesitate to turn into a demon to borrow all of the blood demon's power. He temporarily obtained the powerful strength of the Emperor realm. Boom! An earth-shattering voice exploded in the void. Then the blood-red figure and the cyan figure both retreated hundreds of meters away, facing each other from afar. The Qing Emperor narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at Zhuowen, who had long blood-red hair. He said, "How pitiful. After becoming a demon, you are neither human nor ghost. Is this the choice of an ant like you? Kill." Zhuowen did not reply. To be exact, his consciousness had long been eroded by the endless slaughter. At this moment, he could not maintain any intelligence at all. Even speaking had become abnormally difficult. Humph! The Lotus Emperor snorted coldly. He waved his right hand and took out a scroll. Then the scroll expanded from the size of a palm to a few hundred feet in size. The huge scroll slowly opened and wisps of peach blossoms floated out. It was the Lotus Thearka's Needle Emperor weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram. The Peach Blossom Temple in the Peach Blossom Cove, the Peach Blossom Immortal in the Peach Blossom Temple. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. Once the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram opened, countless peach blossoms floated out. Then, countless peach blossom tree shadows spread out in the surroundings and surrounded Zhuowen. Boom! 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 Zhuowen waved the blood-red spear in his right hand. Terrifying blood-red energy turned into a huge whirlpool that swept out, wanting to destroy the countless peach blossom tree shadows around him. Unfortunately, although Zhuowen's blood-red spear was very powerful, the whirlpool that it released destroyed countless peach blossom tree shadows around him. However, the peach blossom tree shadows seemed to be endless. Once they were destroyed, they would regrow and form new peach blossom tree shadows. Standing on the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, the Lotus Emperor stared coldly at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "The Peach Blossom Tree Formation is a formation of all illusions. Zhuowen, you who have become a demon, will not be able to break it." After saying that, the Cyan Emperor hid in the shadow of the peach blossom tree and quietly approached Zhuowen. The moment Zhuowen attacked, the Cyan Emperor made his move. With a push of his right hand, the Cyan Emperor slapped Zhuowen's back. Uft! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. Caught off guard, Zhuowen was directly hit by the palm and staggered. Zhuowen roared angrily. He swung his blood-red spear and rushed back, wanting to kill the Lotus Emperor who had launched a sneak attack. Unfortunately, the Lotus Emperor once again hid in the peach blossom tree shadows, and Zhuowen's attack only destroyed the tree shadows behind him. Boom! 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 Within the peach blossom tree shadows, the Lotus Emperor was like a fish in water. He moved freely and attacked again and again, killing Zhuowen with his palms, causing Zhuowen's injuries to worsen. Under the Lotus Emperor's sneak attacks, Zhuowen became weaker and weaker. Although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds with the help of the Blood Demon's power, it was a pity that the Blood Demon's power was very heterogeneous and Zhuowen's cultivation level was too low. There was too little that he could use. An ant will always be an ant. It's better for you to die for me. The Lotus Emperor's indifferent voice came from behind Zhuowen again. Zhuowen roared and stabbed out with his blood-red spear. However, the Lotus Emperor caught it with his palm, causing Zhuowen to be unable to move at all. After so many sneak attacks by the Lotus Emperor, Zhuowen had become extremely weak. The power that he used now was not a threat to the Lotus Emperor at all. The Lotus Emperor snatched the blood-red spear and struck out with his right palm again, directly hitting Zhuowen's chest. Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down like a meteorite. 9 stars transformed into a dragon. I'll let you die a quick death. The Lotus Emperor's indifferent voice rang out. He formed a seal with his hands, and 9 more green stars descended from the 9 heavens. Under the Lotus Emperor's power, the 9 stars transformed into a green dragon that was almost 1,000 feet long. Roar! The huge green dragon swooped down and bit at Zhuowen's body, wanting to devour him completely. However, just as the huge green dragon was about to devour Zhuowen, a strange black light came from afar and pierced through the green dragon's glabella. Roar! The green dragon let out a sorrowful cry, and its dragon body collapsed instantly, turning into countless green lights. Who is it? The Lotus Emperor's eyes turned grave as he looked at the green dragon that had collapsed instantly. The power that this black light contained was terrifying. It could actually destroy his 9 stars dragon transformation instantly. How could the Lotus Emperor not be shocked? Lotus Emperor, that's enough. Don't you think that killing Zhuowen is too much? An indifferent voice rang out from all directions. Then a figure slowly stepped out from the huge abyss formed by the collapse of the dungeon. The sound of chains clanging could be heard from this figure. Swoosh! Swoosh! Everyone's gazes gathered on the figure in the abyss. No one had expected that there would be another person in the dungeon. When this figure finally appeared in front of everyone, the person's face was finally revealed to everyone. This person was in his 30s and was wearing a prison uniform. His entire body was bound by black chains, but at this moment these black chains were all broken. Although this person looked like a prisoner, his eyes were extremely bright, shining like the stars in the sky. Although his face was not very handsome, it was extremely pleasing to the eye. If one looked carefully, one would realize that this person was somewhat similar to Zhuowen, especially his eyes, which seemed to be carved out of the same mold as Zhuowen's. This person stepped out of the abyss, but his gaze was fixed on Zhuowen's figure, which was falling from the sky. There was a trace of unknown emotion in his eyes. Has he gone mad? This child is as stubborn as his mother, he muttered to himself. This mysterious person softly muttered to himself. He beckoned with his right hand, and a wisp of dark black energy rushed out and caught the falling Zhuowen, after which he took the opportunity to bring the ladder to his side. You want to take this little bastard away? Do you think it's possible? Seeing the intention of the mysterious person, Lotus Emperor shouted and rushed toward Zhuowen. He pressed his right hand, and a green energy surged out and turned into a huge palm. He grabbed Zhuowen and tried to pull Zhuowen back. Get lost! The mysterious person shouted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, the dark black energy wrapped around Zhuowen's body exploded and directly shattered the green palm. Moreover, the aftermath of the energy swept out and rushed toward Lotus Emperor. Bang! Lotus Emperor staggered and actually retreated. He stared at the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared and said in a deep voice, "How is this possible? How did you break through so quickly? Your strength has reached such a level